Hello, you there?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for doing this. We're not officially fully live yet, so that's why you can't see me.
Okay.
I'm doing lots of well, to be fair, I'm not doing very much preparation, etc. in terms of behind the scenes because I'm nearly all set up, but I'm just making sure I've got all the data sources I need around me. And also my background isn't anywhere near as nice as yours, but then again, I'm not an award playwright. So
I mean, you've got to always be marketing, baby.
always be marketing, always be marketing. Yeah.
All right, in which case I'm going to switch my camera off and have a cigarette.
Yeah, seriously, I shouldn't think it's even a problem if you do smoke on camera, but yeah.
I don't smoke indoors, so
Fair enough. Okay. We will about 10:30. So is that quick enough?
yeah. It'll only take me 4 minutes.
All right, there's a couple of people watching, but I'm pretty sure they're all us anyway.
Hello, you people. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
There we go. Hello.
Hello, you
Hello.
wonderful, wonderful people. It's so nice to see you and hear from you again. How are you all doing?
Very good, yeah. Excellent. All in the same room as well then. Which there is three
I
of
like. Oh God.
There we go. Hello.
We will be up and running very, very soon.
Perfect. How are you feeling? Okay.
Me, if that's to me, I presume that's presumptuous, but yeah, feeling all good. Excited actually. Excited. When you get into these things, they're tremendous, tremendous fun. And I'll speak because we have hit 10:30. I can now announce that we are live and up and running for our local elections live stream of 2023. It is the biggest test of public opinion I can remember since the last of the local elections, and it comes at a crucial time because, as we all know, and I think as we all expect, there is set to be a general election next year. So I'm very pleased that we initially start out with some wonderful guests. Fans of the show previously will remember the people here because to my left, you may not see it that way, but I'm hoping that you do. To my left, you have three wonderful, wonderful experts, I'm going to call them, and deservedly so, from the Centre think tank. Torin Wilkins, director and founder, Jasny Samurai, deputy director, and Pushing the Fire, head of outreach. And below me, although of course above me in intellect and awards through their career, is Emma Burnell. She writes Hard Thinking on the Soft Left, a fantastic Substack, which is a great view into all things Labour at the moment. And of course, she is a very well-known political consultant, author, and journalist. So,
and playwright.
And a playwright, of course, an award-winning playwright. And the really annoying thing is, we spoke a little bit before we came on air, and I mentioned the playwright stuff, and I somehow managed to miss it in the intro. Anyway, for those of you just joining us, we're going to start with basically sort of a wider political discussion. For those of you who don't know necessarily how local elections, etc., work, they're not like general elections. There isn't a big exit poll. We don't really know the result actually until tomorrow, really, because all of those results come in. Some councils don't even start until tomorrow. But what we will get tonight is a snapshot. We'll get, of course, lots more of background info, basically from political parties. A lot of that needs to be taken with some salt because there'll be what we call expectation management, but we should learn a few things, and of course it's a good chance in general to just catch up. So do hit us with your questions in the live stream, do hit us with your questions on Twitter and of course on Facebook. Centre people, how are you?
Very, very good, yeah. Busy few weeks.
Yeah, it's funny you caught us all in the same place. We were all going for dinner, so we're just are here now.
Was it? I hear it was a celebratory dinner. What was it for celebration of?
What isn't that to celebrate? Honestly. Yeah, no, we of course had the Mirror article out the other day, and we've sort of been working a lot on devolution stuff, but we've got a lot of stuff as well that we've been working on behind the scenes, which will be out soon. But yeah, we've had a lot going on our end of things.
Fair. Emma, I know that you've had a lot going on recently. Do take us through it, including a couple of Substack updates that I think will be genuinely useful for those of a political betting bent, especially as we head closer towards the general election. And we have seen some market moves and also some poll moves as well.
Yeah. So what would you like me to talk about? What I've been up to? I haven't gone out for dinner at all. I'm very jealous. But or what you think the Labour Party has been up to.
Well, actually, let's talk a bit about what the Labour Party's been up to, because a lot of the spotlight is going to be on them. There have been lots of different predictions in terms of seats that will be won and lost. I've seen some in terms of betting lines that go as high as 500, etc., and some with electoral campaigns that go as low as below 300. What do you think would be a good night for Keir Starmer?
I think 500 would be a good night. 600 would be an amazing night. It's a complicated set of elections, this one, because the last time most of these seats were up was the low point for Tories. I think it was their lowest result in decades. So they are not coming from a high start. So they haven't got as much to lose. So there is a fewer seats that can flip from Tory to Labour. They're obviously playing the expectation management game. I think they're playing it a little too hard, to be honest. The whole, hey, we could lose 1,000 seats. I don't think anyone thinks the Tories are going to lose 1,000 seats. And I always think that you should do expectation management at the high end of realism rather than at the beyond realism point, because no one takes you seriously. Many journalists are kind of reproducing these numbers, but they're all reproducing them with a very cynical yes sure framing. So it just doesn't feel realistic. There are some councils that Labour are looking to win. They launched their campaign in Swindon. They'd be particularly pleased if they were to get results there. There are other places that they are competitive the first time in a long time, like Medway. I went to the University of Kent, so I've got a particular interest in those seats.
I'm also from Medway. I was born there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I've been following it and it's just making me laugh, so I completely understand.
Amazing. Well, I used to work for the Kentish Gazette and then the Kent Messenger Group, so I know my Medway towns.
We love that.
One of the few areas of geography I can do, if I'm honest. So yeah, I think those are some of the places to watch out for. And I think what's interesting, because it's not, you won't get many Labour people saying this out loud, but they will want to see the Lib Dems doing well in some of the blue wall seats, because whilst politics is a zero-sum game and essentially you're going to end up with a Labour or Conservative Prime Minister, part of what matters in order to make that happen is those seats where it's not a competition between Labour and the Tories, but Labour and the Lib Dems. There's no seats up in Scotland, unfortunately, because Scotland is going to be fascinating at the general election, and we won't get that electoral test of how badly backwards the SNP are falling. Their polling is plummeting quite hard, obviously with all the scandals that are going on. So that is something we won't see, and that's an added element for next year.
Yeah, just before I introduce Paul, because I know that Paul, who put up some lines for betage.online, I believe I'm getting that right, I probably got it wrong, has looked into the changes basically that what's happened in Scotland would have on a national scale. But yes, we have only local elections in England, in certain parts of England, because of the way that they're run. Basically, long story short, it's not uniform, so each year different sets of places vote. This is solely in England. It'll be a good test still. You have places in Southwest and Southeast, and some that are more Midlands and Northern. So what you're looking at, if you're trying to take any lessons for a general election, which you can, but in my past experience, it would be wise not to put your whole hat in that ring, is basically how parties are doing in certain areas and whether certain trends, such as the blue wall crumbling or the red wall crumbling, can be seen as true when testing a real life vote. On that, because I know you've been doing lots of
to the many walls, just some very interesting polling that the Fabians did at the beginning of the year. Disclosure, I actually work for the Fabians part-time, but they looked at coastal communities, or the seawall, as we cheekily named it, which annoyed certain journalists enough that they tweeted our research, which is exactly why we do things like that. So I think coastal areas are going to be really interesting, because they are quite red wall in character, and certainly according to the polling last year, moving quite far away from the Conservatives. So they'll be worth looking at. But I mean, what we're not going to see is the kind of London results. So there's no elections in London. I didn't vote today. And London, of course, is just huge for Labour at the moment. So we won't see whether in one of the big areas where you might see competition with Labour from the left, whether that's having a big effect. But there are some places that the Greens are hoping that they might take actual leadership of councils. So we shall see.
Yeah, the green stuff is also really worth looking at and thinking about, because they have gone massively under the radar. I actually believe the Lib Dems in the lead up to this have also gone under the radar. But I think it's something that people who are more in our space are aware of.
I mean, I've seen lots of photos of people looking at potholes, sadly.
Indeed, yeah. Do send us your best sad pothole looking faces, because I have greatly enjoyed those. Paul, great to have you here.
Thanks, Will. Good to hello, everyone.
Paul, you've talked a lot about the balance of power and also what it would take for Labour to win a majority and the scale of that task, and particularly the actual numbers needed to reach that. Now, I know there are no local elections in Scotland, etc., but just explain for those who have been watching the polling station, etc., why what's happened to the SNP recently could be so important.
Well, I mean, I haven't got specific set of numbers in front of me, but let's just go back and see where we were. 2010, I believe Labour won 51 seats out of 59 in Scotland, totally dominant. And the SNP, if you look at that period when Labour were in government, the SNP were kind of like locked in second in dozens of seats, right? Seats they never looked like they could win. And even really, if you go back to say early 2014, before the referendum, you know, no one was even really talking about these seats going, right? And that, you know, as we know, that referendum just was a complete sea change in Scotland. It put 45% of the electorate almost rock solid in the SNP camp, and Labour was squeezed out, and consequently, the Tories became the default alternative for unionist voters, thus taking them from a position where they had like one seat or none at sometimes during the Blair years to, you know, would they have 15, I think, at the peak. What we've seen steadily is that, you know, they're now very, what's the latest Scottish polling? It's very close, and you're now looking at a thing where you have to think that the SNP decline has momentum. It's probably going to get worse, right? And so it's certainly not unrealistic at all for them to take 15 seats off the SNP directly in those modules. And they'll probably take a few off the Tories as well, where they kind of usurp the Tories as the unionist party. So already there, let's say we're talking 20, and I think that's a conservative estimate. You're already reducing the scale of what Labour needs to do in England. And then when you go through the English seats, it's those extra 20 seats to get a majority that were the real problem. They're in places they've never won before. So it seemed like a big ask. But suddenly, if they get those 20, probably more, I think a majority does become highly realistic. Whereas if you'd asked me 6 months ago, a year ago, didn't think they had much chance at all of making the majority.
I promise I'll take it more to like local election stuff, but let's say you replicated the recent numbers, right? What percentage point change would that mean in terms of a Labour lead needing to be sufficient to get over the line? If everything was as it has been in like the last week in Scotland, how many points does the Labour lead need for a majority?
Well, I don't really like doing that because that involves national swing, but I think probably around 10%, possibly less, possibly 8%.
Again, it does make a difference, not just Labour's national poll lead, but also how the Lib Dems are doing and where that poll lead is impacting. Because Labour is really good at building up massive, massive piles of votes in seats that are already safe, and then just missing out in marginals. So it will be whether they can target that vote much more consistently than they've managed in the past.
Indeed. Actually, I want to just very quickly bring in a different angle here, just because I think this is really, really important to think about. We talk a lot about numbers and polls, etc., market swings, but issues is also really, really important. So if I can, in a minute or two, I'm going to bring up a survation table. I think we all might have seen this, actually. I'm quite sure we've all seen this, but of the most important issues at this year's local elections. So I'm going to get screen sharing working for the first time, and then I'm going to put it all up on screen. Hopefully you'll see this in a moment. Can anybody guess, by the way? Actually, do you know what? Instead of guessing what the most important issue voters thought was,
NHS. It's always the NHS.
or that's it. Actually, wait, not for this one. It wasn't, but it was second. I want everybody here to guess what the least important ranked issue was.
Small boats.
No, that would be mid-table.
Brexit.
Could be.
That
Yeah.
relatively low, but not the least important.
How many's on this
It's
list?
going to be something really depressing, like housing, isn't it?
It's about 14 to 16, I think, on the list. Doing rough.
Okay. I saw one with about 8 or 10 that had those two quite low.
Is it potholes?
Potholes on there, but it's actually like mid-table.
Infrastructures, potholes, really, isn't it? That's what they mean. Certainly in local government context.
Right, I've got it here now.
Culture. Oh, that is depressing.
It is culture, although I don't think it's depressing.
Can I just say, as a playwright, culture's really bloody important.
Can I just say, I think culture, I don't think it means plays and stuff. I think it means insane cultural stuff.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
it means those. I think it means those tweets, which is always like.
I mean, it's hard to know, isn't it? Because I would say that immigration, it depends entirely on the tweet, but that has got cultural war elements, and so as does Brexit. So I maybe it's just my priors, but because I do work in the arts, but local government used to be a really big part of supporting arts and culture. And of course, because they had their budget slashed very early in the coalition and really just don't have the money to do the basics now. They don't do nearly so much of that anymore. So that's why I thought it might be that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'd guess that it crosses over with other issues. I'm not sure that, if you put it in a one-word context of what's the most, people might, the answers they'll give on immigration, on crime, even housing, will be based a lot on culture, but they'd never specifically put it in that box. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Can I just say though, I'm quite surprised that, I'm not surprised, but I mean, like immigration, for example, probably shouldn't be that high. The economy probably shouldn't be that high, considering it's a local election.
Nobody votes in local elections on local issues.
I mean, yeah, but I
worked for a local government think tank for 3 years. I can tell you it's depressing, but true. I'm just surprised that bins are so low, frankly.
Yeah.
It's true in every area other than mine, and we've got a party called the Royston Party, which is effectively just sweeping up all the seats. So
no, that's true. Actually, I've been doing some work in Epping, and they have quite a strong contingent. I think they might be the official opposition of the Loughton Residents Association. So yeah, it does happen, but it happens rarely. And most people, like let's say 80% of people walk into the polls, don't really know what the local council does differently, like in a direct way, unless they've had to deal with them.
It's really interesting you bringing up the local residents association and Emma. I mean, I think this is the kind of unexplored territory at the moment, that there's 1,000 independents in these seats from last time, right? And I know that there was a bit of an element of a Brexity element about some of those candidates. You might have thought that they were kind of alternatives because the Brexit Party wasn't voting. But we've seen this before in politics. When a government gets unpopular, when an incumbent gets unpopular, health concern in Kidderminster winning 2 elections, for instance. I think, I mean, I haven't seen any betting or predictions about that line. How many of those thousands are going to keep their seats? And moving forward, are there any of these candidates or groups of candidates that might even be a general election?
So I knew that I was doing this. So I texted my ex who voted in Liverpool today and said, who are the community independents in case I'm asked on the live stream I'm about to do? And his response was weirdos with no discernible policy and a non-functional website. So, but that sounds about the level that you quite often get these independents starting at, but they are a really good depository for a protest vote. And if you're in a very, very monolithic Labour city under a Conservative government, a third option protest vote might well do well there.
I think it's also probably a sign of satisfaction with the 2 leaders as well anyway. Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak, a recent Best Prime Minister poll, which is a favourite of analysis, but both were really low, like it was 26, 24%. I mean, this is usually it's mid-30s for both leaders. I mean, it's considerably low for these 2 candidates in terms of approval. So interestingly enough, I think it's less to do with local issues and more to do with a protest about the general national picture with both parties. So it'll be interesting to watch for that reason, I think. For Royston.
Yeah, I mean, my area is normally solidly conservative, but it's solidly one nation liberal conservative. It is never particularly one that is going to agree with, it's not going to agree with the stop the votes messages. It's not going to agree with any of the culture war stuff. And I think that really hit. I mean, I'm interested in what happens at a general election on that side of things, but at least locally, you've had this local group that started a few months ago, and they've gone from absolutely nothing to winning pretty much every seat that's available. Because, it was effectively a case where people just kind of got a bit fed up and went, whilst they wouldn't particularly vote, for the Labour or the Lib Dems, they would actually vote for a sort of a local group. So yeah, it's been fascinating fun to watch that dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, before you come in, Paul, we've got Barbara Taylor of Debated podcast fame with us, and I'm delighted that is the case. We're sort of throwing you in here, Paul's going to talk about his thing, but we've got the most important issues for people in these local elections as collected by Salvation. Reason I brought it up is because I think it's a very good way of linking the national picture, but also having something relevant to what we might see tonight, because we've got local elections, of course, only in England. So if you're looking forward to other things, namely a general election, etc., then you wouldn't want to take the 2 pictures and try and make them the same. So that's why we're here right now. Paul, you were about to say.
So I was really just going to throw in a thing on the local factor. I mean, it's something we're going to see more of, because I think that the general trend in news is local, is moving more and more local, is ever more. Certainly, anecdotally speaking to people I know, I mean, everybody's on these local Facebook news groups.
Yes.
That seems to be ever more the subjects that they want to talk about.
Yeah.
So there is an opening definitely for independence. And as I say, with an unpopular government in a seat where the other parties don't really campaign that hard, there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard people saying that they expect big gains for independence based off of that. And of course, there is sort of just a sort of phenomenon of having a low turnout election where somebody who is more in touch with their local community just has the motivational advantage, especially if, say, by coincidence, would you look at that? What a coincidence. For some reason, for the first time, you need to have your ID to vote in all places, or all the places today. It'd be interesting to see the turnout, by the way, from this. And we will talk about voter ID in that going forward. Will, any thoughts on this set of priorities here?
Well, I mean, it's quite a comprehensive set of priorities. And it seems to be ones that have been coming up in the news for the past few months, maybe even the past couple of years. So nothing that particularly surprises me in there. But one of the things that I'd like to note that's near the top, not quite at the top, but near the top, is housing as an important local election issue. And putting on my other hat, you mentioned my famed debated podcast hat there, William, when introducing me, but putting on my Generation Rent hat for a moment, housing is something that I think is often overlooked, particularly compared with the cost of living and health. But it's a really important factor for people up and down the country, whether that be people trying to buy their first home. Obviously, we've seen increasing interest rates impacting mortgages, people trying to rent. The rental market is in a complete and utter mess at the moment. And it's something that, although there have been solutions offered, nothing really, I think, has necessarily caught the public's imagination. Michael Gove the other day announced that the Renters Reform Bill, which has been trailed for quite a while, is going to be published next week. And that may have been intentional as an attempt to try and get people to think, oh, well, if there's a potential solution to housing on the footing from the Conservatives, this might encourage me to vote Conservative. I don't know whether that was intentional or that was just a coincidence. I will leave that up for others to decide. But I think that certainly if we're able to get a proper solution to a lot of the difficulties that people are facing in this country at the moment, then housing should be a bit higher up on the list. I can understand why it's where it is compared to the cost of living and health, but it's something that's integral to everyone. Without a home, you're not able to do many of the things that you would otherwise be able to do. So I'd be interested to see if housing comes up in any way in coverage, particularly in areas that have seen a lack of homes built over the past few years.
I couldn't agree more on the housing stuff. And also, just with regards to that, it's interesting that Tory MPs, there are a group of Tory MPs now who are well aware of this problem and who are pushing and talking to CCHQ. I know this from conversation with people in government, in the Tory party, because they sort of realise very much that they're at a massive disadvantage here. And they know that time's running out. You've got this sort of catch-22 where they can push forward with all this stuff, but they get hit by either NIMBY concerns, particularly with certain Lib Dem areas that are playing this card as a tactical advantage very well, and also just the fact that if you've got a general election, let's say we run this even until December 2024, whatever, physically that's not a lot of time to build houses, and then it's nowhere near enough time to influence either market. Let's be honest. Mortgages you got going up for people who are renewing anyway, and then that will massively screw off lots of important Tory voters. And in terms of bringing rent down, that's an almost generationally difficult task. Which you can't do this stuff really, I would argue, in a year or even 18 months. You need a term of government to do it. So no, I couldn't agree with you more. Sorry, Emma, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that neither education nor childcare are on this list.
Childcare is a great shout for that. Sorry, go on.
A mission, which I'm guessing is Salvation not putting it in the first place, but given that there are local authority roles in both education and childcare, I'm really surprised not to see it.
That's a great, you know what, that's a really brilliant answer. And I obviously I say this, the magnificent man that I am, I'm sure everybody will be terribly surprised to know that I don't have a wife and kids, but but however,
that's because you're only 12, William.
Thank you very much. I put all of my youth down to skincare. But in any case, I do really think that parents in general have been sort of the Mondeo man of the past 2 or so years, right? Just this big constituency group that's just ready to bubble up and completely explode and to do massive damage to one party, I would imagine that being the Tories.
It wouldn't be the first time either. A lot of what the unspoken story of 2017, it wasn't a youth quake, it was a parent quake.
Yeah.
There was an awful lot of very clever school gate style campaigning happening in 2017, and quite a good, strong Labour offer on things like childcare and education. And I remember the non-affiliated teaching unions just sending out letters to parents saying this is what cuts have been like. They didn't say vote somebody, but the clear implication was don't vote Tory.
Indeed. Anyhow, that's us on the subjects here. Just to go through them: cost of living, by the way, nearly 50%, health 27%, the economy generally 26%, housing 4th at 19%, energy at 18%. Presumably, I'll say presumably, that is the high cost of energy bills. Then crime, immigration, environment, potholes, climate change, transport, jobs, etc. Also interesting, and something just that did pop out to me, Brexit at 8% and culture at 3%, just because considering the media attention, and I'm thinking mainly about the Tory supporting press here, right, which does have, I think it's fair to say, an outsized influence in terms of what you see in terms of general discourse. A lot more than 8% and 3% are given to those two areas. I just think it's interesting because there are some disconnects going here, right? A disconnect in terms of the amount of time and attention given to those two subjects, but also what people are caring about. It's not like the top subjects aren't mentioned in the media, but across the pages of, and when I say this, by the way, I don't mean to do this to be partisan, it's just my general reading of it. Papers like the Mail, Express, Telegraph, Sun, maybe particular parts of the Times are really focusing hard on culture and Brexit. Interesting to see that there's that disconnect, etc. And if that changes, particularly, say, if you follow a bad set of results or whatever, does the narrative change? Does the coverage change? So anyway, that's from Salvation. We'll have lots of bits of polling throughout the night. It's about 11, and just actually, I should say, in terms of a schedule, what will happen is this will be slower than a general election. By now in the general election anyhow, you'd have had an exit poll, and everybody will be discussing the result, etc. And we'd usually have lots of people like Emma, etc., explaining the good and the bad of the result, etc., and what happened, what went wrong. Local elections are slower. Some councils will count overnight, but not a huge amount. And for the fuller picture, which you will get reaction to from me and hopefully a few of the people here, that will be likely tomorrow. But in any case, it's good to be here to share sort of opinions and thinkings on all this stuff. Anyhow, I would actually like to know, one thing I'd really like to know is, what do you guys expect from the Lib Dems? Feels like everybody has talked a lot about Labour and a lot about the Conservatives, but I don't think enough about the Lib Dems and the Greens. So I'd like to discuss those two parties, starting with the Lib Dems, because they'll have a really important effect on whatever happens going forward, I think.
I think big night. They'll probably be the real big winners. 400 plus, maybe.
Okay.
I think they were saying 250 to 300, and I think they'll do better than that. And I'm hearing that. I got a message before from Pip, Pip Moss.
Yeah.
From Twitter, and he was just
Very
saying, he said, I'm hearing that Tories are doing even worse than expected, and the Lib Dems are doing much better than expected, and everybody's saying it. Labour saying it, Tories
is that
saying
anywhere in particular, or
no, across the board? That was a general consensus. Like Labour people are saying it, Tory people are saying it, that they're really performing well. Lib Dems going to be their best result in years.
I've heard that they're building up in Liverpool as well. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There is a lot of animosity historically and culturally between Labour and Lib Dem people. The old joke in the Labour Party is you've got a Lib Dem and a Tory standing by a cliff. Who do you push off first? And the answer is the Tory, business before pleasure. But actually, the way that the seats are shaking out now, there just aren't that many Labour Lib Dem marginals anymore. A few maybe in some parts of London, but very, very few now. So there isn't, in terms of electoral politics, the same kind of battle between those two parties, which means that without anyone making an anti-democratic decision and standing their candidates down, they can pull back resources without it ever seeming like there's some sort of official pact going on. It's just about where you target your resources. So that if the Lib Dems do well in those blue wall marginals where Labour's never going to have a hope, I think what you might see is not Labour not standing there. They'd never do that. I think they're constitutionally not even allowed to do that. But certainly not going out of their way to get in the way.
Right, and we saw that in some by-elections, didn't we? You know, in North Shropshire, for instance, where they didn't stand aside, but it still worked out. And yeah, I mean, again, this is where we go back to the possibilities of the Labour majority. You think back to 97 and 2001, there was a really solid informal pact going on. There were loads of seats like Taunton Dean, you know, an unimaginable place to not be Tory, right? Jacob Rees-Mogg and the one next door, Summerlin and through. They were all solid Lib Dem. And basically the Labour vote just completely collapsed. And it wasn't that they stopped being left-wing or Labour fundamentally, it was just that people understood that was the electoral fight there.
But but that is generally the voters' choice. Parties will all run, and you'll have Lib Dems and Labours giving each other a bashing at hustings or whatever, and then leave it up to the voters, who may or may not see considerably more Lib Dems on their doorstep than they do Labour in certain seats, and vice versa.
Another thing for the Lib Dems, of course, is a lot of the battle for them is just being taken seriously. It's getting a bit of publicity, being taken seriously. You know, part of the problem we've had since the coalition really is kind of no one's really listening to them and really get a window in. I think that a good night tonight and maybe some by-elections, I don't know if we're going to see any because they seem to be all holding on to the end of the parliament in those places. But if we get those, people might start giving them a little bit more attention. And again, that could have a devastating impact in like the blue wall and in these places where Labour isn't going to campaign that seriously.
Yeah.
Go on.
In the Surrey seats, that's going to be fascinating.
Absolutely, yeah.
I note also that there has been a little bit of a pull towards Lib Dems in recent polls. And it's interesting because everybody's talked about the Labour lead dropping, but a lot of people haven't talked about the reason why. I think there's been two general reasons. One is don't know voters sort of returning to the Conservatives. I think, which is reasonably understandable if you consider my working theory, which is that in Rishi Sunak, we have the first Prime Minister who's like actually been a Prime Minister, like a proper one, since Theresa May, etc. Also one who I think plays social conservatives very effectively, I think. And then also the fact that the Lib Dems have quietly, under the radar, become a double-digit polling party again. I'm seeing that in quite a few Westminster voting intention polls, but I'm not seeing the sort of headline talk about them that I am about people sort of putting the Starmer and Sunak best PMs head to head or stuff, or doing projections that like have Labour falling a bit shorter. So it will be interesting. Just quickly, Paul, you had some markets up for lines, etc., and I know that you've been writing for Betfair. What were the closing sort of assessments on where parties would fall in terms of seats won, seats lost, etc.?
Well, the line on Betfair was 749.5 Tory losses, 750 Tory losses.
Would you be
I've
back?
backed overs. I want
Okay.
more. If anyone wants, but the odds have collapsed again. I got 1.7 this morning, so
Okay.
58% chance. I think it's about a 77% chance now. If somebody wants to disagree and put the money up on the exchange, I will take it now. Okay.
Fair enough. That
I think it'll be like nearer to 1,000, to be honest. I'll be closer to 1,000 than 750.
Quick question: what price would you be either side? Yes, more than 1,000, or no, less than 1,000, as it stands.
I would say conservatively 4 to 6 under, 11 to 10 over. But I'm being kind of, again, I think it could be 1,000. Probably if I had to pick a number, I'd 900.
Okay, just sort of to explain for people who aren't like religiously versed in betting as me, Paul are, 4 to 6 is like basically around 60%. And 11 to 10 is 47% and a bit, basically. So that's sort of the percentage chance of losing.
Yes, if we were talking no bookie margin,
yeah,
62, 38, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's it. Without sort of any margin or whatever for bettors. And I mean, this is the thing. If it was to be that bad, I mean, that would be, I think, even by the current, even with all of the spin, they're pretty shocking, right? I read and watched an excellent Sam Coates piece, etc., sort of breaking down the spin, etc. I think Rawlings and Thrasher had estimated there could be like 1,000 seats. I don't think the expectation, however, with anybody, I think even with the most staunch Tory, and Emma referred to this earlier very well, 1,000 would be, I think, be awful.
Well, Greg Hands said 1,000, right? He brought in the 1,000 figure, which is expectations management.
Yeah.
If he said 1,000, he thinks 750, 800.
Yeah, sure. But to be fair, and I don't mean to be too partisan with this, though, he also definitely did it whilst dragging that letter everywhere. And I know, listen, I'm not meant to say this is a personal thing, and I promise you I won't, right? But am I the only person who's sick and tired of the letter? Am I the only, like, if there's a room 101, whatever,
Liam Byrne's pretty sick and tired of it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm so sick and tired, particularly as wasn't that the birthing of the OBR, which has been like quite good in general for society. But anyway, I digress, because if I don't, we will be at 3 a.m. and I'll still be talking about the letter. Let's talk a bit about the Greens, and I want to talk about them for 2 reasons in particular. Number one, because generally speaking, I don't think we do enough, especially considering that as time goes on, we will end up talking about Greens much more and more for 2 reasons. One, of course, being, I think, a splintering of the left, like a lot of, listen, there are so many different definitions to left, we can get into them, we got all the time in the world, but a lot of people have left the Labour Party who would be adjacent and would have views, I think, that would be sympathetic with at least Green councillors, Green local government, etc., similar aims, etc. Many of whom would be supported Jeremy Corbyn, some of whom, however, just would be on the left in general, would be fans of Keir Starmer. And secondly, of course, green politics and green aims are becoming a bigger and bigger part of society anyhow. And they're in the cultural discourse as well as the political one. So what do we think is a good night for the Greens? Do we think they can win their first council ever? What are we expecting from them, if anything?
I think the Greens have, I mean, increasingly so I've noticed this in local elections of prior years and a lot of by-elections as well. They're winning a lot off the Conservatives. I think to many people's surprise. They're also taking some off Labour. We've seen in the national polling lead, the Lib Dems and Greens are benefiting off the Labour fall more so than the Tories are. But in local elections, from what I've seen, they're taking a surprising amount off the Conservatives. So it'll be very interesting to see, with the Conservative fall, if the Greens can benefit off that. Because I think there's an increasing concern around the environment, especially among those sort of soft conservative voters who are dissatisfied with the Conservative Party, who might not feel like the two main parties are doing enough on the environment. And I don't think there's as much conversation on the environment compared to a lot of issues recently. So I'd be very interested to see, but I think the Greens will do well tonight. I think they've been doing increasingly well in local elections, not so much nationals, but local elections over the past few years. So I think they're definitely a party to watch tonight. And I think that will contribute to the Conservative losses more so than anything in terms of Labour. I don't see that being a massive issue for Labour, at least locally. Yeah.
I think there are a couple of places where the Greens could really advance. There's a place, is it in Suffolk, central Suffolk? Where they're looking at perhaps taking control. They've been doing very well in Bath and Bristol and places like that. They've been really building from a strong base. Less so in Brighton, where they did have control for a while and it all rather fell apart. And I think there's a certain strong folkloric memory of that still in Brighton. There were very long running refuse disputes. And as we could see from that list, bin management is a factor, more so than education, apparently. But there you go. So I do think that will be interesting. It's a real shame we're not getting results in Scotland, because I would be fascinated to see whether the Greens are being impacted with the fallout from what's happening with the SNP, given that they are power sharing with them. And I think that's an underexplored part of the ongoing Scottish saga.
Very interesting.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, I've been watching the Greens quite closely, I think, especially as they've had this period where they've kind of almost tried to redo their brand a bit. You know, the Greens traditionally, I mean, they're kind of always known as that almost Lib Dem sort of socks and sandals, you know, they're community campaigners and they almost certainly have a beard. You know, they're sort of very much that, their community.
I nearly said something that would get me so cancelled.
But one thing I've noticed is, and it's sort of really subtle on political branding as well, which I've always kept up with. You know, during these local elections, especially when other parties are really focusing on sort of door knocking and everything else, the Greens have redone their colours. They're starting to redo their entire website. They're starting to redo all their graphics. You know, so they're focusing at the moment on what can only be described as sort of general election building, even during a local election campaign. Yeah. You know, I remember the Green Party website from a time when you click on one page to the next and it would take you to a different website. And if you clicked on something there, that would take you to another one, and so on and so on, until you finally found your way out the maze. So I think that what's happening now is I'm watching the Greens professionalised to a level that, you know, it's getting beyond the Lib Dems in cases in terms of how they're going. And I think whilst the struggle will be to take that all the way to the grassroots of the party, they are having a go now at trying to professionalise their image a lot more than traditionally what people think Greens are. Because, you know, after all, they're going to want to take any gains at a local level and try to translate those nationally. And to do that, they have to have that party infrastructure and look that other parties, frankly, have, you know, had for a very long time and taken for granted. But the Greens, as one of those smaller parties, have always struggled to afford and to actually build.
I think what will be interesting as well as what Torrance says about the grassroots. I recently saw on the BBC interview, one of their co-leaders was sort of pinned down on the issue of NIMBYism regarding the solar panels. This is the interesting thing. He didn't seem to understand that there had been objections to solar panel farms. And I think that the difficult thing the Greens will find is the more they become national, and the Lib Dems found this, the more you become nationally prominent, the more you're going to start what your grassroots are doing. You're going to have the divisions coming up. The transition will be very interesting to watch in the Greens as well, what the culture will play there, as it did with the SNP. And I think that will be very interesting, because I think NIMBYism will be a real problem for the Greens and getting their grassroots under control, because they're so used to being that open-minded party of not government, party of opposition. Not necessarily party of government, but if they want to be a more represented party in national parliaments, they are going to have to start getting control of their grassroots and of their messaging. So this is going to be a very tricky balancing act. That's going to be very interesting to watch, especially after these locals.
I mean, to be fair to the Greens, the Lib Dems have, for decades, played a very good game of saying one thing locally and doing another thing nationally, or doing one thing in this location, another thing in that location. And they're able to do that because of the size of the party. And I think it's only when a party gets, I mean, the Lib Dems got screwed by getting what they wanted, which was getting into government. And it almost killed them completely. The Greens aren't going to get into government. I can't even imagine a situation in which they go into some formal coalition. But they are, as their polls rise, and as the people who might vote for them become more electorally important, because they're not concentrated in these urban seats, there are going to be more scrutiny, and it does get harder and harder. And I think particularly in the social media age, this is partly of the other thing. So the Lib Dems went into power in 2010, and we all got on Twitter in about 2010. So it's hard to say which did worse for them. A, having to make really tough decisions and being absolutely boxed in by that coalition agreement, which was an evil genius move on the part of the Tories. But also the fact that you can now see what Lib Dems are saying when they're saying different things to different people, because we're all actually in this one public square on Twitter.
Lib Dem bar charts come to mind if we
Right. 2320, we've had our first Lib Dem bar chart joke.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
I beat you by ages with my glum pothole.
Can I just throw an open question about the Greens, right? Because I don't know the answer to this. I've got some good friends on Glastonbury Council, which is Green controlled, right? And that is a Tory Lib Dem marginal, right? And they're asking me, what should we do? Because they're very divided on the subject. Should we stand aside for the Lib Dems, which none of them really want to do, but a lot of people are saying, well, hang on a minute, this is fundamentally a pretty safe Tory area, or do they run their own campaign? Now, my advice to them was run. You should run, but just work out who you're targeting. Don't bother targeting the Lib Dem voters, just like, because they both do fundamentally agree. They just want the Tories out. They're not winning, right? But the question is, does having the Greens on the same ticket as the Lib Dems, does it actually hurt the Lib Dems? I'm not actually sure it does. In that particular constituency, I think there's a lot of Tory voters who are voting Green at the moment out of protest.
I would say run, but send your activists to Bath and Bristol.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I think
That would be my I'm obviously a Labour activist, but that doesn't sound like a seat that I'm going to care about them screwing things up for our lot. So as a consultant, that would be my advice.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had in West Berkshire, which is classically very Tory, but the main seat there is Newbury, which was David Wendell Lib Dem, so it's Tory Lib Dem, not marginal, but the Greens and the Lib Dems did do I don't know if they've done it this time. They did do an unofficial, they did an official pact, and they won the Greens some seats, and the Lib Dems won more seats as a result. I think on a local level, it's more manageable. On a national level, I think it's smarter to still have your candidate run, but as the Lib Dems do a lot of the time, divert resources to where you're going to win. I think that's definitely for the Greens when they're trying to be a more serious national party as well, especially. They want to see more serious, they have to run every seat. And otherwise you're just going to still be seen as the party of green concerns and a little protest vote here and there, So I think that's smart.
Really interesting thoughts there. One thing I think we all should discuss actually, and something actually that might be important in the future when it comes to a general election is turnout, and specifically one of the biggest issues of this local election, which is the need to have voter ID when voting. Now, I can bring to you a statement from the Electoral Commission, of all places, which I will do so as quickly as I can. Here we go. It should be up with you in a second. And it goes as follows. This comes from Lewis Goodall, and I hope it's showing properly. Here we go. Right. So, as follows, it is. These were the first set of polls to take place since the vote ID requirement came into force. Our initial assessment is that overall the elections will run, but across the country, votes were cast throughout the day and in line with the law. This is in large part thanks to the dedication of electoral administrators who have worked hard to prepare for today and the implementation of this new measure. However, confidence in the overall picture, however, should not overlook other impacts which can only be revealed through detailed data collection and analysis over the coming weeks. We already know from our research that the ID requirement posed a greater challenge, for some groups in society, and that some people were regrettably unable to vote today as a result. It will be essential to understand the extent of this impact and the reasons behind it before a final view can be taken on how the policy has worked in practice and what can be learned for future elections. Your opening takeaways from that, which is the first official sort of on the record authority we've had on the new rules and how they work today, and also anything you guys have heard with regards to how this has affected people. I've seen, haven't shared anything of course in line with the PERDA, lots of stories about people running into trouble, even if they did bring certain sets of ID, in terms of being able to vote, and a lot of them have been from wide areas of society. So anyway, floor is open.
I think that's it. I mean, they admit that people have been unable to vote as a result of this. And I think it's quite, I know they're an official organization, so they can only be so vocal about this, but it's quite a casual admittance that people have not been able to vote because of a regulation that's put in place over an issue that doesn't really persist that much.
There has been more stories reported today and reported by trusted media sources, and there have been prosecutions.
Yeah, exactly.
For voter fraud for the last sort of 3-4 elections.
More than that, I think it's single digits for the last quite a few elections now. It's and also especially the fact it's affecting students quite a lot. It's affecting, as it admits, particular groups. It's a total scandal, and this is a very soft line to take on it. And to say there's confidence, the fact that one person is turned away is one person too many. It shows it's simply not working. But to talk about it so casually, I think is, I know they're an official, I know they're also run by the government basically now, but I think, I said I'm an individual capacity. I think it is not a good statement. I think it does underplay a serious issue, and it was a bit of a farce, to be honest.
I'm inclined to say I agree completely, but I mean, I'm inclined to say that is just illustrative of British political discourse. We have a total crisis and we just mince words and don't accept. I mean, look, obviously it's a non-problem and it's crystal clear. Anybody who understands that they're doing this for partisan reasons, right? And that should be clear to people. That should be made clear, and people shouldn't be mincing words.
I think as well, though, a lot of worry from my part at least isn't even regulations. Say, for example, this law was passed, you know, people were denied to vote, like, be it obviously because, I mean, politicians had no choice but to turn people away effectively because it wasn't within the law. For example, if they had, say, like a student bus pass, like in the law, they weren't able to accept that. So I understand that to a certain point. I don't agree with the law. I think that it was awful. I think that it did disenfranchise people. But I also think one thing that's really worried me is that I've heard a lot of stories today of people where the polling station was unsure of what the actual law was. So, for example, the government has said that, or the government on certain leaflets have said that, you know, like an NHS badge will be accepted, and in certain polling stations that wasn't. You know, in certain places, you know, polling booth staff didn't even know what a council issued voter ID form was or what it looked like. So I think that raises big questions about kind of, you know, how many people did get turned away, because you won't actually know until probably, you know, weeks down the line, if we even find out at all, because it's actually quite hard data to collect.
I mean, the Electoral Society said they actually, it would be very hard to assess this because the government has prevented them from doing an official data collection on this, and they've rushed this in so quickly for this election. I mean, if you look at how, in terms of council, you mentioned, Jazz, council applied ID, 15% rejection, one council 25%. I mean, the fact that you're leaving it up to partisan councils to decide, you know, if you can get ID or not, I think it's been rushed in. Clearly, as said before, clearly the intentions are very malicious. Honestly, I want to see Labour and I want to see bigger parties speaking a lot more on this. It is a scandal. It's a total degradation of our democracy. So yeah,
I think it's not. It should be a real opportunity for Labour this to make hay of this, because it has made the news. There will be cases pulled out in the media. There will be people interviewed. There will be footage of this. And you know, if I was Starmer, I'd be just running on. They're trying to stop you voting. Register now every day for the next year.
In some ways, I have this feeling like, especially this local election, Labour has almost tried to turn away from the local election itself. You know, I certainly haven't met a councillor who's, you know, against the windfall tax. You know, it's at the end of the day, you know, and when I was hearing those messages from Labour, I mean, it sounds great, but it doesn't have anything to do with the actual, you know, a lot of the issues at hand. And I think that's part of the problem here, is that Labour has almost run a general election campaign during local elections. I mean, you know, at the end of this, you know, I think, yeah, if the Tories collapse, the Labour Party will almost end up doing well. But the question behind that is that because the Tories have been in government for such a long period of time? Or, you know, and will it be simply because Labour has just got a slightly more competent leader than before as you go along that timeline? You know, you're eventually going to see the Tories collapse with more scandals. But when I don't see them pushing very, very strongly on stuff like this, you know, it kind of begs that question for me.
Yeah, I think just to add to that as well, another thing that kind of concerns me is at least that, or at least another thing that I probably think Labour are thinking at the moment. I think a lot of their policy, again, as you said, windfall tax, which should be, it's kind of knee-jerk policy. So it's just kind of been said, oh, this is popular. Sorry, I almost knocked a cup over there. This is popular, hence we're going to pass it. And I think one big problem with that, for example, is that we get situations where now, for example, this policy like voter ID, you know, we're looking at, again, Paul Pushkin mentioned, it was Rishi Sunak at 26 and actually Keir Starmer was behind at 24. So we have this real worry in Labour circles, at least, if this election is then deemed invalid, there could be another local election run and then they would fall under again. So, for example, I mean, it's just worrying, really. I think there's a lot of political manoeuvring on the part of Labour. Yeah.
Okay, I have to go in 5 minutes, but I'm going to try and push back a little bit. Now, obviously, I am Labour activist, but 3 things I would say. One, it is not odd for political parties to behave in political ways, and to run the campaign they think will do them the best good politically overall. So yeah. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, when Shell's announcing a £9 billion profit on the morning of the election or the morning before the election, whatever it was, you're going to run on a windfall tax. That just makes perfect political sense to me. 2, yes, Labour should stand up on this issue of voter ID, but can I just remind everybody on this call that we're deeply bloody weird? And how passionate we are about this topic will not be matched by the man on the Clapham omnibus, or the woman on the Clapham omnibus for that matter. It is important. It is not first level importance in terms of how many voters you're going to sway on it. We care disproportionately because we think disproportionately about elections, because we're sat here at 11:33 on a Thursday night, literally talking to each other without any results yet. We are weird. So just always bear in mind when you're thinking about what the average voter thinks about how far that is from what you think about and I think about. Because it is just completely different things. The final thing I'd say is and I'm writing this for my paid newsletter this weekend. So just a final plug for Hard Thinking on the Soft Left before I dash off. This is the worst part in the electoral cycle, to be in opposition and to be the leader of the opposition, because you don't want to be giving out all your policies. We saw as soon as Labour started making actual noise about childcare that the Tories nicked their clothes on it. So you can't be giving it all away. But we are in a world where, you know, when it was Blair, they were talking about news cycles. Now we're talking about 10-minute news cycles on Twitter. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you responding to that? It's just the constant drumbeat and refrain. And I don't think that they've yet adjusted to that. But they are in this really awful no man's land of, you can't put fruit in, you know, you can't give it all away, but you've got to say something. And or you just grind through the next 6 months and then start doing it much closer to the election when the Tories can't be nicking it. But it is really, really just the worst time to be the main opposition party in the electoral cycle, no matter who you are. Now, and that would have been true under Ed Miliband in 2015. It was probably true for David Cameron at this point in 2008. And all of those had different circumstances. There were different things going on. There was the crash in 2008. Here we had Liz Truss. It was a one-woman crash, or possibly two-person crash if you include Kwasi Kwarteng. So there's always going to be different circumstances, but electoral cycles, apart from the mental 4 years between 2015 and 2019, when we had like 1 billion elections and a referendum that changed everything, do generally get to this point where it just feels like the hardest part of the slog. It's like when you're climbing up a mountain and it suddenly gets that last bit steeper before you start getting into the downhill slope. So that is my, it's not my plea for understanding for the Labour Party. I think they could do a lot of things that they are doing better, but it is my analysis of why this moment is harder for them.
I think loads of good points there, Emma. I agree. I mean, I totally agree that we are weird, and that that's page one. We always have to remember that we are not anything like the average voter. All I would say is, on the specific of the voter ID, you just tie it to a wider narrative of they're corrupt, they're undemocratic, they don't like you, they don't want you to vote, they're Trumpian.
You can turn their own language on them. They're the elite. They're trying to stop you have your voice.
Yes,
and you can go full Matthew Goodwin. And how's that for a weird reference?
No, absolutely. And the one thing I kind of worry about at the moment with Labour is that I just don't think they're going hard enough. Like, because, you know, I think that, look, I'm a Labour voter. I've generally been a Labour voter in my life. I've never been a Tory. Obviously, I'm partisan in that sense. But this is not like previous Tory governments, right? They are much more corrupt and much more undemocratic. And they are very much tied to the same train of far-right politics as Trump, as Orban. A lot of them are Viktor Orban supporters openly. And I just think, I look at Trump, look at that last election in America and what's happened. If the Democrats had spent 4 years basically saying, we'll be more competent than them, he's not competent, we will be, would they have got 81 million people out to vote? I don't think they would. You know, I think they have to.
The Democrats only won by 40,000 votes in 3 states. It's not, not as simple as you think.
Right, but that's because he got 75 million votes, because he did have a particular way of communicating with a particularly large audience that other Republicans can't do. And I'm just saying, I think that the point was that the Democrats did an amazing job from the day he got elected in the Women's March, the day afterwards onwards, of making this a never-ending campaign to say, this guy's an extremist, he's not your standard Republican, he's not George W. Bush, he's not Mitt Romney, right? He's a threat to democracy in America. And it did mobilise people. And I think that we need more mobilisation.
I think the problem is that worked against Johnson. It worked in spades against Truss. I don't know how well it works with Sunak.
I mean, I think
we are in a very presidential world moment.
Can I just say, just quickly to jump in, I think you're both right. I think you're right in the sense that more mobilization is needed. I think Starmer's problem in particular is twofold, in the sense that number one, he's gonna have to do something about, and I'm gonna try not to do two parts in with this, right? He's gonna have to do something about the pledge stuff, and the changes in policy, etc. He's going to need to get himself a set of policies he can run with fully through now to the next election. Otherwise, it will become a bigger problem for him than it already is. I think it's already a problem for him. Number two, he's going to need a mobilization. But also, Emma, you're so right in the sense that I think a big part of the Starmer lead, not that I think necessarily it will collapse, etc., because the underlying numbers for Labour are good in the way they've not been for years, has been with the fact that we've had two prime ministers, right? One of whom was a prime minister for such a short amount of time that Anthony Seldis are going to do a full book on her. We've had two prime ministers basically who haven't been proper prime ministers. Johnson had neither the will or the concentration or the ability. You can say whatever, right? He didn't do the job properly. He did not have the basic full focus for it. He did not have the will for it. He did not have the managerial skills for it. You could say any amount of stuff, right? He fell completely on those levels. Trusted in a different way, still the same. As you're so right in saying that it's so much harder to do the Biden-Trump playbook against a guy who, you could call him Mr. Deloitte, you could call him like AI or whatever, or managerial consultant or whatever. But yeah, sure. There's a great robot thing by Emma, and I'm so annoyed that I'm speaking because you wouldn't have heard it because we're still on the screen share. But in Sunak, the Tories have somebody who not only upholds their personal brand, but also brings day-to-day basic competence to the job. It shouldn't be something that has us like high-fiving each other and pouring champagne into...
It should be the basics.
It should be the basics, right? This is the thing. This is how bad it's got, that we're sitting here, or I'm sitting here as a big political nerd and a political betting analyst, and I'm sat here saying, this is going to move our markets in the odds and the polls or whatever, the fact that the guy can just turn up and do the job day by day. But it is that bad, and that is happening. And I think Starmer's issue now, I don't think it's not necessarily terminal or massively tragic, but he probably needs to transition into having a bit more of a motivational factor about him. Just basically, it needs to be the Build a Better Britain campaign that people really take to it. And I think that's going to be a really interesting 2 to 3 months to see what happens outside of this. What does Starmer sort of run on, and how does he inspire people? I think that's his big task, because I've always felt that he's a lawyer as a politician who got his job due to circumstance. This isn't a criticism of him as a person or whatever, but I feel that he needs to make the transition maybe more from QC or KC to MP. It'll be really interesting to see how he does that.
I agree. I mean, no doubt.
Thank you, by the way, for being with us. Just quickly, also, Emma deserves lots of plugs. She's written, of course, that Brilliant Play Triggered, but you'll find lots of her work on Twitter at Emma Burnell, but it's _ after that.
Emma Burnell _, yeah. But I'm terrible on Twitter. I'm everything I tell people not to be. I swear, and I'm rude, and I have very loud opinions on all the worst topics. So yeah, ignore me completely on Twitter, but do read my much more considered newsletter, Hard Thinking on the Soft Left.
Hard Thinking on the Soft Left is available on Substack, and it is absolutely wonderful. And if you are engaged in any way on next general election, as lots of you people are, because I know so, because you've been watching the polling station and we see your comments on YouTube, you need to be reading Hard Thinking on the Soft Left. There is no better insight, I think, into a really big and important part of Labour, especially as we sit here and it's the 4th of May. But given how fast time has travelled, before you know it, we'll be discussing these things in greater detail. So, Emma, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, and lovely to talk to you all, and
Thanks,
lovely to
Emma.
meet some of my Kent friends. Well done. Take care.
Yeah.
No worries. So wonderful.
I was going to say, so what you just said about Starmer,
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, we'll probably do this later in the night because we're going to get to a point later in the night where we do the obligatory "Is this 1997" conversation.
Oh, good. Yes.
And that,
I'm
to
glad
me,
somebody else has
we'll
reached
get
it.
that later, but that is the fundamental thing. However good their position, it is just not. It's just not legitimate to compare Starmer to Tony Blair. It just isn't.
I couldn't agree more with this. I just really couldn't. It's such. The thing is, it's such an easy copy comparison, right? Because if you're an editor, you don't have to work hugely hard to do that because all the facts and figures are just there. And of course, with the media the way it is, and this is not me like taking shots at journalists or whatever. It's great SEO. For those of you who aren't as chronically online as me, that just means stuff that will be easy to Google and get you more views. But no, I agree. We're dealing with two different things here, and we should be thinking that. I think a lot of people fall into the trap of what they need to do with Blair, etc. When actually, it's what do you need to do vis-a-vis 2019 and that magic line.
I think it's a very unique situation for Starmer compared to Blair. Starmer doesn't have ability on his side. He hasn't taken control of the news cycle like Blair did. He's dealing with the trans issue, the trans issue, if there's an issue there. And he's dealing with a lot of the cultural issues, and is struggling even on crime, where Blair was famously very good at taking control of tough on crime, tough on the causes. He's not taking control the same way Blair did, and the media isn't favouring him the same way they seem to take a liking to Blair and seem to just take a disliking to John Major. Again, Sunak still has a chance to make quite a good impression, is made it on the media. And that's what's important, or at least a very important factor.
But I think coming back on kind of what Emma said as well, I think that she spoke about, or she did speak about, policies not being important at this point in the election. And I think I pretty much disagree with that. I think that part of the reason Starmer hasn't been able to cut through is because there's a very clear lack of messaging. I think, well, there's loads of stuff, he's paying tuition fees, for example, where a year ago he said, nah, I absolutely I won't keep them, I'll get rid of them, I hate them. And now a year later he's gone, well, actually, I agree with them. So I think there's lots of different cases where he's kind of been unsure about policy or changed policy, or in different newspapers has mentioned different aspects of policy that don't really fit together. So I think part of the problem with Starmer is that, he's not able to lead a national conversation because he's unsure of where that conversation actually is.
I think to sum up in a line, it's almost don't make Gordon Brown smile. At the end of the day, right, Tony Blair is a very different politician to Gordon Brown and to Keir Starmer. I think if you want to make Keir Starmer work, you need to have some really clear messaging behind it. You can almost look at the difference between the 5 missions for Britain and the 5 key pledges that Blair had, which is that the 5 missions for Britain were very broad, and they were very much, let's do these basic things, cut the cost of living and so on. And then the sort of 5 key policies that Blair had were very key policies, number of children in classrooms down to a certain number and so on. It was very core pledges that people could go, okay, that's what he's going to do. And I think the thing with Starmer is, because he doesn't particularly have that level of sort of charisma and charm, I think he needs to be the serious policy guy that everyone kind of knows he is. Because if he doesn't get that, he will end up being Gordon Brown, smiling a lot, trying to be Tony Blair, despite the fact that in reality, Gordon Brown, I think, would have been a much better prime minister if he had been Gordon Brown, if he had been the guy who was there to get stuff done, to do the policy, to talk about the nitty-gritty stuff, to know that he was the guy who knew what he was talking about, that he had it all under control, that, he's that person for the job. And again, I think this is where the Labour machine almost falls down, which is it tries to replicate what worked before. Again, why we got 5 key missions and 5 key policies. They're trying to look at what worked before, and they're trying to sort of rinse and repeat. If it worked last time, let's hope it works this time. Whereas in reality, they always needed to establish that new model for what Labour would have looked like under Keir Starmer. And whilst there was a lot of talk about that sort of new model coming to existence and what it would look like, there's just been far too much of that situation where they've tried to turn him into someone he's not in order to appeal to the core voters that they're talking about, whether it's sort of Workington man or, they've made a million different sort of personal profiles for different people they think they need to get to. But in reality, maybe I think often at elections, none of it comes down to that. That ends up being sort of side polling that's done, and the parties will listen to it lots. But in reality, a lot comes down to what do people think of Starmer, and as I said, just don't make him smile, please.
Really good points. I thought Jasmine made a good point as well about the tuition fees U-turn. I mean, this is bad politics. You are writing your opponent's attack ads here. They put one out the other day with a load of little clips of Starmer saying A and then saying B, and it was quite chastening to watch that. I don't think it'll cut through necessarily because people want to get rid of the Tories right now, but it's going to hurt him in the long term if he's seen that way. If he can be branded that way, you're saying you're Mr. Integrity, you're saying you're clean politics up. Actually, you're just a liar like they are, just an opportunist. He might get past the finishing line, but then what happens day one of the government when they haven't got the money that New Labour had to deliver these pledges? He's got to work on that, definitely. They've got to do something to create some kind of positive brand for him. If he's going to play Mr. Integrity, then he's better show it somehow. And he has alienated a lot of people with the U-turns.
I think on the cut-through point, I think the issue for Starmer is energising his base. And if he's going to put off his base with things like tuition fees, I don't think it's even about cut-through. I think it's just because we're in a first-past-the-post system, if he just disengages his base enough, he might just end up with a minority government, and that's a nightmare for Labour. Yeah. So I think it's not even just cut-through. I think he will struggle to get over the finish line because Sunak is personally way more popular than his party brand, and he is increasingly getting close to Starmer in that personal popularity context, which Starmer made it become. So I think it is more dangerous for Labour in the short term, but I also agree it is also dangerous in the long term. But I think it's key not to underestimate the short-term consequence as well here.
There is one fundamental difference with 97, I think, that probably not make, which is that the Tories are in a much worse position because the economy in 97, whatever else, they may have been unpopular, they may have had a lot of scandals, but the economy was in a good place. Black Wednesday, their response to Black Wednesday coming out of the ERM was working, so to speak. It was seen as working, right? So they weren't going to get them on those grounds. They really just got them on popularity grounds almost. And, and the Tories don't have that positive. I mean, I would hate to be a Tory election strategist right now and saying, how do we, they're going to say, you've had 13 years, you've got these favourites. Well, what's the counter to that? What have they achieved in 13 years? Where's the positive? Give me 3 things and they could say, here's what we delivered over 13 years. Not much.
I think
sorry, go on.
I think that's where the issue comes in with the media. Whereas Blair had a bit more favourability with them, it's who asked the questions here. And if the media are going to be more favourable towards Sunak than Starmer, especially when it comes to cultural issues which are playing a bigger role than I think some would like, that I think it will be more of an issue. It's who asked the questions. Who's going to ask, what have you done in 13 years, or will be different now?
I think a lot of it is what comes down to personal mandates. Say, for example, Sunak, he's unpopular because he's Tory leader, but say if you look at his track record, so his biggest policies, for example, like even things like Eat Out to Help Out, whilst we know that was bad, it actually made him quite popular, and people still remember him from that scheme. It's like, oh, that's something he's done. But I don't think the same is for Starmer, whereas there's nothing that you can say, oh, Starmer clearly stands for this or has done this. So I think there's a little bit of a personal vote there for Sunak, whereas I don't think that's the case for Starmer. And I also think a lot of the scandals of the Conservative government kind of fall on the shoulders of Boris now, and now he's gone.
And Truss.
I think that actually that's one big factor that will swing voters towards, not towards Tories, but at least voters will return to the Tories in terms of, oh, well, Johnson's gone, it can't get any worse, effectively.
I think there's also seen with the change in Chancellor, that the Sunak-Hunt combo was seen as a somewhat return to the more Cameronite era, which and even Mayite, but I think more Cameronite, to be honest, while also being more socially conservative. I think the very subtle separation from Johnson and Truss is more successful than I think, again, Labour should be comfortable with. Again, we'll see the fallout from locals. I think that will play a big role. But I think Sunak is a lot more certain and comfortable than I think someone who's concerned about losing election would be right now. Yeah.
Just like great thinking, great points on all of these points, especially with regards to the personal brand mandate, which is really important because, and I know me and Paul, we speak about this because from day one, we'd always said the big question here will be, can Sunak's personal brand drag the Tory brand with him? I know that there's I'm going to call this the Ipsos doctrine, right? Which is basically, you can thank me for the free advertising later, Kieran Pedley. Which is basically, is your leader popular or unpopular? That tends to decide elections. And normally that has. But usually it's always been attached with good underlying numbers for that party. That party's usually been trusted on the economy, etc. That tends to be a real key driver. The party's usually seen as ready for government, united, etc. Sunak is a bit of an exception in the sense that he's seen generally as a popular politician by today's standards, right? And also competent and able, particularly in a different league to his two predecessors. But he hasn't taken the Tory brand entirely with him. That brand remains really, really under in lots of key areas. The Harry Cole poll in The Sun is very indicative of this, right? In which he, again, not taking personal shots here, by the way, he promoted it, I think, very much as an idea where, this suggests there's trouble for Starmer or whatever, and Britain's not necessarily as woke as Twitter is, etc. But it had the Tories seen as a 77% negative handling of small votes, etc. I'm taking a microcosm of that and sort of just putting it out there because all of this stuff doesn't count for a huge amount unless you get tangible change on the issues that are motivating voters right now. Now, we got a lot of time between now and, say, the next general election or whatever, but in terms of tonight's results, etc., we know where the country stands by and large on how they think the government is doing. And in lots of these key areas, it's not well. In lots of those key areas, it's behind the Labour Party. And it's going to be really, really difficult to get good results out of this if the NHS is still crumbling or whatever, or you can't get a bus, or there's potholes in your roads. Just general stuff are really off. And I think that's something that's really, really important because I don't think you see this mentioned so much in mainstream media. It tends to be headline, how is Starmer viewed? How is Sunak viewed? Rather than how the party's doing on X or Y, and where's that? Because Paul and we discussed this. We always said the key question is, can Sunak drag the Tories up with him? But it's a bit like the economy versus productivity versus wages. They've gone different directions, and the same thing has happened with those approval ratings. Just on this question, actually, on this note, sorry, two questions actually, because we got a couple of questions in, or not a couple of questions, but we got one question in, and then one comment. Question is from David Stewart. He's had the contest at start, a brilliant person, a personal friend. But this is interesting actually, because with regards to today's discussion on voter ID, etc., he asks, how long before we can vote by app and results counted electronically and instantly, essentially instant online voting? Is it more or less than 5 years away? I would argue way more than 5 years away. But I do foresee a point in the future where electronic voting might be used. I know you guys have lots to share on this, particularly you guys from the centre. I'm sure that this has been discussed not only with you, but also with Will and the Rated podcast, etc. So open answers to David's question.
I mean, I think electronic voting has always been interesting because I think actually every time we've done the podcast, it's come up somewhere. And the reality is, I mean, first of all, Tom's got an amazing video on the complexities of voting online, or even the sort of American style voting in an electronic booth. And that makes me think that, unless technology moves forwards in almost an unforeseen way, I don't really see it happening. It might be something in the distant future that's kind of trialed with local councils, for instance, to try and, push up turnout, maybe even police and crime commissioners as sort of a last ditch attempt to save them and get some people voting in those elections, even if it is just people who really care about technology. But I think in general, it's a very tricky one. It comes down to that fact at the end of the day, when you put your cross on the ballot, it goes in the ballot box, you see it unsealed at the council, you kind of, there's more trust, I think, in that system that your vote is at least counted and put in the box, which you don't particularly have with the US voting system. And it is difficult to have, with sort of online voting systems. There's so many questions around it, even with the best technology possible. Could it be hacked? Is my vote actually counted? If it gives me a sort of receipt, has it actually gone through? How do I know? So I think that there are so many questions around that we're, let alone years, we're talking decades and maybe beyond, because it's such a tricky one. And I also think it's become very ingrained in the culture of voting in the UK. The idea is you go down to the ballot box, you cross in the box who you want to vote for, and that's it. And I think that in itself, without the sort of technical problems behind it, make it quite difficult for people to adjust to that kind of change in how elections are done, unless a party sort of absolutely tries to force it through. And for a change like that, I'm not sure they particularly will, because unless you're really trying to focus on younger voters, for instance, it's not going to be the change that particularly politicians might be interested in if they're looking to change election results by changing the system.
I think to further Torrens' point, I think recent setbacks has been issues regarding Russian interference in elections, for instance. I think that does play a significant role in confidence. And again, this is where we need to be sure the technology can safeguard against things like this. I think things like Cambridge Analytica or just Facebook data scandals will rock confidence of voters, regardless of whether we have the technology yet or not. But also, I think it will become a cultural issue if we were to try it. I do think America's voting system is actually fine in terms of electronic voting. I will disagree with Torren on that. But I think it is a cultural issue there. And I think that's a concern, that it becomes a thing of the votes are rigged because they even try to do the postal ballot votes here, votes are rigged because I didn't see my vote go in that box. And I understand where the concern comes from. And I understand where distrust in government in general will lead to that. I think electronic voting is not a priority right now. I don't think there's any immediate benefits that come to mind, considering the issues it could cause in confidence in the voting population. So I think it's not an issue that politicians be quick to jump on, really.
Just on that notice, I think first of all, I do think it's a good question, because so many of the other parts of our political life are moving like entirely online, and it's not that far-fetched to us because we do it for lots of other things that people will consider as important, like the technology. It's a weird thing, actually. We're discussing this. The technology is not hypothetical. We could do this for its general election, I believe, if we wanted to. The issue is the vulnerability, and the thing is also, I don't mean to be doing Britain down here, and I'm sure that like in a couple of years this video will be replayed on news channels or whatever to pull me down. We're talking about Britain here. We're talking about a country which is, I'm sorry to, actually no, I'm not sorry to say this, we're notoriously bad at doing stuff, especially important stuff at a large scale. I think a fundamental issue here with the could we vote and have it done by app would be, could you trust Britain to do it? And the answer to that I would consider to be no. This is before you get to the security concerns, etc., the hacking. Especially now, considering how much, and I know Paul done lots of research. We're branching out a little bit, but allow me to do so for the purpose of this. Paul, we've all looked into, because I know we've all seen it, we've all looked into security vulnerabilities and researches. Paul, only too aware of how much that warfare goes on now between different factions, different nations. You ran something like a general election or whatever, and you had an electronic system, it would be the most attacked thing on the planet. I mean, look at what has happened anyhow with even Fox v Dominion. That wasn't attacked by, say, a nation state or whatever, but enough doubt was cast that you eventually from it had an insurrection. It was settled for basically it was settled for almost $800 million. Who in the world would you trust to pick up the contract? Who in the world would you trust to run it? How would you get it to everybody? And also, how would you set up the database? We've got, presumably, nightmarishly, if you did this for the UK or whatever, it would go to the Home Office, right? The Home Office presumably will be the government agency tasked with it. Everybody here already knows our views on the Home Office. It's awful when it doesn't work. And if you can't process more than 1 in 10 asylum applications, you are surely not building at scale something big enough that, say, 35 million people could vote. And even then, we don't know how. Would it be online? Would you go to gov.uk? The stuff that crashed when we tried to have the vaccine appointments, etc. Are you trusting that so everybody could vote at the same time of the day? I think it's possible to do that, but I just don't think we are the country or or the government or whatever, or the trustworthy nation to do it. But I do think it's a good question. I think as we go forward, and I'm thinking more in a decade or two, it will definitely be considered as an option. Could people vote electronically, etc.? James Bridden in the chat has just posted a couple of messages. Labour gained Chesterley Street. He says people seem to be getting a bit carried away by the swing. 305 more votes for Labour than in 2021 in that area, but no Green candidates this time, and 300 votes went to the Greens in 2021. He says also Labour hoovering up the UKIP votes in the northeast at the moment. The general pattern, I'll go for a few results now, appears to be that Labour are getting steady and moderate swings towards them in places where they collapsed in 2019. Long story short, that appears to reflect pretty well on the national polling, seems to suggest it's in the right place. So let's have a look at some of these results. Also, I will show you for the first time the Britain elects map. So here it is, it's in all its glory. None of this can go to me, by the way, for credit, of course. This is built primarily by the team of the New Statesman and I believe Ben Walker, who also is running as a candidate to be a councillor. So that is just absolutely astonishing. So you can see a couple of Labour holds here. I've just clicked Chorley East. Pretty large gain. The Labour hold of Houghton Castle, and here in Liverpool, Birchfield. So long story short, early results trending well towards Labour. Let's have a look at a few, if anything, declared. Okay, so we've had a Liberal Democrat gain for the Conservatives in Fulwell in Sunderland. 48% for Liberal Democrats. That is a vote increase on, I believe, 2019 of 28.5%. So absolute hammering. Again, as Paul said earlier,
Dems are going to thrive in Sunderland.
Yeah.
They're surging. It's the great unspoken inconvenient truth, isn't it, that they're doing well in a Brexit heartland.
This is the thing. We'll actually probably take a look at some Brexit data at some point anyway. But as Paul said, there has been a very large shift in opinion, however you want to put it, amongst, it's not even limited now to one section of the British voting public. Every single section of the British voting public has moved against the decision taken in 2019. And in some cases, in quite a large way. There's lots of interesting polling, high quality stuff produced over time. We'll look at it at some point tonight, I promise. Labour have gained Barnes in Sunderland from the Conservatives. Birchfield, Labour hold, as said, and Chorley East, a Labour hold. Hatton, a Labour hold. Turnout appears to be between 27 to 33% in most of these places. Average-ish for local elections, I guess. Labour hold Washington North in Sunderland, as you expect. Liberal Democrats hold Sandhill there. Interesting though, even with 60% fewer votes, the Liberal Democrats increased their percentage by 25 there. And in Chesterton, Liberal Democrats held there with 63%, minus 15, but the bulk of that made up by the Greens, 11.2%, and the turnout there, 34.9%, which was a 10.8% increase. Liberal Democrats hold Pelion. Labour held Benwell and Scotland in Newcastle upon Tyne, and Labour hold Grange in Halton. So lots of standard holds so far. Labour and Liberal Democrats doing well. By the way, I should say it's pretty astonishingly early in the night in general for results and such. At the moment, it's 10 past midnight, and when we, to be fair, even by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, there will still be so many results to come through, because this is not an overnight count with an exit poll like the general election is. It is a very gradual process, but at the moment, Labour and Lib Dems appear to be doing very well. The poll points about the Lib Dems doing well in Sunderland is going to be really, really key, because that would suggest not only that they are capable of making big gains in sort of the more blue wall star areas, which, to just run over quickly, affluent, but repulsed by Johnson Trust, etc., unhappy with Tory failures of late, but also really strongly Brexit areas suddenly turning back on their decision in a big way. And that would be important going forward. A couple more council results to give you. The Lib Dems hold Doxford in Sunderland. Labour hold Hooton in Sunderland. Labour hold Silksworth in Sunderland, and Castle there too, all expected. St Anne's, Labour hold that, and Chestnut Street, Labour gain Chestnut Street East in County Durham from the Conservatives. No Greens. They were 22.6% of the previous votes. Labour won by 28.9%. So go figure. And yeah, that's us all caught up on results.
So just to get back to the Sunderland point, and then the Brexit point. I mean, there's the next sort of getting open question, because I don't know the answer to this. We're talking about Starmer needing to develop his brand, needing to sound like, you know, he actually stands for something. Should Starmer be making more of a noise about Brexit? It strikes me as a probable vote winner now, whereas I would never have said that a year ago.
You know, I think the answer to this is going to be such a wishy-washy answer. I think the answer is probably yes and no, in the sense, I think he can feel stronger about being more pro-Remain. I think if he can emphasize having a closer relationship with Europe, I think he definitely, this is my first proper hot take of the night, he's definitely got the political space to start talking about stuff like the single market and customs union. He's got the space to have a conversation on those issues without thinking overnight his lead's going to vanish, because it just won't. And if you poll those issues, I imagine, I mean, first of all, if you talk about this issue anyway, I imagine he'd have the support of the British business community anyhow, right? He definitely has support from the British business community as a whole. Also, on a political note with this, he should feel fairly confident that the Labour base would only be with him, and that there'd be a fair amount of don't know voters who would think we've been lied to, we've been conned or whatever, and this guy is thinking he could change some of it. So yeah, the no part of it is not really a no, don't talk about Brexit thing. It's just, I think he and his team, and when I say his team, I'm meaning sort of Deborah Mattinson, etc., are looking at the key issues, and they're thinking that Brexit, whilst a lot of people are talking about it, just isn't high enough for them. They're just not thinking about it because it's just not at the front of their in tray. I think they're thinking about the cost of living mostly, crime, and the NHS, and trying to do a sort of free trigger attack around them. So that's where I think they are. I think he definitely should be seeking to use Brexit a little bit more, because it's a good wedge divider. And if everybody's moved against the result, he can suddenly say, yeah, I want a closer relationship, etc. with Europe. The one thing I'd add as a caveat, however, is Sunak, to his credit, has been very good at having normal human being relationships with Europe that have really focused on the stuff that we should cooperate on. Let's not forget, and I'll give him full credit for this, Windsor Agreement. Really,
I agree. Although it does upset certain people who he needs to win.
This is true. It's a good wedge. It's a very good wedge, because you can go and you can push against that, because there are people in his party who aren't in favour of having a close relationship in Europe, despite the fact that it's net benefit for the government. So I think Starmer can do more on it. I don't necessarily think it's a slam dunk or a top priority for his team.
I do think it's another problem for him that he has to. I mean, this idea that he's going to run on a I support Brexit ticket, I'll just make it better, it's not convincing. I mean, there's so much footage of him, as a passionate Remainer. It's not even like he was, in a Corbyn or an Angela Rayner position of very much being, sceptical about second referendum and such forth. There is so much footage of Starmer being a Remainer. It just doesn't seem, I don't think that convinces anybody. And, as I say, maybe we're in that turning point. I mean, just one out. So probably the area that I'd be most interested tonight to see where Labour gain would be Kent. I noticed John Craig's at Gillingham, so that's obviously seen as a close one, and generally those Medway towns around there. If they are winning those places, and then we really are looking at a majority, because those are and I don't know how much that is to do with people moving out, people who can't afford to live in London moving out to Kent, which again changing the demographics there. But Kent's having an absolute disaster with Brexit. You can't possibly be a resident of Kent and not be aware of the problems at the port, for example, right? And I just think it's a no-brainer to run on that. I mean, I can see why he's avoided the conversation before, because it's obviously not a conversation that people want to have. And look at that voting, the issues chart we saw before, 8%. I know that it's not a local issue, but hardly any of them are local issues. 8% of people putting Brexit does suggest people don't want to hear about it, but it has to be an opportunity when it's going so obviously demonstrably badly.
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. I think it's a delicate dance for them at the moment, and I think it comes out of two things, right? First of all, there's a lot of scarring from 2019, and I think this informs Labour's strategy. It informs everything they do in a huge way, because they are terrified of letting this slip and going back to that result. They're scared of two elections, actually. Second hot take of the night. They're massively scared of 2010 and they're massively scared of 2019. They're scared of doing a 2010 in which there was a big lead, right? And then it comes to the big day or whatever, and they don't get over the line. And they're scared of 2019 because every single night, Labour's staffers or whatever, they wake up screaming, covered in sweat or whatever, because that bloody exit poll at that moment. So I think, and this is definitely informing their thinking, they're trapped in the thinking of 2019 in the sense that they believe the only way to get to red wall people and the only way to bring like Kent southeastern people onto Labour is to be, we're pro Brexit for sure, dude, but we'll make it work. Like, we'll do Brexit better. Now, there's a way you can make it a winning strategy for sure. An interloper there, I apologize. But I think, and this is a really difficult conundrum for them, you have to deal with the reality of what you're dealing with when it comes to Brexit, which is a sense that when the decision's made, you can't bend stuff to your domestic political will. That was a big mistake the Conservatives made, which was that they went and they tried to do international diplomacy from a domestic political standpoint of thinking. So you would have these very serious negotiations, usually with Michel Barnier, and instead of going and talking to the E27, etc., usually people like David Davis, and I don't want to say this is like a slight on him because actually he's an intelligent guy, right? But he would go on with a brief that was just entirely domestic. You might as well have just said, what will we put in the Telegraph comment pages today? And send him with that. Now the government are thinking differently about that. I think it's a bit more difficult to have like a clear separation because there's more sensible thinking now in number 10 about it. But I do think there's space for Starmer to say we should be doing more in Europe or whatever, or we should be open about cooperation with European partners. And I definitely think it was a massive misstep for him to start ruling stuff out with regards to European cooperation. Because when he spoke like that, he spoke as if he was a prime minister locked into a commitment he'd already made. And there was no reason for him to do that at all, because that's Sunak's problem. That's the commitment the Conservatives are based their voters. Labour has a majority Remain base. I know a lot of Labour people voted Leave or whatever, but it's got majority Remain base and things have shifted. So I know I've gone on quite a bit, but I think that Starmer can be more pro-European and be pragmatic about it as well. I think he definitely can.
And I think that ambiguity can also be linked back in a way to a perhaps more accurate historical comparison than the 1997 one that's brought up so often, is that if you look at the premiership of Harold Wilson, you look at the 1964 election, one of the things that Wilson was a master at, particularly with the European issue, was making it seem as if he was somewhat more ambiguous about it to voters than he actually was. And if Starmer can capture some of that going into the next election, then that can obviously be to his benefit. And of course, there are other comparisons that you can make between the situation coming up to 1964 and coming up to 2024. Not least, you've got a prime minister that many feel has been imposed rather than elected, someone who is seen as somewhat out of touch, a representative of the elite. But you've also got a party that's coming to the end of a period of office that doesn't feel, despite economic gains midway through the term, as if it's legislatively accomplished a great deal. And that was one of the strengths that Wilson was able to campaign on going into 64, that the prior Conservative governments had, there'd been the Macmillan boom, but there hadn't been changes in terms of social conditions. There hadn't been great reforms. There was a feeling that Britain had become a bit of a pariah, a weakened state. And I think if Starmer can touch into that same kind of white heat of technology, he might be able to get a similar result to Wilson in 64, though obviously he would prefer something more like Wilson in 66, where he was able to win an outright majority rather than ending up with a much smaller majority that he needed support from the Liberals on in 64.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I sort of think a lot of the time with Labour and Brexit, and anyone who's listened to me knows I've been around this issue more times than I care to admit, and certainly the complexities of Brexit is, I often think it's a bad place for Labour to go, because there is such complexity to it that, last time, for instance, they proposed the customs union, and a sort of second referendum was their policy. And I think now, when they're in that position where it's not just about, I think they chose the customs union, in all honesty, because it wasn't quite the single market, so it didn't frighten people that we'd be rejoining, but it also at the same time didn't sound like a hard Brexit, and therefore it was something in the middle. What I think is less understood is, for instance, the interaction between the customs union and the single market. So to join the single market, for instance, well, the only way in at the moment is to do what Norway's done. Norway has free trade deals. You cannot effectively, under that agreement, you can't attach the customs union on, because of the fact it's got those free trade deals. So you're trying to balance the EU's sort of common external tariff with a set of free trade deals done by Norway. You could take the approach, okay, well, let's just negotiate it from scratch. Now, I'm not going to go through how long it took the EU to create the single market, but then to negotiate on every aspect and to try and then come up with a new deal with, as EFTA has found, new governance structures, a new core. It's that in itself, I think, will not only suck up the entire activities of a government for a very long period, but I'm not even sure when you're going to that extent where you're trying to almost rejoin the sort of complete economic side of the EU without going for an existing structure, you're really going to struggle to get it done. So I don't just think it's sort of an issue in the short term of, how will this play at the polls, but it's also about Labour, delivering that policy. The only country that is really inside sort of the customs union is Turkey. But even when you take them, they realize that didn't work without linking into aspects of the single market. So in effect, we always have the conversation about, is it the customs union or is it the single market? But the problem is that because it's such a complex policy area, I sometimes think that the one thing Labour has to do is to think very hard about how those areas interlock. And the idea is, if you join one area, it may effectively mean that you aren't allowed to join others. So, by joining the customs union, is that worth it, given how whittled down it's been over the sort of course of European integration? Is it worth it for, say, not being able to join the single market and taking that risk that actually it would take so long to negotiate? And I think Labour at the moment, I think that the reason that, even though it's become such a big issue and it's, people are talking about it negatively, it's further down in the polls in terms of, what people, I think, local election wise will think about. But I think if Labour did start talking about it and trying to push it back up the agenda, I think they could make it an issue that people were talking about much more. I think the question more is Labour actually ready to jump and make that policy decision as to what they would like to do, knowing that whilst it's technically reversible, there is a lot that has to go into making that decision and deciding it if you're going to be the next government.
Yeah, I think that's really well said on all of those points. Particularly also, I couldn't agree more with banging the drum for a Norway type agreement.
I've been there for a while.
I know this will be here forever, but my third hot take of the night, yes, I am counting them, why do you ask, is that we could have actually done Brexit maybe not well, but okay. And something like that, actually, which, Carl, you were saying, is to Theresa May's credit, was attempted in some form. I think the key challenge for Labour on this is more narrative, and I think it's where the biggest fear comes from. Paul identified it correctly earlier. I think there's a big fear, not of any specific policy, whatever, but of a specific claim or a charge being attached against them, which is basically that of sort of trying to overturn 2019 decision. And I think also, again, scars of 2019, that point, remember, when like 4 parties were basically polling level and equal, and that turned into an almighty collapse into a Conservative government. I think lots of people still remember that fact, like 440 constituencies voted leave, etc. I think there's too much of an attachment of the past in that, definitely now. We've seen like really consistent data that shows there's been a massive turnaround, but I don't think you're going to turn the party necessarily away from that. I think one of the key truisms that we've all got to deal with at the next election, this is whether you're a political bettor or just an observer or even just somebody who's involved in party politics, is we've got to accept the fact that the 2 main parties are going to run the next election campaign based in a large part on what happened last time. They will not attempt to make a major deviation from that, in part due to the fact that they are in full basically to those results. So you will not see, I do not believe, or I should say, I do not believe you will see a major change from those positions, because the stakes will almost be too high for them. And I don't think that's healthy, by the way, I should say. I don't think it's healthy for either of those parties. I don't think it's particularly a vote winner for Labour, really, but it, I think, might end up working because other areas have given them the lead that they've got now. I think they actually can be won on other areas. And in a way, actually, I would almost argue that Labour are quite lucky Brexit's dropped down, mainly because it isn't such a big issue in terms of splitting their seats, etc. Just by the way, a tidbit I've got for you all. First tidbit tweet of the night, and I'm not going to claim credit for finding this, but we got a result in Bradley and Chelheath ward, where Labour have held this, and they've got a majority of 66.5%. Who can tell me what is special about that ward in particular?
Never heard of it.
Is that why it's special?
Yeah.
You'll laugh when I see it. I'll give you all one guess.
Is anyone going to take the guess?
Can you repeat the ward, and I'll try and think about something.
I feel really bad doing this because I didn't know this until I saw this from somebody else. But Bradley and Chelheath. It's in Stoke-on-Trent. There's a club.
And after a person.
Oh, no, I've lived there. I used to live there 20 years ago. I still heard of it.
Is there anything to do with the by-election Labour lost against Theresa May's government? At all?
Nice shout, but that's not the thing I was going for necessarily.
Try our best.
One more go.
Local cat gets stuck up tree, you know. I don't know. Is that why the election went the way it did there today? I have no idea.
Does the district council get it done, or the parish council get it done?
Yes,
Who
was it
gets
the
it
county,
done?
or was it a unitary authority? You know, that's the question we all have. and who was in control of the ladder? The person walking up it, but who was in control of the tree?
And the pothole.
And the pot, and where was the cat? You know, those are all big questions in local councils these days.
I'll tell you, it's in Jonathan Guy's constituency. It's in Jonathan Guy's constituency. It's a fair old barometer, basically.
Right, and what, Labour have won it?
Yeah, Labour have won it. They've surged a bit in it. They are up by about 12% there. So actually, I know this, I'm doing the cardinal sin, right? So for all the festologists, etc. out there, I apologize, right? I'm doing the massive cardinal sin of taking national vote share for Westminster intention and planting it on this, but that's about where national vote share is, if not a shade below it. So just interesting, particularly as it's in that seat. Another council result here, and these are changed in 2022, by the way. Liberal Democrats have gained West Fenham in Newcastle upon Tyne from Labour. The Lib Dems, they have surged 21 points up from 2022. Labour up 2, the Conservatives down 6, Green down by 14%. So that's the latest I've just seen. Thank you, by the way, to Beyond the Top Line. He's really, really good.
Right account, yeah, really good account.
Really good account at sort of making sense of these movements, etc., and also putting them in proper contextual perspective, which is really, really important. Just in general, also for your political better, you will see on your timeline these days huge amounts made about changes, etc. Remember always to seek the proper context before you go and you do anything with information. It just can't be stressed enough. The proper context is so important. In any case, another breaking bit of news here. North Jesmond in Newcastle upon Tyne, the Lib Dems have gained it from Labour, 11.5% up, 61% for them. Labour 26.4%. Labour held Burslem and Stoke-on-Trent. Liberal Democrats have gained West Fenham and Newcastle upon Tyne. Paul Christian-Murty, not for the first time, just consistently being proven to be a bit of a fucking oracle on these, because he said only a few short minutes ago that Lib Dems will do well in the North East, and all I have done since then is read out Liberal Democrat gains in Sunderland and Newcastle on Tyne. A Liberal Democrat hold, by the way, in Ford and West Gorforth, and would you believe it, it's in Newcastle upon Tyne. So yeah, seems to be a theme developing here where the Liberal Democrats, he says for the 5th time in 2 minutes, are doing quite well in the Northeast. It's about midnight or just so there, so lots of results to come. But if you're a Liberal Democrat, you wouldn't be too upset, I don't think, with the results, particularly in those areas, and you'd be hopeful, I'm guessing, for the rest of the night. Any reactions to what I've told you so far? Oh, but wait, we've got a green game from Labour in West Park on South Tyneside. A reminder, by the way, that there are like thousands and thousands of seats up for grabs. So please don't think about this as like the end. Think about this as the
Sky News here so far, changing vote share, which I think is probably the bigger one. Tories down 4.7, Labour up 12.7, despite those not very good results, and Lib Dems up, I think, 0.8, I think it says, 0 point something, and the Independents are down quite a bit, 8%, which is predictable. So Labour's picking up. Basically, that is Labour. That shows overall Labour making massive gains at the combined expense of Tories and Independents.
It's, I mean, if the Northeast, not to take away from Paul's point, if the Northeast does end up having considerable Liberal Democrat gains, it will be interesting to see the extent to which, if a situation turns out where the Conservatives suffer but Labour's surge is blunted by a Lib Dem / Green surge, maybe. I know these are early results. I would be very interested in the reaction to that, because it'll be a bad night for the Conservatives, but what would Labour still try to spin it as some sort of good night for them, or would there be a faction or a fracture emerging in Labour? I'd be interested to hear people's points in this. I know it's very early. I don't want to start speculating on early results. I'm not saying that.
Well, I mean, I think it's a pretty safe bet that Starmer's internal opponents will seize on anything.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely any question mark that can be made, they will raise. Personally, I just think if the Lib Dems and the Greens do have a really great night, and Labour, look, they are having a good night here. Again, they've got early wars. Labour share is up 2% on last year. It's 49% compared to 47. So they are moving forward. And they had a good night a year ago. I would say personally that if the Lib Dems and the Greens do have this really good night, that further strengthens the Labour majority argument. It furthers my sort of general theory that there is a general move across the country, an anti-Tory pincer movement, so to speak. And when it comes to the general election, you know, as we saw last time, mid-term votes go all over the place, especially against the government. But you know, you saw even Corbyn being deeply unpopular. Labour's vote share was about 5% higher than it was, I think, than at the start of the campaign. People do start to coalesce around the best tactical option. And yeah, so if the Greens and Lib Dems, who are mostly going to be running against Tories, are having a good night, I would say it's good news for Labour.
Could there be a suggestion about, again, to bat it back at you, could there be a suggestion perhaps of a progressive issue that Labour has, especially with concerns among student votes, if the Greens are gaining and Lib Dems are gaining at the expense of Labour candidates? Yeah.
Oh, they will 100, you know, that argument will be made. And I wouldn't even say it's a bad argument. I mean, I think that it is certainly true that Starmer, certainly on the tuition fees issue, and general lack of, you know, desire to appear as a progressive in any way whatsoever, is going to hurt him amongst those people. But strategically, regardless of any flack he takes for it, I don't think that's a bad thing for him. I think that the majority of those youth votes, progressive votes, are in places they're going to win anyway. And it's quite a useful thing, as cynical as it is. I'm not defending any of the factions in Labour for the way they behave towards each other, but I do think it's a net gain for him to demonstrate as often as he can he isn't Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I was going to say, I think the other thing to bear in mind is it's a local election, so you know we're not going to see that many young people voting in the first place.
True, yeah.
And I think that's a huge kind of factor to remember is actually Keir Starmer, you know, being so flaky on policy, especially around tuition fees and progressive issues, is something that actually probably won't impact this election too much because the amount of people voting, especially lots of the seats up tonight, they're not in university towns, a lot of them are rural seats. And they're in less progressive areas in general. So say they're not in Scotland, Wales, or like more towny areas. A lot of them are more rural, like lots of them in the south of England. So I think that the other thing to bear in mind is just that actually, I don't think they matter that, you know, they don't matter too much.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, William, you're muted.
You're muted, William. Don't leave us.
I would have done it once
My
tonight.
apologies, sorry. I just try so hard not to do an interaction and manage to make one myself. No, very good point on the towns voting, etc., and the places voting, the people voting. We won't get a good stress test of the youth vote, possibly until next year's local elections. There are set to be some next year, and I think they will be in London. On that, but yeah, I would agree with the general thinking so far in the sense that yes, Starmer I think has got a question to answer on those, but a different strokes for different folks approach might be the wisest thing for him to do now. The one thing I would say is, however, is I think that you can only do this so many times. And Starmer's got to get really careful about not getting a sort of permanent reputation before we get to a general election of being somebody who changes spots, etc., too much. This is regard to pledges as a wider thing. And the reason I say it as being important is because a big part of the approach has been that he's got integrity, right? He's trustworthy, he's got integrity, he's a man who you can trust or whatever to do the job properly, etc. And part of that is being trustworthy and honest. And I know that's a big sort of jump from what we've been talking about, but I think it is important because people are clearly, as Paul says, taking the anti-Tory message to heart, and you're seeing that. And what that does is it traps them in a real pincer movement, because they're trying to defend on two fronts. You have in the red wall more widely, we'll see this across the results late tonight and tomorrow, people who would be more inclined to vote for Labour previously, who feel that they've been sold out from the Tories or whatever, and that Labour are the people to turn to. But, and I expect this later on in places like Kent, Medway, etc., you're trying to defend from people who have different social circumstances, but they will be leaning towards Lib Dems, etc. And I think for Labour to take best advantage of that, it's best for them to sort of plough with their own path. It's best for them basically to stick with something that motivates their own voters, etc., etc. Because we're seeing, I think, even in these early results, a pattern developing here. And it appears to be anti-Brexit, it appears to be anti-Tory, and it very much appears to be pro-change or whatever. And I know that we're not meant to make big comparisons, but allow me to make a really big comparison. This has sort of 2008 US vibes, in the sense that one party collapsed completely because something happened that you might say their legislation was partly responsible for, but just happened on their watch, and there was nothing that could be done to stop it. I wonder if this looks like the birthing moments of a map, where something that happened on Conservative watch, which they couldn't really argue against, is happening here. Just because I'm seeing results where, sure, Labour are holding plenty of council or whatever, but the Lib Dems are winning in places where the Brexit vote, if you could have put it down wall by wall, would be like 70% or whatever. And as Paul said earlier, that's quite a change, isn't it?
I think, Sonia, because I notice you're, doing what I've been doing as well for a while, which is, caveating everything. We're so concerned that we don't overreact to what's happening midterm, and we're saying, that, well, okay, it looks like a Labour landslide, it looks like the Tories are finished, but it's only midterm, so be careful. But what about if it is? We saw those MRPs last year when they were really in the trough, like in the end of the Johnson days and Truss's era, where these MRPs are putting Labour on like 470 seats and things like that, right? And maybe we are, like you say, we're in 2000, maybe we are in a sort of 2008, 2009 situation where everything is bad for an incumbent everywhere because of inflation, because of energy prices, etc. And then you've got the double whammy that here, we have a government that's been in for 13 years that has been, in addition to those things that are largely beyond their control, have been hopelessly divided, changed Prime Minister twice in a Parliament, 4 times in 6 years, and who have just completely sacrificed the trust brand, with unforced errors like Partygate, and just being completely dishonest about that stuff. And maybe we are just in complete Tory wipeout territory. I'm very wary of saying that and having egg on my face in a year's time, right? But there's a hell of a lot looking that way, isn't it? Their approval rating, it ranges between like 14 and 17% government approval rating, which is a poll number that no one ever really talks about. We always talk about the leaders or the top line party figures, but that's appalling. I saw 13 the other week. I'd like to, I haven't studied this, but I'd love to see the historical list of government approval over the years and wonder if it's ever been lower than that.
I think it's a really interesting point actually, because we're so used to how bad Truss and Johnson were in terms of approval, government satisfaction, party identity satisfaction. We're so used to how bad that was, that Sunak is starting with such a low base that if he just didn't bumble a little bit, he'd be fine. You know, he got a good Brexit deal out of a really bad Brexit deal. And it wasn't good, but it was an improvement. But the bar is so low for Sunak. I think there's a point to be made here that you look at the lead now and people are saying, oh, the lead is narrowing. But this is still a historic Labour lead we're seeing in opinion polling. This is still an awful result. Even when Jeremy Corbyn was polling at this level, the Conservatives are currently polling at, this is the end of Labour. You know, and I think we do have a habit of, again, as Emma said before, we're weird people. You know, we might have a habit of overlooking that, generally speaking, this is pretty bad for the Conservatives still, you know. So, yeah, I think there's a point to be seen in the polls.
Yeah. Just on this, by the way, I would say I agree with lots of this. I want to bring in a couple of early bits of reaction. Firstly, also a quote through Rob Ford, the excellent political professor, all for the British general election of 2019, and also Brexit Land. He's a senior fellow of the UK in a changing Europe. An amazing think tank, by the way, one of my favourite think tanks, albeit, as you know, I'm quite a nerd. I love think tanks. This is what he's paraphrased. The Conservative share is up very slightly on 2019 so far by 1 point, but of course, massive caveat, we've had like a sliver of the results so far, but Labour up by 9 points in the same wards, so there's a 4-point Conservative swing to Labour, basically. It tallies roughly with what Paul told us a little bit earlier, so we've got an early idea of what's going on. Compared with last year, Labour up 1 point, the Conservatives are down 5 points. By the way, what I've just told you, apologies for being a bit confusing, is 2 different sets of swings. But long story short, the progress for Labour is quite considerable, he says. Now, this is really interesting from Greg Hands, who, long story short, I'm not going to quote him word for word, but he's basically said, if the Conservatives aren't the party of house building, they're finished. So I thought I might throw something fresh into the chat and get your reaction on that whilst looking at the latest results. Again, all from the North East, I'm presuming. The Conservatives have held, by the way, a Rochford council seat in Roch North and Rural, but the Lib Dems gained 21.5 points there. The Greens 19.7 and the Conservatives lost 7.4. So, yeah, plenty of results coming in now, thick and fast. But it appears that at the moment we're seeing plenty of Conservative losses as expected previously.
I think.
Carry on. Go on, yes.
Sorry. Thank you for letting me go. I think that the other thing that we're not bearing in mind as well, it's not just a national swing, but a lot of it is groundwork as well. One thing I've seen is that very actively, I mean, Labour campaigning in a lot of areas, we've seen the Lib Dems campaigning very, very hard in a lot of areas, but I haven't seen as many Tories campaigning in lots of areas. It could be maybe because the party swung so far to the right, that their own membership base has been disenfranchised. We know the Conservatives have the lowest membership out of the main parties as well. But that could be interesting as well, because compared to 2019, when this set of elections was up, their membership was much higher. So maybe that could be another factor as to why they're losing, why they're predicted to lose seats and why they are, losing these massive swings as well. They're a lot bigger than I think a lot of people were predicting. So that might explain it.
Do you know, that's very interesting. You say, where are you, which area are you talking about?
A lot of areas have been like that. So, for example, the North East have just come in. They're quite high. They're like, 30% swings in some areas, 35% seats. It could be, again, Tory targeting. They knew they were going to lose their seats. They're not sending activists there. I know that at least in Kent, where I used to run campaigns, I know that the Tories haven't been campaigning the wards as hard as they should be in areas like Medway, where they've sent, Labour sent loads of activists. I know that even if you look at leaflet analysis in a lot of areas, I mean, there's been lots of research done on kind of the amount of leaflets people are receiving in different areas of the country. And we're seeing, for example, the Tories giving out 1 leaflet or no leaflets, and the Lib Dems and Labour giving out 4 or 5. So all of these factors, presumably if you give out a leaflet, you door knock as well. So all of these kind of factors would suggest that actually it isn't just a Tory kind of, well, people disagreeing with the Tories that's leading to this voting. It's actually just that it's local exposure, right? If people meet their local candidates and the people around their local candidate, that we know they're much more likely to vote for them. So that could explain these huge swings of why it might not be the case in a general election, or why they're a lot bigger than people predicted, because a lot of our local election analysis is based on general election polling, not actually local election polling.
Yeah.
So it could explain why we're seeing such huge swings.
I think it's a really interesting point on activism. I think when the Conservatives, I mean, Boris Johnson's had a very active base. When the Conservatives are disengaging that activist base, they might be increasing their ability to appeal, but if they're disengaging the activist base, I haven't looked at this myself. It's a very interesting point. It can do a lot of damage, especially in locals, but even on nationals, to be honest. So it's a very interesting one to watch. If I can go back to the Greg Hand's comment actually on housing, if that's all right, if changing topic is okay with him.
It's always here. No worries.
Thank you, Bob. Plus, I'm very proud of Greg Hands for not talking about a note. He's proud of him. But I think it goes back to the point being made earlier. Sorry, I forgot who it was who made the point exactly about house building being an important issue. And I think it's interesting that Labour has been talking about the supply side element of this. Some of the Conservatives have been focusing a lot on the demand side. And I think it's interesting that Labour's been focusing on the supply side in terms of house building targets. And I think a lot of the media is starting to pick up on this as well, where the Conservatives are missing out a lot on the vote due to NIMBY sort of reaction to house building. It's interesting. I think Labour's seizing on this almost, maybe not as well as they could do. They got £9,000 this to sell off. It's incredible. They couldn't do more if they tried. But it is a move in the right direction in terms of talking about supply side reforms to house building. So it's very interesting to watch this occur and watch Greg Hands talk about this, and see more Tories perhaps move towards this, especially when it comes to locals, which would be affected, I think, a lot more by house building than perhaps the general election would. So I think it's an interesting one to watch.
Actually, I think that might well be tied to the previous point as well that we were talking about. So, I mean, then local Tory organisations are very often the central drivers behind NIMBYism, right? And so this is it. You're going to have a disconnect between the national leadership who know what you're saying is true, that they don't have a future if they don't build houses. You can't have like generations of would-be Tory voters never been able to afford a house. Not going to work. But equally, they've got to have people who are willing to stand with them as councillors and knock on doors. And I mean, this is something. I mean, I've noticed a few stories in the press over the last few months. Don't know how much to trust them, how much they are to do with factions pushing a certain argument. But for instance, there was a constituency in Folkestone where they couldn't find a candidate, where the previous Tory candidate was exposed as links to fascists and had to stand down, and they couldn't find anyone to replace him. And there were local Tories and all of this conservative democratic organisation, people like Lord Cradas, saying, well, this is it, you won't find local Tories willing to go and represent Sunak and Hunt. And as we've discussed, I mean, the Conservative Party has changed considerably over the last decade. It's going for a completely different set of voters and members, I would suggest. And this is it. Maybe they are just hollowed out. Maybe we've reached another point I've read, which was a more serious article. I had some actual people willing to go on the record and say it. But someone said the problem we've got with councillors is that running as a Tory councillor was a very attractive career move for the past 20 years. You get on a council, you get on some committee, and it's a way forward to something else. And now suddenly you're just saying to people, well, run for us and you'll probably lose. And it's just the supply of potential candidates has just collapsed as a result. And these are all factors that you would think about a collapsing party, about hollowing out party. And just finally as well, I mean, on this changing their votes thing. So, and that, Will mentioned brilliant Beyond Top Line account, Josh McGosh, and he was saying earlier that he was predicting that they would lose, I think he said 7 out of 8 councillors in Canvey, Castle Point, Canvey Island, right? Now, that is the most socially right-wing place in Britain by a mile. They voted for the Tory MP defected to UKIP, but they were effectively UKIP before Farage, right? And it's ultra Brexit. It's just very, very socially right-wing. Now, if they're losing 7 out of 8 of their councillors in the most authoritarian right-wing part of the country, which has been their strategy to aim at those voters specifically at the cost of their own base elsewhere in the country, how bad does it get, right? If they can't, and again, Stoke, the whole recent strategy has been basing on appeasing those voters in Canvey, in other parts of the Red Wall, Stoke, Grimsby, the East Coast. And for everything that we're hearing is they're going to get thrashed in these areas. So where do you go from there? Surely it's too late to just suddenly do a rebrand and become the old Conservative Party, David Cameron version.
Well, so I was going to say it'll be interesting in the aftermath of this. I think the suggestion that Boris would in his selfless nature would attempt to sort of make a little bit of comeback on this, going because he was the only one so far who won the Red Wall, and it'll be interesting. Paul, as you're saying, they can't energise because this 13 years of Tory government has played so much against them. I'd be interested to hear people's thoughts on, can Johnson perhaps try to push back, saying, I was different from the other Tories, I won the Red Wall, I'm not associated with 13 years of Tory rule. I'd be interested to hear, do you think this is a chance for Boris to come back?
Well, I'm 100% certain that Boris Johnson thinks that. I don't think it's correct, but I'm sure that he believes that, right? That is their problem. Obviously, if Boris Johnson comes back, then you open up all of the old weaknesses that they were just getting over, right? And so it will hit them in the other way. I think that is where the Conservative Party will end up, though. I think that they're not going to change leader now. They're not that stupid to change leader yet again. Right? Sunak is their best bet, clearly. Right? They're going to stick with him. But after the election, I think they will go in the Johnson direction, in the right-wing populist direction.
Similar to sort of like a Trumpification of Republicans, sort of.
Yeah. It just seems to me that's where right-wing politics is going everywhere, really. It just seems that way. That's where the votes are. Also, diverging a bit, but it's a bit of a sort of theory of mine. I think they're lost in a botnet, right? In the same way that the left were a bit under Corbyn. This obsessive use of the word woke, and in completely out of context, the wrong random definitions of the word woke, right? In my experience, the average non-political voter does not talk about this. They don't even really know what it means or care that much. And yet, because the 5% or so of people that really engage in politics or political media, we do it a lot. We really, voraciously consume political news. It's become like a commercial imperative for any right-wing Twitter account or blog or newspaper to just pepper the word woke everywhere. And they're falling down that, they're just falling down their own, maze of, confirmation bias, just very much like the Corbynistas.
Yeah, on that, it's an important point to make, if only because this stuff has a big effect on where important party members place their attention and their time. And it does feed into campaign narratives. We've seen this actually not just in big party members of the Conservatives, but also Sunak himself, right? And there's been an absolute targeting of that. Look at Suella Braverman's whole ethos with her time in office on an issue that has been targeted as like really important to voters, but with an approach that I think voters have said has been ineffective so far, but has been important enough to make one of his big 5 promises. And there's an issue here, which is if you go with the sort of ideology or whatever of you want to do stuff that's anti-woke or whatever, but you make those part of your core promises, can you deliver on them? Because if you get some sort of a slogan like stop the boats or whatever, and this is not me putting any morals or whatever into it, right? But if you just have that as a key aim, how do you do that? The bar is nigh on impossible for something that voters will be happy with by the time of the next election. Not to forget, by the way, that this stuff all takes a lot of time. It takes time and serious resource in governing. It takes, ironically, the sort of stuff Sunak was doing on the Windsor framework. But they've decided, and I think he's had an input in this, and he has to take some responsibility to move away from that, to chase that strategy. There's a great point John Elledge made. John Elledge is a brilliant writer, got a great Substack, writes new tapes, and in which I think he mentioned this, right? But one of the biggest issues for the Tory party in recent years has been the outsized influence of the Tory press on it to make them chase stupid and unrealistic motives and targets that do not lead to anything deliverable, either in terms of government or in terms of slogans and electioneering for their own base. They've made sort of this rod for their own back, and I think that's been really well summed up by you there in the past few moments, because there are certain things that you can do, there are certain things you can have, but if you're thinking about it from an electoral sense, which I wish we did a bit less of when it comes to government in general, but we need to do so for here and then now, there are some things you just can't do in a very short space of time. And speaking sort of governmentally, apologies for creating a new word, and yeah, we're going to see a lot of pushback, I would think, on the idea of like stuff like, you know, cutting the NHS waiting list in half or stopping the boats, which is not a thing I think you can do, or like cutting inflation down to here or whatever. And I think all of that becomes, in the same way that I said earlier, Starmer has an issue in terms of regenerating an identity that makes people motivated to vote for him. I think an issue for Sunak and the Tories will be your big promises, etc. What happened to those? But I think it's more next year's problem than it is now. But I think in these results, we'll still see a bit of the early verdict on it.
I think the other thing as well is that you talked a lot about kind of like chasing policies and chasing kind of like votes in that way. Being guided by, I guess, polls and things like that. I think the other thing to mention is that the other thing that we're seeing a lot of kind of running after these ideals that are actually ironically set by other think tanks. So, for example, I think one thing we've seen a lot of in the press is Onward basically came up with the idea of like a Stevenage woman or a Medway man, and they're kind of these voter stereotypes that, you know, politicians seem to be somewhat obsessed with, and the media too. So I think there is this running after the media, and there are these exact type of voters that you need to win over in order to win the locals or general elections. But actually what they don't take into account is actually not every one of those areas are like that. You know, not everybody in the southeast belt is a Stevenage woman, or not everybody in the southeast, you know, Kent is a Medway man and has those exact voting types. And I think Onwards tries to somewhat generalise large voting categories and say, well, these are the categories people would have if they swing, but actually that's not matching up to what is the reality on the ground and how people vote.
Yeah. And I think if you want to know why think tanks are the way that they are, or maybe more generally why the political system is the way it is, you know, you do have this issue. I mean, it's almost the sort of, in general, it's sort of chasing the headlines. You know, the amount of traction that the media has gotten over think tanks. If you look at the number of think tanks with directors who came from, you know, writing a column in a certain newspaper or being an editor to running a think tank, that overlap has become very very large in comparison to what it was a few years ago. I'll put my hand up. I have never been an editor of a newspaper, and neither have I written a column for one.
I mean,
But
technically,
Not yet.
not yet.
Not
So,
yet.
so well placed. I love it.
Eventually. Yes, that wasn't a
It's a
newspaper.
major
though.
newspaper.
I was going to say the major newspaper, but that's the thing. I think there has almost become that issue where it used to be that think tanks would name their reports in a way that would get into the media, but at the same time that would not go as far as sort of the entire report being sort of completely based on, you know, what can we get into the news at the moment. Whereas I think now with more and more seeing, they're effectively hiring the people at the top who have the knowledge and understanding to get it into the papers. And that has a real impact on policy making. You know, I spoke earlier about sort of the issues with Brexit and the issues with understanding. And often where those issues occur, when you have very complicated issues, the idea is that you have think tanks there that are able to analyze those issues in quite a lot of depth. In reality, so politicians either don't have to or have more material to rely on. The problem is with that disappearing, you do have quite a lot of problem when they're chasing after the same headlines, because suddenly the people who were telling them before, go for this policy, it'll be good, and we've done lots of research into it, are following the same line that the media is on this stuff. And it's why I think, you know, the stop the boat stuff, they did it in such broad general terms, is because they set it up to over a very long period of time, because they knew that the Labour Party would kind of run after them, because the Labour Party also has think tanks in there. So, you know, you also have that same problem where they're running after these policy positions. And I think it's a situation where they're all being pulled in the same direction, even though it has no real use in terms of, you know, getting out voters and, you know, sort of forming a political party that will function and where you can deliver leaflets and so on. But because the people that they trusted before are saying it, they are now running very much towards it.
Yeah, I think the other problem as well, it comes from funding. So say, for example, now there's a recession, a lot of like funding for research has dried up in a lot of different places as well. And I think there's only at least one thing that we found, but a lot of organizations have found as well, is that actually, you know, we're all running on our reserves, we don't actually have that much in the bank, and that a lot of the big pots of money are on particular issues. So say, for example, like PR, or you know, kind of like other big issues like constitutional changes, things like that. But the one problem with that is actually you do have very limited research, and the only people doing that research are kind of big funders or companies or parties and things like that. So you kind of have this lack of independent research, independently funded research. And I think that's something that's really important, because it means that, yeah, parties don't have accurate data, and in turn that harms them as well.
Yeah.
Can I just throw in, is it time we had a bet? I think it's time we had a little bet. Let's have a prediction from everybody.
I love a good bet.
Right. Total Conservative losses. I'll start. I'll go 886.
So what is it?
Are we doing the sort of higher, or who gets the
Yeah, whoever's closest. Whoever's closest to the exact total.
If you win, what would you give me if I win?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I'll arrange. In fact, you all deserve free bets anyway, but I'll arrange probably something special in a free bet term for the person who maybe do a sliding scale of closest gets biggest free bet or something like that. But yeah, I'll make it worth everybody's while for a prediction. So Paul, your line is 886 losses Conservative. Okay, we'll go Jasneet, Torre and Pushkin for Conservative losses. And then we'll go to Will, then get to me.
Can Tori go first, because I don't understand.
Okay, Tori can go first.
No, I don't understand. Are we betting like
Tory
the
losses,
amount?
number of seats that are losed?
Oh,
No.
okay.
It's like the price is right, and if you happen to be right, you get the biggest prize, but everybody will get a prize to play.
So I guess I'm gonna guess
Okay.
600.
All right.
I know, I think.
Okay, because the either end, I'm probably going to go
Centrist story.
I'll do it if you show me the hamster meme that came up earlier.
Yeah.
Very interesting one.
to be fair, I've used that one a lot. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like these two saw the hamster meme on the Twitter
I was like,
timeline.
you know
We had to
what?
turn our
And
camera
you had
off.
to turn the camera off because they were laughing that much.
Talking about
at it.
Brexit and the complexities and going into the inner workings, sure, but at that meme, I'm gone. What I would say is probably, yeah, I'm going to say sort of 711, because if I add on some extra numbers, it sounds like I know what I'm
Torrin, I hate you so
15.
much. You've completely stolen my thunder of trying to seem level-headed and intelligent, and I hate
That's the trick.
So yes, 711.512. And
You're
what
trying
else?
to get that round up, aren't you?
Exactly, yes, because if I get it works. But I can't. It's a difficult one. I mean, we were talking before tonight. It's so tricky to come up with predictions. I mean, everything from voter ID to the Royston Party taking 100 seats, to all of these different things. It becomes so tricky.
Well,
So
I'll just say that I don't think the Royston Party's going to take 100 seats.
you know what? I'm sure they will.
Considering
They
Royston does not have 100 seats.
Never say never.
we will find out tomorrow. But no, I mean, I do think it's a really uncertain one. So that's why I push it down from maybe sort of the 800 or 900, just because I think whilst I'd almost feel like it's that, I think that there's a lot of uncertainty there, and that makes me more cautious and makes me go in the middle of the other two.
I think that you should run for the Royston Party.
The Royston Party in Aberystwyth, now that would go well. Honestly, any problems? They think I just accidentally got lost one night and decided that I was running, and unfortunately, I happened to be running in a completely different area to the one I thought I was in. So
Never say never. Jerry Cornwall won 2017, so never say never.
well, yeah. It's,
So I'd say I think it's going to be bad enough for Conservatives, to be honest, because I think not only are they going to take hits from Labour, they'll take hits from the Greens and Lib Dems. So I'm going to say, drum roll please, 987.
Wow.
0.3.
I'll tell you what, if you're the closest one, I'll double your free bet prize or something.
Will you
two
charm me?
pictures of the hamster.
There's so little that is charming about me.
Don't say that.
William, fellow William.
I'm going to go for around 1,000.
Oh,
what's the closest number I can pin you down to?
Conservatives have any seats left by, so there will just be
total
one
wipeout.
I feel like Mo is probably really far off now.
Right. So you got Paul, you've got 889, which gives what 974, you've got around 1,000. I will round you to 1,000. So you're closest. Do you know what? I'm going to go with 755. I'm taking an outlier view on it. My reason being basically that I've seen a number of projections, and this is the midpoint of all the projections that I respected when it came to it. And also I saw a couple that were based on, when I was looking into the past few results, a couple that were based on turnarounds in national vote share ended up with that number. So I'm going to be conservative, pardon the pun, and go with that. Even though at the moment it looks as if this could end up being very, very grim for them. We've seen quite a few results now in terms of wars, etc. To be fair,
Conservatives hold Harlow. That's not a bad result.
no, not at all. By the way,
Yes, it is.
Yes, it
Robert
is.
Halfon's. Robert Halfon's. I mean, the one thing about that, I mean, personally of interest is, I mean, Robert Halfon is someone who is is very much known as a sort of middle of the road Conservative MP. You know, always the one thing that I'll always hear him going on about, you know, local parking and, you know, the local hospital.
Yeah.
So I think that is interesting, you know, because he has that enormous kind of personal reputation. Now I'm interested whether it carries on across the night, and whether it just happens to be that some of the more southern seats go more towards the Tories. But you know, for me, that's good for the centrists of tonight.
I do agree with that. It's about visibility, I think, local elections more than anything.
Yeah,
It's about actually how in touch do people feel like with candidates, because when you've got wards like 2,000, 3,000 people, inevitably there'll be candidates where people know, they're like, oh, that's the person that, you know, runs my local youth club, or oh, that's the person that is, you know, teacher at my school. So I feel like a lot of the time it is just about visibility, and that's a huge factor.
Yeah, and I think when you've got that local MP engaging in those local problems, it means, yeah, you can have a really bad night at the local election, but actually it will help to soften the blow because you've got someone there, you know, even regardless of the councillors standing in and actually not just doing that, but bringing those issues up to sort of a national level
And
as well.
the other thing as well is that it allows, in some ways it's a lot more competitive because it allows councillors to get their views heard. So even if they are like a Labour member, if they stay in case Robert Halford, but in any case, like even if they councillor is an opposite party, then they're able to kind of get their casework dealt with, which is hugely effective, really. Yeah. I know that.
Yeah.
You know, these are really important things to know. These details about the local MP, but when we come to the general election, because you know they'll be betting on every single constituency. This is the great thing. It's much better than local.
Should we do that next general election? Bet on every single constituency.
We can do that. We can. Yeah,
We
we can certainly.
we absolutely should, and we absolutely will.
What's that line from Bohemian Rhapsody? I'm just a poor boy. No, okay, I'm probably not going to do that one.
but you can find a real angle with some of these people because, as you say, Robert Halford is well known for being a strong constituency MP, right? He might well be able to defy a disastrous national swing. You know, I mean, thinking back to the Labour years when Labour collapsed, there were two that stood out, which was Vernon Coker. I can't remember what constituency he had. It was somewhere in the Midlands, but it was one that just should have gone Tory, and it didn't. He just held back the tide. And the other one was John Mann in Bassetlaw. And when John Mann stood down, Bassetlaw just was absolutely blown away because, you know, there was like 4 election swing there that just building up for once the incumbent went. So yeah, Halford's are really interested. That's a really interesting seat just for that reason, just simply for him.
I think I think there's a really good point you made that local MPs can make a difference in the national swing. However, I'd just be wary of that. So on a more national basis, not on a local basis, because I actually forget his actual name, the Beast of Bolsover. I can't remember.
Dennis Skinner.
Dennis Skinner. That was.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Dennis Skinner. He was very popular locally, and he still lost his seat surprisingly. So I mean, yes, I agree with the point, but I would be wary of this as well if it is that disastrous for the Conservatives. And it's looking more disastrous.
I can't remember. Did he run as an independent, or was that someone else that I'm thinking of?
No, Skinner ran as. Did Skinner stand down? I thought he retired. Or did he retire? Because he was getting on.
No, he didn't retire. He stood at the election.
He stood and lost. Yeah, he stood and lost. Yeah.
We're not sure what happened to Frank Skinner.
See, that was another seat. That was another seat like Bassett that demographically and regionally on the trend, you would have thought would have gone in a previous election.
Yeah.
But Skinner held back the tide for a while, but then 2019 was just too strong.
Yeah,
I think it's a situation where if it is that bad, it can be very disastrous regardless of your personal following. So I think
it builds up more. But I mean, it's another thing. I mean, even sort of Norman Lamb and North Norfolk kind of style but you know, there is that thing. It's a yes, you can delay it. Your personal approval can sort of shield you from a lot of the issues nationally. But at the end of the day, if you're still running next to, you know, the rose or the tree or whatever you happen to be running next to, it's still going to affect you. And that will build up over time. And if they become unhappy at the national government and you're still supporting that national government, then yes, it's eventually going to trickle down to you as someone, because people will go, actually, I really dislike X or Y party, and maybe it becomes that turning point where people start deciding that even though that local MP has done good things in that area, they want someone who supports a different government.
Yeah.
Okay, just winding the same point out. Sorry, Max, with nothing to do with tonight at all. But I've had
We
various
love
little-
unrelated tangents.
Yes. Where do we stand on if Jeremy Corbyn runs in Islington North as an independent? I think Labour win personally. I don't think you'll win now.
I'm going to let other people answer this, and I'll be back in an absolute jiffy. But I'm going to let other people answer this. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance that Jeremy Corbyn will run as in. This can be radical of me, like Jeremy Corbyn. I think there's a good chance he'll run as the mayor independently, as the mayor of London potentially.
Good call. Yeah.
And that's a totally different thing. I know, Paul,
he's
but I think
literally on weekends, and I think
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
desperate to share
it
it.
might be itching in my pants. to shout.
Or someone, yeah.
No, really.
It's I think it's very possible. I mean, his problem at the moment is, whereas before, Labour people on the ground at the end of the day would vote for Jeremy Corbyn. He has this issue now, which is, at the end of the day, Corbyn's thing was, he disliked the Tories, he wanted to get the Tories out, and that meant voting for Labour. And the thing now is, I don't know how many of his constituents I can see going, well, I'm going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn, even if, it comes down to that question, obviously, the Lib Dems and to some extent the Greens always get asked, will you vote, will you sort of work with the Conservative government? Will you work with the Labour government? And that comes the question, will Jeremy Corbyn sit there on budget day and vote with the Labour Party? Or will he vote against them? And that is a tricky one, but it's one where I think that there's that level of uncertainty where, maybe just voting for the Labour candidate who would vote with them on budgets and so on, because the last thing anyone wants is, Labour to be one or maybe a bit more short of a majority, and then Jeremy Corbyn's there as the independent. And so I do think that, in that sense, it's almost maybe voting with Labour is almost in that area going to be the default option, because otherwise you won't almost achieve the goals that he even was going for of, we need to get the Tories out.
But I also think a lot of people don't think like that anymore. I think political trust, at least in parties, has been quite heavily fractured in the last few years. So I think that actually people are a lot more, maybe not Jeremy Corbyn, because again, he's a very controversial figure.
And you don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, exactly. But in general, I think if you had a well-known MP, so if I said one thing we were voting on was Tobias Ellwood when he got made an independent MP under Boris, right? So there was this group of Tory MPs and people like that that could have possibly stood an election and maybe even won, because you've got these kind of moderate MPs that have a really good track record of issues. I think a lot of the times that people view, people are tied to political parties, and by voting for a candidate, you effectively not only back that party, but also back a type of politics where that candidate lacks a voice, and everybody knows that in our process, individual candidates lack voices. And I think that is something that people are starting to notice a lot more, especially with now we've had, government after government after government after government. They've, been very kind of out of touch with what people want. Whether it's massive issues, say for Blair, you had the Iraq war, say Cameron, you had tuition fees and kind of dealing with recession austerity. Say now, for example, with Johnson, trusts, Brexit, you have now Senate on cost of living. These are all big crises, and a lot of them have happened within the space of say 10, 20, 30 years. And they will shape a lot of ways in which voters look at politics. I mean, we've had the highest turnaround of PMs, ever really in that space of time. So I think that actually our political situation is changing, and I think that something needs to give way.
I think honestly with Jeremy Corbyn, he's yes, on a national stage, very controversial. I did live near his constituency for a little bit. I will just flex. And no, but honestly, he's very popular locally. I just don't think the same measurements apply in terms of how we nationally view him, rightly or wrongly. I think rightly he's controversial, but locally, I think he's been an MP for a long time. He was a councillor even longer before that. He's very popular locally. He is seen as being done unjustly by a lot of people locally as well. Again, which I disagree with personally, but I think, there he does have a very strong following, and it's dangerous to underestimate it. And I think Tobias Ellwood probably wouldn't, whereas Jeremy Corbyn probably would, to be honest. Because I think personal following is very dangerous in politics. But because I think because of how broken the system is, being a moderate works against you, to be honest. Whereas being a radical means people know where you stand. And Jeremy Corbyn was on the backbenches for a long time. He wasn't with the Labour leadership, and he still won elections. You know, he's used to being on the backbenches. He's used to not being part of the government. The fact he was Labour leader, all is kind of shocking. I don't think for his constituents there's much of a change from where he's been before. So honestly, I think there's a very good chance he would win his seat again. But that's just my opinion.
Just to jump in here, because me and Paul, we went and we priced stuff and we came in different areas, and we actually do have literal odds at the moment on Corbyn's standing and winning the seat, which, if I could just bring up to update, are 2-1 now, which has been cut in from 5-2, which is where it originally started. I think that probably is about the minimum I want to take as a better in terms of the chances. And it's because of an existential truism, which is basically that Corbyn's got a great brand. He's got the best chance of, when I say great brand, by the way, I mean a great local brand.
Yeah.
In terms of, it's a really tough task to win as independent anyway. And the last elections have proved this. In 2019, you had about as high profile group of people as you ever would have go and leave their parties to stand for different ones, a number of whom stood under Change UK, which we can essentially call an independent group for all essential purposes, right? We can think of them as independent candidates. That wasn't a real party, didn't have the infrastructure, the backing, the sort of cultural resonance that other parties did. Some went to Liberal Democrats, etc. Paul produced this stat, and I think he would know it better than I would off the top of my head, but I think the top result for them for a candidate was, I want to say Luciana Berger when she ran, was it Gork? It might have been Gork, yeah. But long story short, none of them won, etc. Now, Corbyn is a different case. It's a different case, which makes it difficult to price up and sort of fun to price up as well, because he's in a seat where the national averages trend much more towards his way of thinking, his voting style, his voting pattern, etc. It's a socially liberal seat. It's got people who would bend to what we would think of as, I hate this word, I really do, Corbynite voting. But here's the thing. Generally speaking, when an independent wins over an established political party, that political party is not doing well. It's usually political parties which are weak in that area, particularly sensitive to votes being siphoned off, or just struggling in general. So you have the opportunities to take votes from disaffected members, etc., of that party. That won't be the case with Labour in 24. In 24, it is very likely that Labour, who remember, basically with Corbyn, were like polling 69 or whatever % in Islington North when they were being like battered everywhere else. They will probably go into it with a lead, etc. Long story short, I think it's a big task for Corbyn to extricate that support for himself. He'll get outside help, he'll get outside funding, and it's possible, I guess, that Labour may think, okay, other more important targets, but even then, because the system, especially in Britain, I think is a really high bar to clear. So we got him at 2-1 or whatever. I think that'd be the lowest I want to take, betting on him. I think also, my prediction here, I think you'll get a better price than 2-1 when it comes to the constituency betting on Can Corbyn wins Islington North. I think you get a better price than 2-1. I think it's a really tough task. I think he's capable of doing it, right? But if Labour are doing well, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be by that point, gosh, isn't it difficult, like, for anybody to overcome that?
I think so. I actually, one thing I do slightly disagree with you about, Will, is I don't think you would get bigger than 2-1, just because I think there'd just be a massive demand from gamblers to back Corbyn because he's such a big name.
Yeah,
because it's such a story. And how many people want to back a 3-1 on chance, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
In that kind of thing. So I think it falls it down, but I would personally happily lay 2-1 to anybody, because I just think, and I'm not making an anti-Corbyn point or a pro one, but I just think we can overstate the importance of these individuals. Starmer is also in North London, has a very similar majority. So does Catherine West in Hornsey and Wood Green next door. And nobody really ever put that down to their personal vote. I think those areas will vote Labour, and yes, there will be. I mean, I'm not saying, like, I think Corbyn would get 20%, no problem at all, from, you know, committed local supporters, but I don't think he would get very many votes amongst the broader sway of less politically engaged voters in the seat. But we'll see. I mean, it's a great. I mean, you know, you want it to happen just for the betting, don't you? Right?
But here's something, right? Can I pose a question to you, because we did this just recently? So we priced up Dominic Raab to win any seat at the next election because it's possible he might jump or whatever at 5-2. Which, by the way, for those of you who are uninitiated, essentially 28%, okay, with no bookies margin. Would you be for or against at 28% Dominic Raab winning a seat in the next election? Essentially, it's Isha, right? But say he jumps somewhere else, we've priced that in as well.
Well, I wouldn't back him. Look, I mean, 28% is very low for a former deputy prime minister, right? It's quite dismissive. I don't think Dominic Raab will be re-elected. I certainly don't think he will be in that constituency.
I would agree.
And I'm not sure that if he tries the chicken run, he'll get a seat anyway. There's a lot of other people looking for those seats, right? I mean, Suella Braverman has a similar problem, does she not? I think. Does Suella Braverman not have a similar problem in her constituency? I think that it's being abolished and she isn't likely to be the candidate in the replacement seat.
It's a good question, because
I think I heard that's what I read. I thought
she's won it. She's won the Hampshire constituency.
She's done it, right? Okay, so she is the candidate. Yeah, I'm not sure about Raab. I mean, pretty discredited figure, I would have thought, and not someone they want to have as a national headline. You know,
I tell you what, I'd be interested in betting against Braverman in the next election. When the price comes up, I'd be very interested in taking her on. I think there are a good number of high-profile national figures who will be really vulnerable just because of demographics anyway. Before, like, you go into their records or something. But you carry on, because it's given me another thought. But do carry on the point you're making.
I can't remember. We're talking about Corbyn. I think I made it just that. I'm personally not. Actually, I mean, I think Pushkin made a point about running for mayor. In a funny way, I think he'd have as good a chance running for mayor as he would. He wouldn't against Sadiq Khan, I don't think, as the incumbent. Is Sadiq Khan definitely running next time?
I have not heard a single thing to the contrary on him running.
Oh, I am.
But that said, out of interest, right? In a world where Sadiq Khan doesn't run and Corbyn runs as independent against, let's say, soft left generic mayor candidate, right? What price is Corbyn?
3-1. 5-2. Not huge. Not huge. I mean, again, if it is just
I'll tell you what.
generics of left candidate, who they're going to not be very well known, are they?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you force me, right, ton of somebody else's money, and you got to back him, hypothetically, he runs in these two events for the sake of the argument, to win Islington North or to be elected London Mayor, I'm almost certainly going London Mayor, I feel like.
Me too. Me too. I mean, look, we saw it with Livingston. Right, that independents can win mayoral contests, no doubt about it. Right, it's a different contest, and that would be my point. I just think it's so hard to win a general election running against one of the main parties because people are thinking about the overall election result and who's going to run the country. If you're just talking about mayor, you know, I mean, never mind Corbyn. I firmly believe that if a strong independent candidate, a strong celebrity candidate or a business person ran without the party brand, they could win that. They could win it in London, definitely.
I think the interesting thing to point out as well is first past the post is now in place in mayoral elections. So vote splitting would be a very key factor in all of this. I think Jeremy Corbyn would have enough strong support to give him a good shot at Labour vote enough to be, especially if the Reform Party or some sort of right-wing candidate stood, enough to edge out a victory, maybe. I think that's what we might be looking at, especially with the same profile as Ken Livingston. You know, perhaps a supplementary vote system, he would still have a good chance, to be honest. I think it's better with the first past the post system.
A really good point. Sorry, I'm entirely self-indulgent tangent here, but my previous local ward is just declared. The place where I used to vote before I moved on up to the big city. And it's a Labour have held Pennsylvania in Exeter. And I said that just because I could.
There's a place called Pennsylvania in Exeter.
I know, Paul. For about 15 years, okay, I've put this on bills and addresses and letters, and personal sign-ups, etc. And yes, there is a Pennsylvania. It is in the UK, and it is in Exeter, and I used to live there. So there you go. That's your entirely unrelated tidbit for the night. One thing I'm really getting into the thought of thinking about is who will keep their seat, etc., at the next general, whatever, or hypothetical, let's call it selection ball, whatever, because it's got me really thinking now. We're getting quite a few more results in. We expect that at this time. The independent group have gained Leamington in Newcastle upon Tyne from Labour. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who is in that independent group. My apologies for that. Liberal Democrats have gained, this is a good one, Ingatstone, Freining and Mountersing in Brentwood from the Conservatives. Turnout was 34.9%. The Lib Dems gained 10% there. Liberal Democrats have held Shenfield and Brentwood. Conservatives have held rural Western Hartlepool.
Good results. I know this part of the world. I mean, I haven't lived in Essex for a long time, but I know that a bit about it. I mean, this is a very right-wing part of the world. If they're not winning these places in Essex, it's not good.
Trouble ahead. Trouble ahead. Yeah, there is that. I mean, one of the key things I think we can't forget, I know I've said this about 4 or 5 times, but it does bear repeating, is the Conservatives have this horrible task of fighting on 2 fronts, and the vote, the makeup of British voter demographics is really difficult for them right now in a way that it hasn't been just ever, really, because usually the makeup of British voter demographics has always been great for Conservatives in the sense that they can be socially more rightward but economically more left-leaning. But because of what's happened sort of recently, they're trying to fight on a front of in traditionally previously Labour areas, and also areas where the Lib Dems, etc., would have had much more of a say. And you're trying to do these two different balancing acts, which are partly different on a cultural level, but also partly, I guess, also on an economic level, and also in general, just difficult on, say, a competency level. Because here's the thing, I could go and talk about all of the different cultural bits and all the different economic bits, but 13 years, and if you can't answer the rating question successfully, do you feel better off than you did 13 years ago? The answer, which is of course not, because we've only had the small matter of a financial crash, a pandemic, a tear from our biggest trading partner, and then like a massive inflationary crisis. What can you do? So like a lot of that's it. A lot of double whammy results to come.
Roaring 20s.
I know it is
The Roaring 20s. Yeah.
Perhaps one of the interesting things really about it, I mean, we did, I mean, I suppose this is a sort of chance to plug a paper, but we did
away.
Yes.
I'll put it up.
Put it up.
I can do that. I have.
Oh, there we go. So you can actually put it. I can talk at this. Feels very slideshow. So we did a paper. It was called "Holding the Political Centre." I believe it's one of the top ones that we did. You can find it under the Our Vision tab, just in case you're getting there. And one of the things that I found really interesting in that, so that it was more of a look at, okay, so what actually politically do people describe themselves as, and move away from all of the day-to-day issues, just generally what do you think you are politically, so that could be conservative, right-wing, left-wing, so forth. And the interesting thing we found there, especially when you looked at there we go, look at that.
Gorgeous.
So if you
click on it, Will. Click on it.
So if you scroll down and you click on the read more bit.
Yeah.
Well, actually it says download. I can remember my own website, of course.
Perfect.
Scroll down. Oh, wow. I feel like
luscious pink.
Oh, I know. Apart from that's purple, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
If you scroll down to the map of sort of the Conservatives, which is a few pages down, then you can see something that I found really interesting, which is I'll actually wait until we get there, and then there we go. So that's the right-wing one. What I found interesting about this is quite simple. When you ask people about their sort of political beliefs, the one that was, sort of head and heels over the rest of them was, sort of being conservative or being right wing. And that's what I find interesting about all of the sort of election results and the sort of very anti-Tory voters, is that the reality is the UK as we stand is a country where really, barring the sort of political circumstances, the Conservatives should be doing well. It is very good territory even now. So whilst people may not be voting for the Conservative Party, in principle, they see themselves as Conservatives. And I think that perhaps in the long term, and if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the sort of left-wing was. I love doing this. I've never done a presentation before, so you get one. But if you scroll down, you can see the sort of the left-wing results and the sort of more centristy, liberal social democrats. And
do you want to scroll down? I love you. I'm sorry.
If we scroll down to the Labour sort of left-wing section, which will be past. There we go. Again, you can see that the fact is that that drop in between support of the two. You'll definitely get Social Democrats voting for the Labour Party.
The other thing that's really interesting, actually, looking at this, is sorry, I just
go for it. I mean, this is an open presentation.
The other thing that's really interesting though is that if you look at the map, for example, you have kind of Scotland heavily left wing, but you have in the southeast kind of look at the Midlands, they're not very left wing. They don't identify as being that. So what's interesting is we see swings in these areas, for example, say like Devon and Cornwall way at the moment, the ones that have come out, or Essex way that have come out so far, areas that don't really identify themselves as being left wing, and we're looking at dark red being 19-20%, so light red areas are like tiny little percentages, but they're still going Labour or swinging away from the Tories. So that's very, very significant. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing that we sort of found overall was, Labour was trying to pull people who are undecided, and I think a lot of those in general probably be people who they dislike the Tories, but at the same time, what they vote for politically is, I don't think, as larger of an issue. I think, and this is where, if you scroll down again, we can have a look at the sort of the more centrist results, which is just on the, and then you look at the centrist results as well.
Wales is very centrist.
Wales is particular. Well, look, I'm home.
It's
Here
because we live here. That's all it is.
I was going to say yes.
I would love just very quickly. Don't tangent too much off this. Can you explain the centrism in Wales to me, please?
Okay, this was interesting.
No, it's because he lives here. That's all it is.
I was going to say, I filled in.
Apart from Torrin living there.
No, I did. Pushkin came here, and it's really interesting, sort of explaining the centrism in Wales, because it's very concentrated. If you look at what centre as an organisation supports, right? So that mixture of almost supporting your small businesses whilst also liking your public services. Just take Aberystwyth as an example, right? So a massive employer here is the NHS, right? You've got inbuilt support for public services. However, whilst Labour should, do amazingly well off of that support, also you have this alternative side, which is a lot of the businesses around here. Then there are, of course, the big chains, Tesco's, Morrison's, whatever else. But at the same time, you have so many local businesses with so many people here going to those local businesses and using them, that actually there is also a very strong pro-business sentiment. And then you add on top of that the sort of Plaid Cymru, sort of Welsh nationalist side, pro-devolution and that sort of thing, then you have this picture in which there are a lot of people, whether they be Plaid Cymru, who are in favour of more devolution, but are also very politically centrist and sort of view that as an alternative vote to, say, voting Conservative or voting Labour, because, if they're, say, a small business owner, well, they may be more to the centre. And again, if they're a Conservative, they may, really like public services so much that they almost shift left. And so you tend to find that, areas of Wales, the constituency we're in at the moment, it's held by Plaid, but Ben Lake, who is the MP here, used to be a member of the Lib Dems. And next election, because a lot as well, because of the boundary changes, may go Conservative, right? But it's a complicated area, because actually Wales as a whole, whilst traditionally very much a sort of Labour heartland, especially in the valleys, you also have that thing that mid and North Wales are also quite sort of politically centrist. But it's a political centrism that doesn't necessarily mean, the Lib Dems do really well, or another party does. It is very much split, but whilst it doesn't particularly influence the direction of one party, say, winning all the seats, because Wales is fairly centrist compared to the rest of the UK, what it does do is it steers the political parties. Again, it's why you have in Plaid, you have that sort of fairly, the sort of more moderate wing of Plaid, and why in the Conservatives you have a much more moderate wing in the Welsh Conservatives here than you perhaps do, in other areas of the UK, and the same with Labour. It's why you have those moderate fractions, because actually, whilst it doesn't show up in, say, the Lib Dems winning every seat, or, Plaid winning every seat because they're centrist, what it has done is, it shifted the way that politics is done and shifted it towards that middle ground.
I think the other key thing as well is that here, for example, you have, a Conservative government in Westminster. It's a very hard Conservative government. But on the flip side, you have a Labour government in Wales, it's a very hard Labour government. So most people find themselves in between the two of them. They don't identify purely with the Welsh government and their schemes. They also don't identify purely with the UK government and their schemes. So I think inevitably people are going to feel, I mean, again, we talk about the employers and kind of like local businesses and things. People are going to find themselves in the middle where their livelihoods are both damaged by the UK government and the Welsh government in some ways.
Yeah.
So inevitably centrism is kind of the middle ground.
And perhaps in broader context, it also shows one of the interesting things about sort of the Labour Party and trying to attract businesses towards the Labour Party as well, even when they're sort of on that end of being a small business, which is, yeah, I mean, I think, I've been around here for about 6 years now, which is, almost an incredible amount of time. But at the same time, I think I've more and more got that feeling. Yeah, you will have small businesses who, regardless of policy, are always very sort of, even though they're family-run businesses, are always about, well, maybe, do I vote Labour, or maybe I should vote Plaid, because it's that kind of one that's in the middle. It's it's not quite the Conservatives, but also because they are going to be much more pro-business, running one themselves. It puts them into that sort of middle category of maybe the Lib Dems, maybe Plaid. So it is. Again, fascinating dynamics, because I think it works very differently to a lot of other areas of the UK. And I mean, yeah, it's so sort of politically centrist as well.
And a lot of it comes down to employers. I think there's lots to say here. So I think
I was going to say, yeah, there's a question, basically.
There's people who live in Wales, like, fangirling about Wales. But
Not yet.
I think a lot of it comes down to employers as well. So we're talking about the NHS being a huge employer, but also kind of like, farms are big employers, and like people come from like very rural backgrounds and like I guess farming backgrounds. A lot of like lots and lots of people do, especially like kind of North and Mid Wales, or in the South you have kind of like the steel industry and miners and things like that. But kind of in Wales you have people who are from very similar backgrounds, and then they're inevitably going to be not only shaped by those backgrounds, but also then, say for example, you come from a Labour family, but then you go and run your own business because that industry is dead. You have a whole new pool of voter there. Or say in kind of like, again, like the kind of rural areas where the family used to run a farm, but then you're actually going to train as a nurse. I mean, there's not enough farming jobs. So you kind of have these big kind of fractions of voters. And you have in Wales especially, you have a big kind of change in industry and what jobs people are doing. So they have kind of a large exposure of different aspects of life. Which is really interesting. And I also think part of it comes down to salary. Like Wales earns the least out of the UK in terms of household income. It has huge amounts of poverty, yet it's also one of the cheapest places to live. So I think all of those factors kind of, they're in a situation where, or we're in a situation somewhat, that where we, even having a Labour government isn't sheltering us from all of those things, and a Tory government isn't.
Yeah, and
lots of people thought that.
I think there's the wider issue with that map, of course, when you look at the areas that aren't very centrist, which is a lot of the UK, you do have that question. I mean, a lot of the time you will, hear the talk about sort of the Lib Dems and, how are they doing in the polls? But the ground here is that I don't actually think they're convincing people to be centrist. They're convincing people to vote for them. But I think in terms of that wider political swing, right, if you want to start doing really well at a national level and getting people to vote for you election after election, the specific breakdown of this was Social Democrat and Liberal, right? And because of that, the number of people who identify under either of those bands is quite small. So it shows that even though over time the Lib Dems sort of waxed and waned politically, their primary issue is that they've never really been able to target that group of voters that they say, these are our core voters. These are the people that are going to come and vote for us, regardless of whatever, and give us that low watermark where we always can build up from. So instead, what they effectively have is this situation where very few people are saying, I am a Liberal or I'm a Social Democrat. And it means trying to build up from that, I think, is quite difficult, because every time you almost have to go after a different group of voters, whether it be, people who are anti-Brexit, last time, it could be tuition fees the time before. It's always really tricky when you're building up from no base, apart from in somewhere like Wales. And again, that's got the problem where everyone's after that bit of political real estate, as it were. You know, they're all after trying to be the centrist, you know, moderate political
Maybe
party.
it's just because, at least from our perspective, Wales is always right.
Oh, could be.
Did you? Can I just ask? Did you like explore what people define as being right-wing, liberal, social democrat, etc.? Because just I'll come out in a second. I'm just what the sort of just immediate instincts I get is that right-wing is a very common term. Left-wing is a very common term.
Yeah.
Whether people have the same understanding of it's another matter, because obviously there's lots of people who probably consider themselves very right-wing on culture, but they support the welfare state, for example, or, you know, etc. A left-wing economic policy. But I just said there is a slight problem with things like liberal or socialist, where they're quite specific, and they're also terms that have been smeared really in the press for so long. I mean, you know, there's a whole body of work on how the Murdoch press and other right-wing media in America changed the meaning of the word liberal to mean basically, you know, anyone who's vaguely left of centre. And I suppose there is. I mean, I can absolutely see a situation where people would never want to consider themselves left-wing because they would therefore, you know, be deemed to be a bit of a weirdo, you know, a bit of an extremist. But then when you say take Labour's 2017 manifesto, which was clearly left-wing, it was overwhelmingly popular. The policies themselves are overwhelmingly popular, which would, on that measure, would suggest that the electorate is actually pretty left-wing. They just don't know it because they've taken a popular definition.
It's one of the reasons I focus so much on core voter groups and where the base that they were building up from, rather than going into, again, what normally happens, which is that Workington man or Stevenage woman or whatever, right? Because I think the one thing I think think tanks sometimes fail to do is to look at the limits of their polling, okay? Because, you know, I think often it's okay, we've got this result and it means generally this thing is happening all over the country at once. And I think the big limit with this polling is, I think if you're sort of a very core voter of a political party, then I think there's some interest there as to whether, you know, you are going for a political party and you also happen to be a centrist, or the fact that there's, you know, absolutely no centrist there. And yeah, the other big limit is the fact that we're almost running out in some ways of ways to poll people effectively, to sort of, you know, bunch them into groups. You know, there was a great thing about sort of the new type of centrism, I think it got called, which is this idea that, you know, yeah, you have the problem that you almost have those people who say, you know, I want to save the environments, but I want to, you know, stop the boats or whatever it is, right? You have those people that are on the complete opposite end. So I think the one thing there is basically it's the limits of it, and also why I think that the poll was much better in terms of understanding, okay, how are the Lib Dems doing here at trying to pull people towards, you know, liberalism and social democracy? You know, do they even identify with those terms? And in a lot of cases, you know, you have that thing where actually politically people don't. So whilst they may vote Lib Dem, when they're actually asked straight up, are you a liberal or social democrat? You know, they'll say no. So yeah, I think that's, and the other question as to, you know, why not sort of do a larger thing and, you know, ask people what they think about, you know, what a specific term means and where they put it. I think the answer is the results on those are sort of so mixed and varied. It's very difficult to sort of cut through it all and find the specific issues. But again, it's why, you know, they were phrased in the way they were, as, you know, conservative or liberal or social democrat or so on, because their terms, as far as possible, are closely related sort of to political parties as well, but sort of try and pull out that sort of core voter base.
Yeah.
There is a separate discussion which I won't get too much into now because it's a hill I'll die on, but it never gets anywhere. We've had it before in the polling station when Neil was on it. I don't like the word centrist. I just think
This is
That is heartbreaking.
I was going to say
How
this
could you
is
do that?
it used to be pluralist. We used to talk about pluralists, and then suddenly we got into this social media world where everyone had to be something and their opponents had to be something. And, you know, you had this horrible sort of period on Twitter, probably during the Corbyn and the Brexit years, where you had on the one hand being a centrist was an insult. On the other hand, there's people using it as a badge of pride. But I would have said the point is the real point is that every policy, every position that you take is either a liberal, a conservative, a fascist, communist, whatever. It's a position. Doesn't mean the person is that, because they might have a whole mixture of those views, hence being a pluralist. And that actually centrist, it doesn't tell us that, but it is. I appreciate that there is a centre left, there is a centre right, there is sort of, you know, soft authoritarian, soft liberal. So they would all come into that banner, but I just rather we use those terms.
I mean, I think the biggest thing at the moment, certainly in terms of centrism, is that whilst the sort of left and the right have very clearly defined where they are on the political map, in some ways, the reason that centre is there, and you know, if you our other research, I suppose you could say is almost a world away from this one. This is the first time we've done sort of polling as part of something, but I think there's a certain element that the centre kind of needs to define itself in political terms as to what it is. Because I think before, the only way that centrism was used is, to quote the phrase, it's sort of wishy-washy policy making, right? It's sort of, oh, well, I'm not left and I'm not right, so therefore I'm centrist. And there are some people who go, well, I'm not centrist and I'm not left, so therefore I'm right. But I think the main thing there is defining exactly what that centrism means. At least to, you know, to us as a political,
Yes.
I'm sure there'll be people who disagree completely and are, you know, very much hate the NHS and you know, really want sort of hard regulations on the economy or something. I'm sure there will be that, but at the same time, I think a lot of there is that sort of centrist element in the UK, and I think there are a lot of common things between them. And I think, you know, if you want a sort of the outcome of that and what kind of, you know, what can be done, at least with the policies we're proposing. I mean, you've got people in the Tory party, you know, Tobias Ellwood, Stephen Hammond and that supporting it. And on the other hand, you know, you've got Neil Kinnock, who we just worked on a paper with, and is you know, they're all openly people who are supporters of centre.
I think,
so it's pulling together that coalition that I don't think we've seen before. And when it has been there, it's been based around almost the lack of policy ideas, that there's maybe some general principles that are agreed to, but that you don't have that sort of specific nature. I mean, ours is very much modelled around, you know, strong welfare state, you know, competitive economy, whatever you want to call it. That idea of, and maybe it's almost a very Welsh style thing of, you know, it's that supporting local businesses. I mean, we did a huge amount on the sort of excluded campaign, you know, when small businesses were left out of income support during the pandemic. We also spent a huge amount of time talking about, you know, public services. So that's very much our kind of centrism. But as with any political labels, it, you know, it has its limits. So it's kind of, I think, understanding those limits. And in some ways, for me, it's always been almost never reading too far into the labels, which is why we have such a long policy section on our website, where I think we have 150 now or something ridiculous. And,
I wrote some of them.
And I was going to say, yeah, we've all written
that
things.
divergence even in
Am I needed to? Do you need me to go and look at the policy section on the website?
Yeah,
Yes,
no, because you'll
yes,
be
we do.
scrolling forever.
Well,
I mean, to some extent, how much of this is a reaction to populism, for and against? You know,
None of it.
I was going
the centrism, like that coalition you're talking about, is in a way it's a response to right and left populism that suddenly people feel like more in common. But at the same time, the thing that's really annoyed me over the years is where it's used as a simplistic term of abuse.
well,
And
yeah.
the people using it are basically saying, well, David Cameron's a centrist and Gordon Brown's a centrist. and they're all the Goldman Sachs candidate, the banker's candidate, whatever. And you're like, but hang on a minute, you know, I lived through Cameron and Brown. They hated each other. They had nothing in common at all. Just that they weren't populists. That's the only real kind of thing, right? They were in the broad electoral centre ground, but it doesn't define their politics at all, really, does it?
I mean, I do agree that you get variation. I think that, I mean, aside from it being populist, non-populist, I mean, I was in the pub the other day and
Weren't we all?
and was talking to one of our kind of local conservative councillors, and he made me laugh. He was very drunk, like just context. But he basically said, he said to me, he was like, "I'm definitely a centrist." I was like, "Okay, then go on then."
What was his name?
He was like, "I can't say his name."
I'm going to say we're not.
I'm gonna dox him online. But he basically said, he went, "Yeah, because I believe in public services. I believe in you know, small businesses, but I also really like the Queen." And I was thinking, what does the Queen or the monarch like? It's like, I like the Queen, now the King, but the Queen. And I was like, well, what does that have to do with centrism? Like, I think sometimes you get the kind of like variations again in different topics. I do also agree that I agree that centrism is kind of hollowed out in the UK as well. I think that there's a huge gap, and I think we see that kind of a centrist policy making, at least, because you're right in that the media kind of designates anybody that isn't a populist to be a centrist or a moderate. I think sometimes moderate and centrist get really conflated in a way that probably it shouldn't be. But I also think a lot of kind of like centrist projects and all these, you know, radical centrist thinkers, you know, let's get them in the room together, let's start a conversation. And a lot of projects have been started like that in the last few, say, like 5 years. And they all kind of, again, it's like, what actually is centrism? You can invite loads of people who you know, are moderates, but that doesn't mean they're centrists. And I think that is, something that is definitely missing in the UK, is a definition of being a centrist.
I think centrism has become a byword for a lot of, like, because I think people saw this need to occupy centre ground, right, in a lot of polling. So you had like a lot of groups like TIG or whatever the 15 names they had was, or other projects, who just called themselves centrists because they need to occupy that ground, but they have no idea what that means. I mean, the Group for Change want to rejoin the European Union, which isn't a lot of change, to be honest. Like, there isn't a lot of policy to that. I think they want this idea of centrism because it's winnable, and that's almost a malincentive. Like, it isn't about representing centrism; it's about winning a vote because you think people need centrism, and I think it's understand the philosophy of centrism. I think philosophy is becoming a very. I'm not one for political theory by any means, please. But there has to be a philosophy of an ideal here. I think the philosophy of ideals, or principle of ideals, is getting lost anyway, especially when you have centrist groups who have these ideals, but they don't really have a guiding principle. Whereas we have like a very Nordic-based model of thinking in terms of, you know, a competitive free market, a strong welfare state, to really simplify it. That's really simplifying it. You know, that's a guiding principle. We have a lot of policies that give us guiding principle. I think a lot of these, you know, think tanks or organizations or projects or political parties don't, sorry, I'm throwing so much shade, don't want principle to them. They're just trying to win power, or they're just Tony Blair trying to come back again.
Wow, we're really
honest, you know? Like, it's just a rehash of trying to be popular. It's a weird way of being populist, trying to be a centrist, but that's not a principle. You know, that really isn't a principle. The principle of centrism as we have it is very clear, and that, I think, is why we've honestly lasted so long and will continue to last for such a long time, because we have a guiding principle. If I'm very blunt about it, because we know what centrism is.
But I think,
and if you sign up as well, you can clearly, like, whether you're Tobias Elwood or Neil Kinnock, you can see exactly. I mean, I've spoken to Neil for many hours via email about this stuff, but you know, you can see what we're supporting. You know, I think a lot of the time was politically it's seen as this advantage, you know, that, oh, we can stand for broadly being centrist, and therefore we can broadly get voters on board. At the same time, in the long run, that kind of it is damaging, because you can't say, well, this is actually what the centre ground is, or this is what a centrist voter typically believes in. And I think that's caused the situation I was talking about before, where it's a term almost that has sort of replaced, pluralism, or, actually, we have all these different kind of views, because not necessarily that centrist means that, but that it's kind of just been used in its place, because there's never really been almost that attempt to go, this is what centrism is. I think, again, at Change UK, they used it because it was politically convenient. They were leaving the Labour Party. They needed to show they stood for something different. And the glimpse of hope I had was where they started defining it properly and saying, okay, well, actually, what we do believe, and it's still on the Wayback Machine on their website, is, we believe in a social market economy. And I thought, you're getting there. We know where we're exactly. You have a policy. You know where you're heading, and and I think that is almost a difficult one, because they were never able to get there. I think in reality, because they never discussed that first.
But I also
and I think it just didn't evolve.
But I think a lot of it, I think a lot of it, though, doesn't even come down to whether they're centrist or not. I think a lot of it also comes down to saying, for example, within like right-wing circles and left-wing circles, a lot of like debate and discussion. But I think within kind of central, if you fall in the middle, you should reflect from those discussions that are very, very different. As in, if you're left-wing, you're a bit more like, for example, say schools, you're like, I don't like private schools. That's like a universal agreement. But in centrist circles, it could be, I don't like private schools, all the way to like, oh yeah, I like private schools, and whatever. So I think that there's a lot of kind of, it's not necessarily that because policy is a yes/no decision. I think that sometimes centrists get stuck between that yes and no. Because when you have answers, you have people lean towards one side and lean towards the other. And I think it's why, for example, like parties like kind of like Labour are struggling now in terms of the yes and the no, because they're falling more towards centrist again. They're trying to, at least in the public eye. And I think that's one thing that like the Dems are struggling as well, because you have parties kind of trying to swing and get this middle vote that is available, because you've got both parties heavily kind of polarized kind of political system in the last few years. But I think that is a bit of a problem, and the reason that they're doing it, or at least the solution to it, is to look at polls and say, right, okay, well, the public believe in this, therefore this and that. And I think very wishy-washy policy making.
I think this
in
is
some ways.
Oh no, you can go. You can go.
It's very positive.
Sorry, sorry.
But I do think there's this certain element. I mean, why has Labour, for instance, moved towards the sort of centre ground of politics or whatever? Well, I think the main reason is they see electoral advantage. Obviously, Corbyn did not exactly sort of help in that situation. They moved to the centre ground, and now they're desperately trying to work out what it is. Right? They're there, but at the moment, as someone who, I hope I'm a good judge, considering I run the think tank called Centre, but I view Starmer as actually a little bit to the right of me. And so that's my thing, which is I think that Starmer's, though, on some issues is very much to the right, on some he's a little bit to the left, but he's trying to almost work out what that centrism is, and trying to, at the moment, as I said, I think the Labour Party are doing really well and large because of that sort of anti-conservative vote there. But I think that the problem for them in the long run is if they want to stick to that centrism, if they want to stick to the middle ground, they need to work out what it is in a very concrete sort of perspective. At the moment, it's, the windfall tax will do well. People don't like oil and gas companies, so we'll tax them. And right in itself, good policy. But in reality, it's trying to set out that broader vision of what centrism is, without just sort of saying we will. At the moment, again, I go back to the 5 pledges, just saying, we will, sort of sort out the economy, or we'll, and it's almost the conservative thing. Even they were a bit more specific. It's that kind of whole, we will stop the boats. Going beyond that and working it out, right? Because I think with Corbyn, the one thing that was, in quotes, good about him was that you could look at Corbyn and you knew that, yes, this guy was the one who wanted to nationalise everything. You need to get that message across. Okay, well, if you're a centrist, what does that mean? Do you want a free market economy? Are you after heavy regulation? And that's, I think, really contributed to Starmer having a lot of question marks around him. Because if he's going to go for that kind of Labour centrism, he needs to really explain what it is. Blair, as much as I...
It comes down to, sorry, I'm really
go on.
Flow.
I could go on for hours, so it's okay.
So it's again, it's like discussions that we have every day about what
Yeah.
centrism is.
You asked the right people.
That is. But oh, sorry. You
No, go on, carry on. I'll come out.
because I had to spell like centrism is very different in different parts of the UK.
Hmm.
And running Labour is it's a UK-wide party. So I think that actually lots of different voters want different things. And I think Labour, much more than the Tories, is kind of trying to, like, Labour has to win over very different like kind of voter bases, whereas the Tories, you know, we've seen that, for example, like people who are right wing, there's a lot more of them, whereas Keir Starmer has to win over left wing people and centrist, and then maybe even some like ex-UKIP people, right? So there's a lot of kind of political kind of like political coalition like between voters that he kind of has to manage a lot more than some actors. But I also think it's like a good thing I know, which is actually why I'm like I don't know if it's just me, I always use myself as a bit of a judge of voting, so I'm a bit of a swing voter. I know
Aren't we all?
I'm a very big swing voter, and sometimes I think like that. I just think weirdly, I don't know, but I tend to like be able to predict Kent because this is why I like shoot my bird.
I was going to say you're saying
It's quite where I live, and then it goes horrendously wrong today.
Yeah, this is
and
one
I'm eating out, but you know. But like for example, like the Northern seats, I think we expect to see such a big swing. The same more the Kentish seats, I think there'll be a genuine fear of kind of like the same as the Corbyn effect, where I think everyone's kind of hesitant. Everyone was doing awfully, but everyone was a bit hesitant to vote for Corbyn because of what Corbyn might do. I think that kind of that effect still there with Keir, and I think that, for example, like me, if I was I'm not gonna lie, I kind of messed up and it was really bad for me to say as a political person. But I was, even though I registered in Wales, I was eligible to vote at home because I'm a student, so I live between two addresses. And I probably should have, because I'm moving back there in like about 5 days' time. So I will be living in the ward that I could have voted in. But I just forgot to register to vote at home, to be honest. And I couldn't bother to sort out a postal vote. And I just kind of let it slip.
Let me just add some context here before. Jazz did break her leg a few months, well, less than that.
Oh, God.
She has been recovered. So this is Jazz being sort of oopsie daisy. I forgot there was much more the context.
Legitimate reason.
I genuinely just forgot.
I just wanted to just come out and say, we're talking. I completely agree with what you're saying about Labour and Starmer's lack of vision. This is really important because they haven't learned the lessons of recent history. That the new Labour years, this is what happened. You know, they got in because they weren't the Tories. They had a charismatic leader. They had some deliverable pledges, good manifesto they could use up the first term in Parliament. But by the end, when things started going wrong, they just came across as a moribund political party that didn't stand for anything, that would just say whatever had to be said to win, and people stopped listening. And hence why they lost, and hence why I think so many people voted Lib Dem in 2010. And when Corbyn won the leadership, I've always said this, I backed Corbyn to be leader at huge odds, not because I thought the electorate was suddenly hard left or because the membership was hard left, but it was just really obvious in that leadership contest that the other three were all triangulating about everything. They didn't want to stand on anything. You literally had a situation where they'd spent 5 years shifting to the left under Miliband, and suddenly people were going, oh, maybe we should chase UKIP voters. And like, what is a party member supposed to think when they're hearing this? Corbyn just stands up and says, I'm against cuts to welfare. You know, I'm against the Iraq war. I've got principles. You know me, I've got principles. Here's a picture of me being arrested at an apartheid rally 20 years ago. And he walks it for that reason. And you had I think you had at least one generation, probably 2 generations of people for whom Corbyn was like, this is the first authentic politician we've ever seen. He actually stands on his principles. And obviously, in time, that didn't work out. But the mainstream Labour, shall we call them, the new Labour faction, they were so hostile towards Corbyn from day one, but they couldn't see that side of it. That they just said, okay, the Trotskyites have taken over, we must go to war with the Trotskyites. But, you know, the number of people who are actually Trotskyites is minuscule. It's absolutely minuscule. You probably couldn't fill a pub, right? You know, Corbyn wasn't leader because he was a very far left. It was those ideals, and I think now that's the danger, that in response to proving they're not Corbyn, they seem to be just moving straight back into the position they were in government, which wasn't sustainable long term. You know, at the end they were shedding members by the thousands, right? And they were, you know, the 2010 result is a catastrophe. And that would be my fear. My fear is that Starmer will win the election because the Tories are finished, etc. But they're going to hit trouble on day one. And if he doesn't have some guiding principles and some vision and some kind of believable brand, it won't last. They'll quickly hit the wall.
I mean, I think so. I think in some ways that's maybe where the analogy of 1997 does come up again. But I mean, you know, I think this is my core problem, even sort of with the sort of Tony Blair style of politics, which is his version of centrism almost ended in a very open question. You know, his idea was, you know, so if you boil it down, it was effectively, let's have a lot of public-private or private-public partnerships. You know, let's get them all working together, which is our slogan, and probably shouldn't use in connection with that. But, you know, there was this idea, you know, let's get them working together. The problem was that actually when you enter political office, you've got to start working out where that begins and where that ends. You know, where does your public-private partnership end or begin within the NHS or, you know, within education or so on? And I think that lack of sort of principles, he did more than a lot did in terms of fleshing out, okay, what is this centrism I'm aiming for? And I think that helped get rid of the idea that always just sort of a, you know, wishy-washy sort of centre ground person. But at the end of the day, again, there's no point in winning if actually at the end of the day, when you get into power, you aren't quite sure what you're doing with it. And the people that have voted for you because you're anti-conservative. You know, you need that political message of actually, you know, what am I going to do on the economy? Well, I'll invest in the NHS and I'll sort it out and, you know, so on. And perhaps even, unlikely for a Labour leader even now, but the real focus on, okay, actually, I'm going to try and grow the economy. I'm going to focus on small businesses. I'm going to work out some of the fundamental issues that they face, not just sort of the headline stuff, because it sounds bad. That is not going to win any sort of small businesses over just by saying we're the party of small business and then just making a sort of small announcement on business rates, which honestly I think a lot of small businesses sort of scoffed at and want, you know, what's the point of this? You're not really making the big change to business rates anyway. You won't really say what you'll replace it with. And it all felt very half-hearted. You know, you don't announce a policy on business rates for small businesses and then not actually tell them what you're going to do afterwards, and then leave them for months and months on end without any clue. So yeah, I mean, if he wants to look at it, you know, I think start looking at everything from capital gains, you know, pensions, even for people who are, or not even pensions, but sick pay, for instance, for people who are self-employed. Like, if you want to actually look like you're caring about an issue, the one thing I think Labour spin doctors, anyone else, the thing they genuinely need to get over is this idea that if you do the right soundbite, the right person, that they will then go, oh, well, actually, that's great. But when it's a small business, sounds bad, but they're living it every single day of their lives. They know what's real policy, and they know what's just a party that's trying to get their vote without particularly doing anything policy-wise.
Yeah. That was beautiful.
Just a couple of things. First of all, amazing discussion. Like, I couldn't agree with so much more than I've heard from all of you. And I really do appreciate it. Secondly, just a couple of things. Firstly, I hate to make a really transatlantic comparison, but there is a bit of Biden in this, in the sense that initially, and I remember this quite well, the whole case for Biden was started on, he's not Trump and you can't have fucking like 4 more years of this or whatever. but it changed to incorporate a lot more of this is what a democratic president can give us, or and this is what a democratic president and democratic governors and senators can give us, right? And we ended up, it started with basically hey, let's vote, let's not have Trump, to John Ossoff is Georgia's new senator. Like it took the narrative and it took the arc, and I think it's important sort of to realize, because you can sort of move from we want one option out to here's what this option can give you, and I think that's been really well explained tonight. Secondly, as a few people will notice who have the stream on, I've changed the subject, or I've changed at least the screen share to Tamworth, just because we're getting a couple of ward shares now. And look at this surge here from Labour.
Oh, yeah, it's huge, isn't it?
14.7%.
And you know, so Tamworth is one of those constituencies that is just middle England. That's just New Labour won that, haven't had a prayer since. And I think when that's his Pincher's seat, isn't it? When there was talk about Pincher being forced out by election, very few people were willing to even predict Labour would win the seat, because they thought it had gone so far. So that's an astonishingly good result for Labour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's very. Wasn't Oliver Cromwell there or something? I don't know what. I can't remember what Tamworth was, but there was something to do with that.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. I think you're right. I think there was a battle.
Why? But that was the only thing I thought. Wow, winning in Oliver Cromwell's area. I mean, that's.
To be honest, I thought Tamworth was in Yorkshire, so I was incredibly wrong. I was about to be all smart, like, oh, Tamworth's in Yorkshire, and everyone was like, oh, it's the middle of England. I was like, oh.
That was a Tamworth woman.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, if we were talking about the Labour majority, that seat, that constituency, Tamworth, I'm pretty certain if they get that, they've got a majority. That's like, that's beyond, what was the old one, Nuneaton. I think this was once really marginal. It's moved well away from Labour in recent times, but I think that's even harder for them to win. So, huge result there for Labour.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, John Curtis says that as of 2 a.m., so 30 minutes ago, the Conservatives cannot be sure they will not lose 1,000 seats.
Really?
Yeah, based presumably on his projections and what he's seeing, the 1,000 seat mark would appear to be in play at this early stage of the night.
Well, you can get 6 to 1 on that they win they lose 750 or more, or you can get, there's not a lot of money on the Labour market.
Oh dear.
Is that free money? I don't know. Looks like it to me.
Magic money tree.
Fair. I mean, I think the thing we're getting from this is that, okay, sure, there was expectation management, but this appears to be going as badly. And I want to emphasize this, by the way. I do want to emphasize this massively early on, but the early instincts appear to be worse than I would have imagined all parties have said for expectation management. Because the 1,000 figure wasn't really a thing that other parties were going from. It was the headline in Rawlings and Thrasher when they their predictions they do for the government. Nobody else really was coming up with 1,000 seat losses. It wasn't really a thing they were pushing. It was never a thing Lib Dems were pushing. Greece didn't push it, and most analysts, were largely independents, didn't push it. Like the electoral calculus had sub 500 losses. I think some people had sub 500 losses. So it's an impressively bad start for them. And I say that not out of meanness. I say that simply out of what the presumed boundaries of a good night or whatever were pre-live stream. So it'll be interesting to keep on following with that. I just thought it was worth pointing that out, because we're going to get a few more results in now coming as a stream. and some councils will be decided. Not that many, but some. And through the rest of the night, we'll get a bit of a trickle, an idea of where this is going. And then tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon, we'll really begin to find out where we are. But at the moment, the headline takeaways, I would say, are everybody but the Conservatives pretty happy. I should add also, I don't think we've really seen areas where the Greens would be expecting to gain in declare so far. That's much more for tomorrow thing. An important thing, way to keep looking out for, I think.
Just also, so a bit of betting news. So already tonight we have seen Labour to win most seats shorten up from 1.3 to 1.26. Not a lot, but it is a move. And the majority has gone from even money, so 50%, to 1.88, which is about 55%. So just in 2 hours, just on these results, like the betting has changed notably.
How many seats have declared?
Looking at Sky here, they're not listing it, they're just listing councils. You've only got 20 councils so far out of 230. So less than
the long story short,
9%.
Like minimal. In terms of a seats meaningful tally, you would need to be thinking Friday mid-afternoon for that.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll even get half tonight. Looking at that,
we won't. Like we won't.
Half 2 in the morning.
So yeah, we're 2:30 in the morning, and listen, it's not about the results that you see; it's about the friends that you make along.
Oh, definitely.
I think that one thing I'm interested though a lot into, at least these early results, is again kind of like this like lack of green or the lack of the Lib Dems. I think is really interesting, especially with kind of the targeting efforts they've done. And I think it was maybe John Curtis again, but it was, you know, there was loads of Lib Dems quoted, especially in like the Midlands kind of area, who basically said, the Tory vote is collapsing here, like we're gonna win loads of seats. Yeah, that isn't actually something that's happened, especially in like kind of key places in the northeast as well. We saw them gain a little bit, but nowhere near as much as they should have if the Tory vote collapsed. In areas where Liberals are actively working on the ground, so it's quite interesting.
Well, I mean, I think we just need a lot more really to declare, because we are dealing with the comparison with 2019 when the Tories did have a bad night in 2019. It wasn't a good time for them, but we're not seeing many of these blue wall seats. I mean, I haven't been watching them religiously because we've been chatting, but Tamworth seemed like the most, Tamworth and Harlow are the only two seats I've really seen. Ipswich, they're Labour hold Ipswich, that's not surprising. Tamworth and Slough and Harlow seem like the only ones that really would be indicative of the national picture, so to speak, key swing places that are general. And I think once we get into that blue wall, I do think the Lib Dems are going to do very, very well, where they're just a natural part of opposition.
I would agree on this. Can I just jump in with something quickly here, because the excellent Patrick English, formerly of Livestream.
Yes. Where is he?
He is at YouGov, and he's on the BBC working with a team there. And I know, listen, but when eventually, if there's one small benefit to the fact that the government trying to destroy the BBC, is that they might get Patrick back. So, public broadcasting on one hand, but also Patrick with us on the other. There are benefits to everything. Anyway, he says that Labour might well be taking Plymouth Council. That would be that would be big, really, really big. Really important. He did write about this in his excellent Substack, which says, in Plymouth, 4 Labour games would give the majority control of this key battleground council, which also covers the marginal constituency of Plymouth Moor View, which is currently held by none other than Johnny Mercer of Plymouth Herald and Veterans Minister fame. And Plymouth, he says, electing in thirds swings along with the national mood like a pendulum between Labour and Conservatives at each election cycle, and will give us a good early read of how Labour might do across the whole contest. Something like an 8-point swing will be enough to hand Star's party control, and in turn signal a good set of results to come for His Majesty's official opposition. So, Plymouth, if it would be heading to Labour, would be, I think, quite the accomplishment and quite the early signal. Anyhow, question from TRC 120. Asked to Jasneet. He asks, do people in Wales like Mark Drakeford?
Interesting question.
I got very excited that I got a question then. I didn't think I would. It's very, very interesting though. I think Troy came in as that happened. And it is
I didn't hear it, I promise.
Oh,
I didn't.
okay. It is
Okay.
a really interesting question because I think that Mark Drakeford is slowly losing popularity in Wales. I think overall he is still quite popular. Especially kind of if you look at the alternatives, you've got Andrew R.T. Davies, who's like incredibly hard right wing. And he's talking about a lot of issues that are very unpopular in Wales. So, for example, again, like the Stop the Boats thing, he's very in favour of. He like attacks wokeness for everything, which then people don't really like. So I think that he's kind of a very, very bad opposition. I think you have Adam Price, who again got bollocked by the press today because he had loads of like issues with the complaints procedure implied. So people got thrown under the bus, but they kind of just
Did it themselves.
Yeah, they did it for themselves, really. They got stomped on by their own feet. So that was brilliant for them. So I think Mark Drakeford is kind of the only person left that is actually somewhat competent that leads a party. You have Jane Dodds and the Lib Dems, who nobody knows she exists. So I think Mark Drakeford is the only person that's left. But in terms of people liking him, he's well liked. In terms of he's quite respected. I think that he's very personable. He, it's very well known in Wales. One thing that people like about him is he's very like down to earth. During lockdown, he lived in a shed to protect his wife, who was vulnerable. So that was really nice. He's known as kind of like the granddad of Wales, quite a nice effect. He's also like people are very personal with him at the moment because his wife recently passed away. So that led to like a huge surge of popularity for him as well. But the other thing is people are kind of slowly growing impatient of him. I mean, at the moment we've got in Wales, we've got Senedd reforms, so like Welsh government reforms. And we're seeing kind of similar things to what Westminster are doing in terms of like boundary changes. Their voting system is changing, but there are ways that disadvantage other parties but advantage Labour. So it's received a lot of criticism recently about kind of like trying to rig these elections. So there's a lot kind of going on. I think overall he's still quite well liked, but there's a lot of policies that kind of come into place now that he's received a lot of criticism for in ways he wouldn't have previously. But I think part of that isn't necessarily only his fault. I think part of it comes from having a party in power for 20 plus years now. So I think a lot of it is just that kind of like Labour complacent, and it kind of rubs off on him.
Just quickly, also a follow-up question. Is he woke? I cannot define woke. That there will need to be a
Good question there, isn't it?
Yeah, what is woke? I think if you're talking about woke in terms of like trans stuff, he's very like pro self ID. I think he's in the news for that. He's got lots of criticism from England. In terms of kind of like again small boats crossing, he's really in favour of like asylum seekers. In Wales, we have the national sanctuary plan, so we're like becoming a national sanctuary, which is very exciting. But yeah, there's lots of kind of I'd say that he probably is quite woke, but not in a bad way. I don't really know. I think woke is synonymous with progressive, and I think I'd say he's progressive on a lot of issues.
Yeah.
fair. Right. Time for some results. The Liberal Democrats have held Hull. Labour have held Coventry. Labour have also held Lincoln. No majority in Southend-on-Sea. The Tories have held North East Lincolnshire, no majority in Worcester. Labour have held Stevenage and Ipswich, and there has been no majority in Peterborough. But the Tories have lost Tamworth. So that's the second change of hands so far. And
The Stevenage woman has gone Labour. Yeah.
I think so. Yes, indeed, that is the case. Yeah. So some interesting results. Again, the story of the night so far, as we speak, nearing 3 a.m., is that Labour and the Lib Dems are doing well, and the Tories are doing very badly. Again, this sort of double pincer movement, which we've discussed a lot. If you're a polling station viewer or listener, you'll have heard us talk about this. The Tories have almost mission impossible in the sense that they are on the defensive, defending a record of 30 years in government, where, without wanting to be too partisan, you could argue that very little has happened to make people want to vote for them. They now have to go and defend that against two different voter sets. And those voter sets can be led to parties in Labour, and the Lib Dems can attack them really effectively. So my apologies, my huge apologies. It's a difficult night for them, almost as difficult as me and my yawn theirs. But anyway, the Tories really under the pump at the moment. We have, I think it's 200 more councils to go. So, feeling pretty good at this point.
Yeah. You say wait forever.
When did the full council workers stop voting? Like stop
Counting.
Stop.
Stop
To stop voting, they have to continue to fill in the. That sounds like a
They stop
large case of
counting.
voter fraud.
Well, they stop counting whenever it's done.
Yeah.
No, they don't continue all throughout the night, surely.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, these poor bastards, Jesus Christ.
In terms of
Some counting
I was going to say the other thing is
do
they
it during the day. So tomorrow they're starting
That's
nothing.
How many are
they
gonna keep
also
going?
I will just say they
20%.
a lot do get to take breaks. Like 90-year-old
Yeah.
Edith isn't going to be like forced to count from like
Get her into that
morning
workers'
till
mindset.
morning till dusk.
Woke Edith needs to keep working.
Yeah,
You can't see this face.
they're not going to keep them working from morning till dusk. But yeah, I mean,
Back in the good old days.
No, what is it? My auntie used to count polls.
Did
Like she
she?
used to, yeah. She used to,
did she get
like,
breaks?
she used to work for the council and she used
How
to
did
be
she
like
do?
doing polls.
What was her like favourite
She used
election
to-
count?
She used to hate it, but she was just trying to make me do it with her. She's like, go on,
Illegal.
volunteer, you can do it. You love those kind of things.
See, I'd cause a bad result because I'd like
You like
count them
hate
up,
it all.
and then no, I count it up and I forget how many numbers I've counted up.
Oh, you have bad memories, don't you, Colin?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do, and that would not be good on election nights. I think I'd be done for an electoral fraud by accident because I couldn't remember how many I counted up.
Director of Centre Think Tank.
Not great.
Bless them.
How's the Red Bull doing, William? Strong.
Christ above. The Red Wall. We've had a few results from there, but wait, actually, this will be interesting. From the early wards, speaking of Red Wall, etc., which this will be incorporated into, Sam Coates has given a update. I think he's tracking the changes in vote intention, vote share, and Labour up by 8.3 points in all of the wards declared from 2019 to 2023. The Tories are down 4.2%. The Red Wall looking, I think, decidedly less red based on what we've seen. Pretty hefty changes so far. Certainly a general swing which would suggest, I think, that the Tories are feeling the pressures of the cost of living crisis, etc., over there, and being blamed for the subsequent effects. So Yeah, I'd say the red wall not looking great for the Tories.
I just say, maybe generalising a bit here, but my memory of these seats 4 years ago, and certainly 2 years ago in the local elections, is that the trend seems to get a lot worse for the Tories as the night goes on. And tomorrow, these ones that declare early, there's it's like, I am generalising because I've not been through all these stitches by these.
It
Yeah, I
depends how fast 90-year-old Pamela can count in which specific place as well.
No, I
it's
think
been
part of it is this election is very different to the old ones because 2019 essentially we didn't have COVID, so all councils counted that evening, the majority of them. But
what I mean is at 1 a.m, at 2 a.m, right, in 2019, when you only had the ones that always count quickly, the Sunderlands, etc.,
no,
it wasn't going that badly for the Tories. By about 6 a.m, it was terrible.
I think though the other thing though is that we have lots of councils that are holding for the morning, but we didn't have that during COVID. So we've got a lot of councils holding. So actually we've only got 20% of the results compared to 2019. So you're right, these councils are indications, but actually we've got a lot of councils from kind of the south that are holding till the morning to start.
Yeah, no, I get you. I agree. Yeah. I mean, that was the general thing. The south ones were later, right? And it was the same. This is not COVID year. This is the year before. This is 2019, and also in the 2021. If you remember 2021, it was the same night of the Hartlepool by-election. And at 3-4 a.m, the narrative was utterly abysmal for Labour because they'd just been obliterated in Hartlepool, etc., vaccine bounds, etc. But by the time you got the full results Friday afternoon, it wasn't so bad because the blue wall had come in, right? And you started seeing Labour picking up seats in Oxford, in Witney, Chipping Norton, I think, was replaced, for instance, and Wales, of course. And the point I'm making is I've got a suspicion that in these particular seats that declare early, which are largely northern, there's less scope for Labour. There's less scope for Labour to rise, and there's the demographic changes of recent years work against them, making their scope for improvement a little bit more limited. Whereas the real Tory disaster is going to come when you start getting more rural southern seats where they were once totally dominant, where the protest vote is clearer. And that's why I think the Lib Dems and the Greens will pick up a lot as tomorrow develops.
I mean, yeah, I think in the south as well, especially with the heavy Tory voting areas, there's a big stereotype with voting Tory, but I think that the Lib Dems and the Greens are always viewed as like a softer alternative. So I think that will come to play a lot more in the kind of southern seats. I remember my parents always used to that. They always like, I'm not voting Labour, so I'll vote for Greens because they're harmless.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. It's a midterm protest vote where you don't have to vote for the sworn enemy. You don't have to take this risk with the people you've never voted for.
He was a Medway man, so he understands.
Yeah.
So again, this again, I really want to see these results in Kent, because to me, again, like Tamworth, I didn't see that on the horizon at all. That's a great result for Labour, but if they can start taking those Kent seats again, then you really are looking at a Labour majority. It's a really good position.
Places like that, though, actually, is that a lot of the councils have changed boundaries this year, and a lot of them have in the north as well. But you kind of had the constituency boundary changes, then you had the council ones, the results. So I think that will be really interesting as well, because you know those changes were drafted in mind with the Conservative. I mean, a lot of councils kind of rigged it. It wasn't rigged, but did grew the boundaries in ways that advantaged the Tories. I think that will be very interesting as well to see kind of what effect that has, because if Labour can win with redrawing boundaries in favour of the Tories, that's a very, very good sign of an overall swing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely.
Okay.
Part of me wonders, more generally, if Labour, does it and it gets sort of, the Tories lose 1,000 seats or whatever, then I am interested in the overall effect that it will have on the Labour Party itself. You know, even recently, high poll results each time seems to just mean a little bit more of that sort of progressive side of Starmer's policies seem to peel away. And even now, before the council election, Starmer is going, oh, well, you know, tuition fees, actually, we're going to change that pledge. However, what he didn't do is he didn't say how he would change the pledge. He simply said, you know, tuition fees, well, they get, you know, we can't make them free, but I'm still kind of against the system. So we need to do something to reform it. And part of me does wonder whether, you know, Labour doing incredibly well now will actually impact the kind of system, for instance, that the Labour Party will go for. Because, and maybe that's what worries me with Keir Starmer generally, is that rather than using big poll leads, maybe to, I don't know, do something slightly more progressive or whatever else, he's using them to make less ambitious policies on certain areas. So that does lead to the question of, okay, well, if this is what he's doing now under sort of some pressure, what's he going to do if he has no sort of, you know, enormous pressure behind him? You know, if he wins that big majority, you know, what does that Labour government look like? And at the moment, it's sort of that gradual stripping away of I suppose anything in some ways that seems like a sort of Corbynite policy, but also it's that gradual stripping away of the more progressive aspects of policy. And then, of course, yeah, you've got Labour kind of starting to engage on the trans rights stuff and, you know, slowly moving towards that. And part of me worries that if Labour isn't careful, it'll make exactly the same mistake that it hounds the Tories for. You know, it'll start on the culture wars next, and, you know, it'll get dragged. Because,
I mean, they kind of are. Like,
well, I was going to say, they definitely are now, but I think, you know, Starmer at the moment is still worried about an election, but every victory he seems to move further. So if he does get that general election mandate, then it really does make me wonder, okay, well, if he's there, what does he do next? Because at the moment, he seems to have been slowly moving in one direction, and it's definitely not towards the left.
I think.
No. Sorry.
I was going to say, I just think the interesting thing for Starmer is he doesn't seem to be following a trend of other sort of Labour or centre-left politicians in other countries. So you look at Anthony Albanese, or you look at Joe Biden, who I think you could say safely centre-left for American standards, right? They, in their election, never went conservative on trans rights. Albanese, I think it was Albanese, one of his ministers, gave a very impassioned defense of trans rights. Joe Biden basically said, I don't care how many genders there are, trans rights. Like he didn't even, like he just, and essentially dismiss it for what it is. It's just a cultural silly tactic during an economic crisis. Honestly, Starmer's bucking the trend on that sense, that he's really isn't following the moderate on policy, but still have policy, but also don't go conservative on social issues because it's not worth losing that argument. It's a really spineless thing to do.
I know, I agree. This is going back to what we were talking about before about how what went wrong with him in government. I mean, we remember Obama got elected in 2008, and you know, I remember that like it's yesterday. If you'd said 3 years earlier, if you'd said 4 years earlier when Bush won his second term, oh right, a black guy is going to be president in 4 years, and he's going to have the second most liberal voting record in Congress, right? It would, you'd just be laughed out of court for saying that. It was ridiculous. But he won, Obama, because he was unapologetic in his stances. He was straightforward, liberal, and reasonable, and saying, I will stand up for what I believe in, I will argue it. And people respected him and liked him for it. Even if they, you know, even when, you know, he was only winning, say, an election on 51%, he had like 58, 59 approval sometimes, because people actually respect him as a human being. And that's where politics has been going for a long, long time. You have to be authentic. You have to be believable. And that would be my worry. That I don't think Starmer is. I think there are plenty of people in the Labour Party that are, but I think Starmer is really, by virtue of the positions he's flipped on, he is coming across as just a machine politician, a machine party politician pursuing power at all costs, and that won't last in the long term, and it's a big risk to go to an election.
I think part of that though comes from, I mean, it's an offense to him, I think I just don't like his personality at all, to be quite frank. But
really got the stubborn voters there.
you know what? Yeah, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Because just can't be tired with the day. But I think that in general, Sama he's a lawyer, and you can tell he's a lawyer in the way he is. And I think that's a personality that's hard to shift. Inherently, that's what he did in his day job. That's what he's, been taught, policy sensibly, how he analyzes policy.
Yeah.
So I think part of it comes from, again, who he is. And I think it just says something about our politics, really, because we have such, I think a lawyer or barristers, whatever it is one of the highest professions.
Even landlords are quite
professions
Yeah.
in Parliament. And I think it just tells you something about our politics, which is just, it's not.
I think it's
not very representative of the general population.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point on lawyers, landlords, even just looking at private school. No offense, not. It's 3M. Private schools, comprehensive grammar school. Just look at the breakdown of representation in Parliament, and you look at how that's reflected then in how disengaged certain people are. Even in just age demographics, or even you look at local councils, it's the same thing. Like 6-year-olds who serve on councils, you rarely get like a 20-year-old or a 25-year-old. Separate issue, sure, but it is a really important point to make that I think Keir Starmer, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, and even Sunak are symptoms of a larger issue in politics, which is like a malincentive where you represent a tiny minority who keep voting only because they're the only ones who are represented in Parliament. Therefore, they keep voting. Therefore, the only ones who are appealed to. And first past the post doesn't help. There's this constant cycle where nobody has the balls to sort of go out of the comfort zone. And almost Jeremy Corbyn's kind of did do this. Go out of the comfort zone and appeal to people outside of this sort of narrow idea of the home-owning 70-year-old who will literally has Alzheimer's but will remember to vote Conservative, right?
Yes.
Do you think
And also who has a last day pension where they still get paid the same amount as they were, however long ago.
I do think as well that there's a generic sense of smugness in general. There's a sense of smugness among political leaders. I think that political leaders who either have people of really high status in society. I mean, apart from countries and May, but actually let's not talk about that. But I think that even if he was a grammar school kid, that's what I mean. Like, a lot of kind of people are either grammar schools or private schools, or you have kind of, people who are like highly educated. So you have like barristers, doctors, things like that at the top. Or really doctors and more barristers, or wealthy people who are, again, like probably private school. So you have this society that actually isn't very in touch with kind of what the current situation is. And I think that's kind of starting to show in our politics where you have candidates who run for their ideals, but actually their ideals aren't quite matching up with what people are voting for.
I think that's on home.
And I think that gap's growing bigger and bigger and bigger.
Maybe this goes back to what we were saying at the start of this call, where everyone was saying, I can't really make this generalization. We're all people in the room, we're all politicians, they're all in politics. We're all weird. Yes, that's the one. And I think that's a really interesting one, because I certainly think, at least within our group, I never really say that, in the sense that, there is a certain level, I think, of, there being that disconnect. It almost happens in politics involuntarily, where people go, I can't make the decision on that, because actually we're just people who are interested in politics. And that's often because it's a symptom of something much wider, which is, at the end of the day, the political sort of system that we have means that, Keir Starmer's going to be a lawyer. Rishi Sunak is basically a millionaire by this point, right? It's going to be that situation. You look at other countries. Macron was a banker and so on. Because of that, it's this difficulty they have of almost, actually, how do I talk about those core issues, and how do I talk to voters who are from different parts of the country and on very different political wavelengths? And I think it's a very big struggle, even for Theresa May. She wasn't a private school kid, but she wasn't a comprehensive kid. And
she was
even
a kid
for
that
her,
carried Conservative Party leaflets when she was like 10.
Exactly. But that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's but it's very much that thing of, I mean, yeah, right now it's that political disconnect as well. You know, Tony Blair is always remembered as kind of the great political communicator, only because he was able to sort of try and bridge that gap a bit. And Jeremy Corbyn was very much seen as he's the everyday guy, you know, he's there to do it. And the Tories, on the other hand, rely on the fact that people go, you know what, they're all very smart, you know, they all wear suits, they're all in business. Actually, maybe I trust them because they're trustworthy and they know what they're doing, and therefore
like good
I
at the
will,
economy.
exactly, they're good at the economy,
Yeah,
they're
they're
strong and stable as it was. And I think that's the point, which is at the moment, I think one of the things that disheartens me so much about politics in some ways is that it is about taking people who are completely different from the society that they're representing and trying to make sure that they are able to somehow communicate with it, whilst sort of, you know, often still ending up in the same area and position they were.
Yes, and look, this is a disaster waiting to happen in the long term. Because you say, I mean, look, these seven.
Talking
These
about
17
disaster waiting to happen, I think
Sorry.
might be a disaster waiting to happen.
So if politicians don't, if the political system is all around 70-year-old.
I think William.
Oh God.
Well, please open your beautiful.
He will wake up in due course. He will, and when he wakes up, he will go straight into professional mode. Trust me.
I was going to say, yes, he will start telling us about, you know, the blue wall or the red wall. Or the
yeah, he'll go straight away. Yeah, result from surely.
I was going to say, he will know the results without looking at them. He'll just like, you know, this is.
I said this would happen. I said William was like, "Oh, I'll have loads of Red Bull,
Yeah.
and you just crash." Not a good strategy.
Whereas I can keep going until morning. You know, I've had the, and I've done
Honestly,
the live stream
no.
by myself last time. I had a great time. Oh, it's hello.
Yeah, we pull like all night until 5 a.m. talking about centrist politics.
Well, we made it to 3.
Yeah.
You guys made it to 3.
The question is, what are we expecting tonight? Do we know? Like, I know obviously
in terms of the where particularly, or just in terms
numbers, what percent? You know, what? How many more will there be tonight?
So not a huge amount. About 20-ish%, I think, by 6 a.m. all said and done, because of the way that they're counted. So
yeah. So another 10 or so councils.
So yeah, something like that.
So we were just discussing some deep stuff about the general political discourse and obsessed with the way how what's the word, stagnant our politics is, with everybody, with all the parties focusing around, you know, 70-year-olds who own houses and have a.
Oh, so there we go. We're starting to get Medway results here.
Dive on in.
Medway Mafia.
I know, I've got a little tab on Medway results. Like every time they come in, I'm like, yeah, Medway, really, what am I going back home to?
I think I should start following
So
yours.
one thing, there's only one result that's come in. We've got turnout figures, and they're like 30 down to like 20, which is expected, really. You've got richer areas that are in their 30s, poorer areas in their 20s, kind of expected that demographic. You've got the only result that's come in is Horsted, which is a Conservative elected. What's interesting is you had the Lib Dems stand there, and you have a Lib Dems second place, which is a huge jump because they were 5th in that award in 2019.
Wow.
Kind of big jumps for the Lib Dems happening. Again, it's kind of like those kind of like true blue areas. But you have Labour at 2-1-2. So essentially what happened was they split the votes, so the Tories ran in the middle. And I think we'll be seeing that a lot tonight as well, which is
That's really interesting. Yeah. Labour surge might come at the cost of a Lib Dem victory, and Lib Dem surge might come at the cost of a Labour victory.
And this is going to be the issue, and this is the one. Like I'm sort of sort it out. Come the next election, this is the problem. When you look at that target list, once you get up to say Labour majority, it's pretty clear what they'd have to do to get that majority. But once the next 100 seats on their target list, I'm absolutely convinced that the Lib Dems will stand a better chance if Labour didn't fight too hard there. You know, there's a whole load of places in the south where they will never win Labour. It's not convinced. The Tories would have to completely collapse for them to win.
I'm surprised that Viv is the Lib Dem one there, got 300 votes because she can't even, like, she literally, like, she just rides her little mobility scooter around town. She doesn't like. No.
Can I just say, this is the bad thing about like doing local election. I said before this came on, we were sitting down in the restaurant, and I said, you know, I was like, basically, local elections are, as a famous actor said, they're like a box of chocolates, right? You never quite know what you're going to get. But also, because they're so scattered, it does mean that you end up with sort of, you know, again, it's the Royston party or Viv on a mobility scooter or whatever, because it's so.
Because she doesn't like. She was kind of running around going, "Oh my, well, riding round saying like, oh my ward is a no hope ward." But then she became second place by like, you know, winning about like 80 votes.
Good on her.
It's incredibly strong. It also shows you that.
Here we go. 197 wards in, right? Labour up 8.8% vote share. Tories down 3.9 vote share. Lib Dems down 1.3. So yeah, I mean, I say.
Sorry, I have to remind my co-host we are live.
Oh my god, you're right.
And, to be fair, Pushkin is always like this.
Yeah,
It's not a liability. Go on.
It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
Which is why someone who watch this will never get a job in my life.
So
left my job, so I need another parent. So it probably isn't.
that's what works out. So that is 12.8. So that is a yeah. So that would be, if that is reflected on the what do you call it? Projected national share. Yeah, that's catastrophic for the Tories. That's double digits. That's a double-digit lead.
Yeah.
And as I say, there's a good chance the worst is yet to come.
Labour.
So, yeah, I think we could. I think that Curtis quote about 1,000 seats could be right, actually.
Because how many seats overall did the Tories hold? So I looked at the numbers.
3,500, I believe.
Well, that's it. It's such a. I mean, even though, you know, it's such a big chunk out of it. I mean, it's. I think at this point, you know, the problem is normally in these circumstances it would be, oh, Rishi Sunak resigns and someone else comes in because it's so catastrophic. But again, the problem now is that they have to go with him steering the boat. But I also think they realise that the boat is sinking and the captain is still trying to steer the boat. You know, he's trying to say, you know, let's go forward. This is how we can carry on. But the problem is that the party itself is the thing that is sinking.
It's not his fault. It clearly isn't his fault. This was when he took over, they were in this position, worse position.
It's interesting because if the Conservatives do lose that amount and Labour do gain significantly from this, I believe that makes Labour the plurality of council seats in the UK. They're not far off it, if I'm not.
No, it's not far off.
I think that's what I mean. Just historically, not that it's an indicator of when a party wins government. Interestingly enough, that normally to win government they have to be in the majority of seat holders, or plurality of seat holders in councils.
Yeah, and of course, remember they're always at a disadvantage in council elections because their voters are younger and less likely to be registered.
So they're able to win the plurality. Labour tends to do very well, but even the Conservatives. If you look at 2005, 2010, the Conservatives have a plurality of council seats by this point. 1997, Labour, every time it's swung to the opposition, is when they won the plurality of seats. And very interesting if that happens again. That's historically a key indicator of them going on to win government. But obviously, we're in very unique times. So.
The one in council areas that's coming is Worcester. And that's very, very interesting because it's gone.
This isn't us throwing shade at all at other think tanks and, you know, the names that they've given voters, but
Worcester.
Stop it.
The Jeeves and Worcester woman. There you go.
What is really interesting is that it's gone from, for example, like being mostly a Tory council to then being no Tories elected.
Very mixed.
And yeah,
Really?
Labour, Lib
if you
Dem.
wanna look at the map, but that's the old map. and
I'm
that's
enjoying the
new map.
diversity.
Wow.
Can I just say,
Wow.
right, this is
Yeah.
Again, you're talking classic Middle England here.
That is a
Yeah.
Greens winning seats there is very interesting.
And
as
And that's
well.
I
been a
think-
huge
yeah.
Green swing, huge Lib Dem swing, huge Labour swing.
very.
It's very, very significant.
That's
really.
There's two things. I mean, first of all, I love the way that our version of screen sharing is slightly, it's a sort of more nuts and bolts
I
approach.
think we're-
I don't think William can screen share at the moment. The
I
other
was
thing is,
dreams.
I think that more than anything, if you want a display of the fact that people are literally just going, I don't like the Tories anymore. What's my best next option? And they are that
Yeah.
fed up. And that's the one thing I think, which is, and I almost go back to the live streams we did, Tiverton and Honiton and all the rest of it. And that was the one thing I kept saying, which was, people are just fed up with the Tories right now, and so I think whilst in those the Lib Dems did well, or in this one, the Labour Party might do well, looks like they very much will. I think that there's often, because parties, they need to take it as a win, and it's us, and we did all the campaign work, and without it, nothing. But in this situation, I do feel there's very much a thing of political circumstances, people being fed up with the Tories doing a bad job, means in effect they are running these campaigns where they're going out, they're leafleting, and trying to get support for different people in different areas, and in reality, people are going, well, you're not the Conservative candidate, and therefore you have much more of my ear than you would have.
Yeah.
And if you're in second place, well, even more. I mean, the Lib Dem bar chart must be doing absolute wonders, which is why the Greens and everyone else has started using
It's
it.
always done wonders.
And that's the
The
thing.
other
So
place as well that's quite interesting is Portsmouth,
Oh,
which used to be a former Lib Dem seat, but you're seeing kind of the Lib Dems gain control of the council, so you've got lots of seats switching hands. And again, it was like 20%. So again, it's that kind of blue area in the southeast. Very, very interesting. I was scrolling through them all now, trying to read them really quickly.
Again, two marginal seats there. Well, one of them would now be Safe Labour, the one with the university, but Penny Mordaunt's seat is the other one in Portsmouth, which was always
Independent. Probably
that was
independent.
awesome. See, there's an open question. Would there be when we did was it Tiverton Honiton the last one? I think the last one.
I think so.
Yeah. I was saying then that Penny Mordaunt, to replace Johnson, Penny Mordaunt was easily their best bet. Right. Sunak was the middle one, and Truss was a disaster. I still stand by that. I think that it's too late now to change it. They should have picked Penny Mordaunt. She wasn't. She's not damaged by their record, and she is an archetypal kind of one nation-y sort of Theresa May Tory, which is where I think, going back to our thing about what is the country, that's the position. That's the best position to be in politically in Britain, is a sort of one nation Tory.
You know what? I think hindsight is a wonderful thing.
The Tories, I mean, they needed to do that.
But I would have backed Liz still.
You would have backed
You
Liz.
I would have at the time.
So, to be fair, she did get lost on her way out of the stage.
But I think I still would now.
Sorry? Jazz, you
Truss. Sorry, you're talking Liz Truss.
She didn't say that at all. So
No, she meant Lynn or someone, I don't know.
Lynn Miranda and the writer of Hamilton.
I meant Liz the Queen.
So you.
Yeah, these. Can I just say these guys are definitely not.
No, I'm not going to back Liz. Don't worry.
No,
Look,
don't. Thank goodness. Because
I was going to say, in terms of Penny Mordaunt, the thing about her, right, is my only concern is yes. While if she remained principled about it, she would have been a return to a much more moderate, progressive Tory party, right? Like the Cameron legalised gay marriage type of Tory party.
I didn't think so.
But no, this is what I'm going to say. If she stayed principled, but I think the issue Penny Mordaunt is, as we're seeing now, is that she's very willing to bend her principles. And I'm seeing it now surprising. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised by it. is that she's willing to back like Lee Anderson, or she's willing to like defend some pretty like going out of her way to defend things that other Tories aren't actually willing to defend. I'm not sure what the aim is. I don't know if she's still trying to become leader.
I think she just wants to she wants to inherit the crown after the election.
That's my concern, is that if she was leader, she'd do the same thing.
Yeah.
Same base, and she might just, if anything, almost be as worse as Sunak, because at least Sunak is trying to do it with the intention of pushing towards electability, whereas she's just doing it with the intention of being popular. I'm not sure. It's hard to say because we don't know if she didn't win, but
It comes back to the ship analogy. At the end of the day, the Tory ship is sinking, and it's going to drag anyone who tries to steer it,
honestly,
and it's going to take them down with it, because at the end of the day, the Tory base is strong enough that I think if Penny Mordaunt tried to go in there and say, let's be sensible, let's do sensible things, she basically either end up being cooed out because the membership would just revolt, because at the end of the day, a lot of those people that I knew who were One Nation conservatives, who were sort of very middle of the road, they just left because the Tory party wasn't what they believed in, wanted, or anything else. A lot of them are still very much independent and sort of are One Nation conservatives, but wouldn't support the Tories. And I think they have got that issue now where their membership has effectively slimmed down to a state where you can try and push sensible policies. Even if, and hypothetically, the sort of centrists in the Conservative Party got together and basically formed an alliance to try and get someone in or whatever it is.
They have tried that.
They've tried it and it hasn't worked.
No.
And even if they try it after an election defeat where it's enormous, that they'll get the backing of MPs, but the reality is the party, even if they get in, will push that person to the side, and people aren't going to join the Tories.
Same issue that Labour been, to be honest. It's that your membership and your core like activist base is so differentiated from your actual voters. Like I think Bernie Sanders even faced this in 2020 or the 29th. I don't remember when the primary was.
That's right.
Yeah, that he's he did surprisingly well in Michigan, but then just didn't replicate that again after 2016 because he'd lost touch, because almost you double down your base so much that your base becomes removed from your actual electability. I think it's the same issue the left have faced for years.
Definitely.
That the Conservatives are now facing because they've gone down their own extremist route with Brexit, Russian funding that they've seemed to be willing to accept. A lot of this sort of corruption and this level of sort of right-wingism that certain factions are willing to accept that have dominated the Tory party now. Tufton Street, shout out to them for ruining that. So yeah,
absolutely. It's very the parallels are really obvious with the Republican Party, aren't they? Because again, you've got those. There are some relatively moderate Republicans. The Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was the candidate in 2012, and he's like virtually a Democrat now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The other thing,
crazy.
It's like John McCain at the end of the day was the guy who voted, on Obamacare. If you look back, it was something I did the other day, because the clip came up, and it often does, where they're his supporters and they're talking about Obama. They're
Muslim.
Exactly. They say, and in quotes, he's an Arab was what one of them. So of course, he comes back and says, he's just a good family man. Like, we disagree on some issues. In fact, he said, but we disagree on fundamental issues. But at the end of the day, it's basically I'm running against the policies, not the candidate. And actually, I like that person. And at the end of the day, if you look now in the US, for instance, he would not get it. He would not get it.
No. I mean, McCain's the real litmus test, because firstly, that was about the classiest thing I've ever seen anyone do in politics. That was brilliant.
McCain was a very classy politician.
Really good.
Very rare, even for his time. He's very rare.
It's like a very
I was going to say, he's very much like the maverick of politics. He was firmly in the middle, and again, it just goes to show. The whole sort of friendship he had with Joe Biden. It was that thing, and it's one of those things. At least in the UK, again, we don't really have it anymore. We had coalition, and now it's very much turned into sort of all-out warfare.
And this is, I think, it's social media based. Just going back to McCain a minute. So there's two. It's like that's what it was. He was the candidate. 14 years ago, whatever it was, 16 years ago. He's one of the most admired politicians in America across the aisle. Never even faced a close contest in Arizona.
No.
And then what we've seen in recent years is, I mean, of all Trump's mad moments, the one that really always sticks with me is that he's obsessed with McCain. Like, even though since he died, he goes off on rants for 10 minutes about him. And they're cheering. And you're like, you know, even if you hated him, guys, he's dead. You know, why are you doing this? And in Arizona, despite the Republicans losing that state in the general and in the last Senate race, all of the Republicans running for office run on a straight, we can't stand McCain and but McCain carried loads of independent voters. That's why they were winning the state. It's electoral madness, but you know, activists just get swept up in this cult of their own, you know.
It comes back to the issue that the Republicans are facing, where like anti-wokeism, even Fox News, Tucker Carlson was going down. I think it still is going down, to be honest. It's a symptom. The idea that it's a cause is silly. You know, it's this whole like wokeism and the transgender people are going to do whatever to you in the bathroom. Like it's insane, because honestly, transgender culture is actually incredibly unpopular with independents. Like it is not polling well. It is not doing well in elections. Abortion is doing better in terms of a cultural issue against the Republicans. Even economic, they have nothing to say, despite the fact that all they have to say is we're going to cut veterans' benefits. It looks and this is the thing: the alt-right and the far right, you know, encapsulating the alt-right, conservative right in the UK, is that they're trying to be something they're not. They're trying to be the populist, left-wing, economic, socially conservative people, but they're not economically left-wing. They're still representing the big bankers. They're still representing the 1% of people. They're just pretending to be, you know, and people will see through the bullshit because they'll end up doing nothing at the end of the 5 years. Boris Johnson, Donald Trump. Did Michigan get any of the manufacturing jobs back? No, it ended up voting Biden. Slim margin, but it ended up voting Biden. Because at the end of the day, with these new conservatives, or like the Tea Party Republicans we saw, is you can pretend to be as economically left-wing as you want, but you're just the same neoliberal globalist that people hate that you claim to also hate. So at the end of the day, you're going to end up shooting your own foot. This is the
and I would say as well that, I mean, as toxic as Trump is, he's the only one who I think can sell that.
100%.
Because he also has this extra brand of being a celebrity.
It's the
and
same
being allegedly a successful businessman and all that, right? So he can, and he has this unique persona that he has constructed himself. The others, the Carrie Lakes, and you know, some of the atrocious candidates they had for the Senate, they're just obvious imitations. You know, they're really obviously imitating the guy, and it doesn't work. And I mean, DeSantis, I guess, could probably pull it off, maybe, right? But I haven't seen anybody else really on that wing.
Even DeSantis, his issue is that he doesn't energize the base at all. And honestly, to again, a majority of voters, he only seems good because the media, the Murdoch media, sell him as good. They'll sell him as whatever voters want to see him as. But in reality, he's just like a little guy who can't really he can't even really whip up a crowd. Like, at least Donald Trump can whip up a crowd. DeSantis does look ridiculous when you watch him enough, and he's going on about the war on woke, and you can clearly see he's so half sold on it himself. Well, again, I think the same as with Johnson. Yeah, Tucker Carlson's very good.
You know, if you listen to it, I mean, he's literally on tape, explaining the fact that he doesn't believe this stuff, explaining the fact that, you know, and frankly, I think that sums it up. I mean, I've watched so many people who have, you know, and sense is almost a good place to watch it. You'll have people, I'll do a paper with you. I'm a firm centrist. And then they get offered some money and they're off somewhere else. Because frankly, you know, basically, as long as there's sort of some money behind it, then the people will follow, as it were. And I think the issue at the moment, especially, you know, in the UK, the US, is there's a lot of money behind it. And it means you'll have people who are effectively unapologetic about the fact they believe nothing of this stuff, that they know, you know, they've said it enough, they've rehearsed it enough, but they know that actually in reality, they don't even believe that. And it's creating this thing where you'll have individual voters. You know, at the end of the day, voters will go off, you know, the ones who aren't politically engaged, go off sort of their general feel about a candidate. And at the end of the day, they know what to go for. They know to go for, You know, are you scared of this? Are you scared of immigration? Are you scared of trans people maybe? Or maybe you're you know, scared of another country invading us? Or, you know, they will go after a load of things, see if they can tap into some fear. And at the end of the day, if that works, then yeah, they can get you to, you know, support whatever political candidate it is, because you're worried about that political issue or that political problem. And it's what turned, you know, Trump from being sort of the, oh, well, he's a bit of a, you know, when he tried to run, you know, what was it? I can't remember if it was like George Bush's era.
Yeah, he ran. It's actually, I mean, I would recommend this, right? If there's one film I would recommend people to watch, it's so informative and entertaining. Get Me Roger Stone. It's on Netflix. Yeah, and it covers that. Trump running to destroy the Reform Party in 1998. And using all the tactics that he would use 20 years later, you know, the just lying about people, just going on TV and just saying he's a terrible person, terrible human being, awful. Did you hear about that terrible thing he says? What a bad person, just destroying someone's brand like that on nothing. But yeah, I mean, that's where the right wing have gone in America. And again, it's all this like echo chamber thing, isn't it? Right, the same thing as the internet, the botnets and everything. When you go to America and you get in a cab almost anywhere in the country, you'll get local news, right? You'll get the local radio, but most of the local radio is syndicated to Fox. The news is syndicated to Fox or to Newsmax. And so even though you might look at the viewership of Fox, relatively small, like all the cable channels are, actually it's not. The simple headline news is just being pushed over and over again. And, you know, they've created this vast echo chamber where if you're going to be a candidate, you've got to push those buttons or you know, the money won't come.
It's one of those things, I think, especially in the UK. I mean, I get worried about the people, you know, parties often, of course, have whips with, you know, MPs and stuff. But the issue that I even saw it in the Lib Dems, is that there is this real tendency for people just to follow the whip, not because they're a candidate, they're an individual party member. They, in reality, probably actually have nothing to gain by doing so, but they will follow it anyway, because at the end of the day, it's what the people at the top think, and therefore, if they think it, well, that's a way to get up in the party. And a lot of people, like you know, they sort of switch their opinion on conference day. I don't know. There's so many different examples. It's, you know, this sort of thing of like, oh, I don't know about universal basic income. Oh, I'm really not sure. Then it would pass and they'd be like, you know what? I've had a change of heart. I've decided that actually, maybe after hearing the debate and all of this, maybe I do support it. You know, they just sort of fall into line with wherever the party was roughly headed, and they would follow it if they were interested in sort of getting somewhere in that party. And I think originally that was more cultivated by parties who were, you know, maybe even slightly, perhaps more on the political left. You know, it was very much this sort of thing of, you know, sort of following the party line on an issue, because otherwise you'd seem incredibly divided. You know, Labour's always had that issue. It's got different factions. It tries to look unified as one force. And the thing is that the right is very much using that of, you have to agree with exactly what we're saying, right? There are very few people at the end of the day that are sitting on that line where they are both sort of libertarian right-wingers or whatever, the new right, and also at the same time being pro-trans rights. I can name a hand, you know, Tom Hardwood, for instance, yeah, maybe you've got sort of one or two. The reality is most of them fall behind that same line. And that is because of an echo chamber, but it's also because if you want to get anywhere, you know, if you want your hosting career on GB News or Talk TV or wherever it is nowadays, you know, then you've got to follow the line. And if you don't, you're not going to have a career in politics, because you have to follow that specific line. And I think it's one of those things where in the UK, it sort of started out as this sort of innocent political thing where, oh, actually, you know, of course, everyone's going to follow the party line set by the party, because we've got to win elections. Otherwise, you just have, you know, in Labour's case, 500,000 people all running around saying, you know, completely opposite things, or so on with the SNP. And in reality, when it comes down to it, all it's being used by for right-wing groups is you shall subscribe completely to what we're saying, to what we're doing, to every view that we hold, because otherwise you're not going to make it. And it's why they've become so cohesive, and because they're so cohesive as a group and as a bloc, I think that's allowed them to get into the political system with an amazing degree of accuracy and amazing degree of reach. Because even though the stuff that they're saying, if you put it into sort of a 2010 political scene, it kind of it'll be laughed at. It's like, why are you talking about this? Whereas when you put it in there now, it's been repeated so many times.
Yeah.
The reality is, people go, well, that's just part of politics. It's just part of what the political scene and system is right now. And because of that, it is accepted as part of it. And I think it's interesting as well as to why other countries haven't gone so far down that route, because it's a very UK US thing.
Well, I think it's an English language thing, and I think it is. I do think it does come down to Murdoch fundamentally. That you look at that empire has not really cut through at all outside the English-speaking world. Has some interest somewhere, but it hasn't really cut through. Whereas in Britain, America, and Australia, they dominate the media landscape. Even here, where they have a bit of monopoly in the press, the real pernicious effect comes with stuff like the press preview. So the BBC and Sky, right, every night, basically allow their agenda for 2 hours to revolve around what the tabloids are saying.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And your 2 guests are someone from the IEA or someone from the Sun and someone from the Guardian, and that's it. Like that's the debate. There's no half the time they're discussing a completely contrived story.
Well, I have a story about this, to be fair, and it's one I've always found funny. It goes back to the Brexit stuff we were talking about earlier. And I remember that I got phoned up by a BBC journalist. Ironically, it was just before I was supposed to go into a class at university. I got phoned up by her, and she said, "Oh, we'd be really interested on having you on our program today." And I sort of said, "Fair enough." And she said, "So are you a hard Brexiteer or are you a Remainer?" And I went, well, to be honest, I was like, I'd rather like, what Norway's got, sort of. And then there was a stunned silence. She went, "Oh, that's interesting." And I thought, we've never heard of this one before, so we'll carry on. We'll see if we can get. I'll see if I can get an interview. She was like, "We'll try and fit you in." And she said, "But
it's a preset agenda."
But she was like, "I'm not sure," because she was like, because obviously we'll have a Remain candidate and we'll have a Leave. Or sort of Remain person and a Leave person. I was like, to be honest, I was like, it's actually quite difficult to fit me in that category when the only leaver is sort of a hard leaver. And I remember then when we actually ended up on the interview itself, and I ended up sitting there with a guy called Rob, who was from Leave Means Leave, and then another person, she was from sort of I can't remember, it was one of the sort of Remain groups, and I was sitting there as well. And what I realised about that was that the conversation we had, because there was a little bit more of the spectrum of views in there, was actually, I think, far more interesting than it would have been if, say I was sort of a ardent Remainer or a hard Leave. It was much more interesting because there was a bit more plurality. But it also, it was the fact that they were so intent on having balance that they actually completely forgot that there were other views other than being one extreme, or that, either I'm a hard leaver or I'm a Remainer. You're not allowed to be anything else. You have to subscribe to one of those, because otherwise you don't exist. And to be fair, I also think the fact that it was literally called a hard leaver probably indicated the fact that there might be a soft leaver. Yeah, so it's for me, and I think if there's any reason, and it's dissected so much. Why has Brexit ended up in the way it did, or why has this happened, or that? The reality of the answer is that it has a lot more to do with the idea of balance that we have than I think people want to realise, because
completely agree.
It's easy to go, well, we'll have a hard leaver and a hard, a sort of Remainer. But in reality, that also meant that whilst when polling was done, the Norway option beat out Remain, beat out.
Yeah. Well, it's also, you know, we haven't come to terms with everything. We haven't at all addressed really as a country what happened in that mad few years. But we were just gaslit here that prior to the referendum, the general Leave position was we could be Norway, we could be Switzerland, right? We don't have to give these things up, right? And then in a very short space of time, you know, Farage and Aaron Banks and Jacob Rees-Mogg and the real hardliners just kind of completely took control of one side of the debate. And, you know, you even had, you know, as I recall it, there was a time when Gove was supposed to be pro-Norway.
Oh, look! It sounds bad. I mean, they were all pro-Norway. You know, it's one of those things. Like at the moment, I mean, you've got sort of Tobias Elwood. I mean, again, he's part of centre, so I mean, I'd hope he would, but he's very in favour of kind of the Norway option, and still very much is banging the drum, as it were, for it. But yeah, before then, you know, Daniel Hannan even was doing, you know, videos for pro-EFTA groups, and you know, they're all kind of going around. They're all saying, "Oh, wouldn't it be, you know, great to be Norway," and so on. And I think, once again, you had this point, right? In reality, they were all clever enough to understand that if you wanted to leave, you firstly were not going to undo all that political integration in such a small period of time. But also, the reality is, most people like the economic side of the EU, right? You know, I mean, an anecdote it is, but I mean, my dad is very much one of those people who, you know, during the 1975 referendum, very strongly in favour of sort of that idea of economic integration with the, you know, with Europe, the idea of, you know, the sort of single market approach, I think was very much his thing. And then when it came actually to the referendum, his answer was, well, I'm not sure about the political side. And that's the same thing that Nigel Farage said. It's the same thing everyone else said. The reality was, it was that almost that delay where suddenly would kick in the fact that you would have pretty much the same thing as happened with the culture war, where it was like no, we're going to drive a hard line down this and we're going to go for a hard Brexit. The reality was they could have won on the Norway line of things. And also, and this is another tangent, the reality is the Remain campaign would have looked a lot more like the Leave campaign did in terms of how it approached it. If you look at how the Remain campaign approached the Norway option, it was starting to say things that, let's face it, were factually completely untrue. You know, the whole pay no say stuff, if I have to debunk that one more time, you know, the pay side, for instance, they basically just say, oh yeah, they pay into the EU budget and that's it. Well, actually, any payments they make are by choice, but, you know, don't worry about that, because, you know, it's a simple, catchy slogan. I'm not sure where else I heard that during the referendum. So you have this really interesting thing, is the Leave side had played it smartly and actually gone for an option and had a plan, then in reality, we wouldn't be sitting where we were now, but they would have won the referendum, and I think by a more substantial majority, because it would have been, look, we can leave, but here's the alternative. You wouldn't have had anywhere near as much of the issues with, oh, you know, what's on the other side? You know, what is your relationship? Because they could have clearly said it. And actually, after as well, the different countries like Norway and that, very happy to have us. And it made the offer. They said, look, they were like, we know you want this, but we know that you want a slightly different arrangement. So we'll help you. We'll help you in negotiation. You know, Norway has offered to be our partner. And that's the things, I think the negotiations would have been an enormous amount quicker.
Absolutely,
and
I think moving forward it would be as well. I mean, you know, again, there has been an enormous amount of gaslighting here. I mean, the Northern Ireland Protocol, Sunak's deal on that is a case in point that we've been told that was like impossible because the EU are hostile and all this stuff for years. Well, he got it done in no time at all. Within a couple of months, and you've got von der Leyen calling him Dear Rishi, you know, in front of the media. You know, clearly they want a good relationship with us, right? They always did.
And I think for me that has always been the core thing. And again, where I split from many people on the Leave side at the end of the day is I think the idea, like, there's almost this idea that gets into people's heads, this idea like if you leave, you absolutely have to hate it. And the reality is sometimes like political blocks and economic blocks and so on, they exist all around the world. And at the end of the day, you know, there is that argument that the UK was never ever particularly suited to the European Union in a lot of senses. And there was also that fact that I think Leavers had this idea, whereas I was kind of like, look, we need to cooperate with the European Union. It's on our doorstep. It's at, you know, at the end of the day, you should be looking to work with them, because at the end of the day, you'd also look to work with other countries, other trade blocs, right? That's part of the whole, you know, if you're going to leave, then work with them. But because they got themselves into this spin of, you know, we've got to find arguments as to why the EU is bad, and therefore we've got to hate them, that meant that effectively they weren't making the argument anymore of, okay, this is why we should leave. Here's the, you know, here's the practical hard evidence as to why, and this is the option we're choosing afterwards, which I think would have sold a lot of people, especially, as I said, the ones in 1975 who voted for something economic, and then it changed over time. I think that would have been a much better way. And again, yeah, you look at what the EU was like when we were leaving. They weren't exactly jumping up and down and going, whoa, how happy we are. You know, at the end of the day, it was just that we wanted some things, and that the EU, under their structure at the time, just wasn't able to deliver them because it was a sort of single destination boat, as it were. It was going in the direction, and at the end of the day, you either have gridlock or you're going to the same place along with everyone else. And, you know, where that was precisely is another question entirely. But I do just think that as a referendum, especially in the direction we, you know, eventually headed, and the UK voted to leave, you know, even then the hardcore Brexiteers had that chance to say, actually, you know what, we will go for a Norway style deal. It is very close, you know, all of that. They had that chance again, and yet they still didn't take it. They still went, okay, we're gonna go full on, even though they realized that actually it wasn't going to go well, because really it was going to just result in what we have now, which is this situation where Labour can't talk about it because actually Brexit is not, you know, in its current form is very unpopular. But on the other hand, they don't really want to touch it again because it's a difficult political issue, because it's one where they thought last time, well, we'll win this referendum easy because there's a lot of support for it. And then the campaign started, people started turning their attentions towards it, and the easily winnable campaign you should have been 40 points ahead on was suddenly the campaign that you were fighting for now to try and get every last vote. And I suppose maybe that's the answer to the Labour question earlier, is frankly, you know, you have this problem where no one really wants to open the Pandora's box again, especially not Starmer as someone who's Remain, because he doesn't have the answer on what should Brexit look like. But at the same time, if he does open it and doesn't do anything, then he's going to risk again that thing of, well, you know, what happens to Leave support when it starts to become an issue again? It's, you know, so I think it's one of the biggest, I suppose, one of the biggest political issues in terms of politicians dealing with it, who don't necessarily get into the nitty-gritty of policy, suddenly finding they have to deal with very, very complicated trade relationships, and having to balance that with winning something that you fight on populist lines.
I mean, I guess from an optimistic point of view with this, I think we all agree that Boris Johnson was not a serious person for this job. Right? He's never going to do that. He's never going to do that detail. He's never going to do that, the hard work. Whereas Theresa May did definitely try very, very hard to construct a deal out of something from a very difficult negotiating position. And Sunak has come in, and despite being a leaver, has been business-like about it and practical about it, and got a good deal, right? And you have to think that there's no reason why Starmer becomes Prime Minister. He can't do that. He can't pragmatically deal with these policy issues over time, and we just improve our relationship. It is just a tragedy that we went through those few years in which, you know, were madness to live through, and they're even more madness when you look back at them as we're talking about it. We were just gaslit on so many issues, and you know, and again, I mean, what was the motivation of the people doing that on the hard leave side? I don't even think it was the issue. They just wanted control of the Conservative Party. You know, Boris Johnson doesn't believe that stuff. He just wanted to be leader. That was it, and the people around him.
I think the interesting thing as well with sort of Keir Starmer and his current approach to Brexit and negotiations is that, you know, really there's sort of the limits as to how far you can go before you start ending up in sort of single market territory. So at the moment, you know, he's sort of at least the core policy stuff that he's released is very much fiddling. I think there was something on veterinary issues and all of that. It was very much kind of fiddling around the edges in quite a lot of ways. And also it's the same reason why, whilst Rishi Sunak's deal kind of solved some stuff, at the same time, it's almost a weaker deal. I think he got a lot of praise for it, but it's because of the fact that he actually managed to make some breakthroughs on key issues. But at the end of the day, it was still kind of trying to rework the Northern Ireland Protocol and trying to sort of smooth things along, as it were, with Northern Ireland. And as well, it's in an area where they both have sort of political will to do something. Both sides effectively want a deal for Northern Ireland that sort of protects them. When you're talking about the rest of the UK, that's even for someone like Sunak probably going to be where it gets a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I do wonder behind the scenes whether Sunak may have tried to also negotiate that same deal that he thought was fantastic for the rest of the UK, because he knows that that would solve a lot of the issues. And in reality, my thoughts are that the EU just said, no, if you want to do that, join the single market. Like, there is a line here. Like, he went incredibly far for an EU that is very much in there to protect its internal market, but at the same time, there was a long way to go, and he still has a long way to go. And in some ways, he's reduced Starmer's options. He's not made them better. Suddenly now, Starmer is negotiating on top of what Rishi Sunak managed, and therefore his achievements on Brexit, I think, will be almost nothing, because he's, you know, really Rishi went further than even you're supposed to be able to on those kind of issues with the European Union. And I think, again, I find that very tricky to see it being able to go above that point in some ways.
Sorry, I loved listening to this. I loved it, and I'm not going to necessarily stop you from talking about it. But we've got some news, a fairly substantial bit of news now. So, Labour did take Plymouth.
Yes, I've seen, yeah.
That's a fairly substantial thing to happen. Also, this is really interesting to me, and I've lost it. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm taking some of these results in by phone, so apologies for the delay here. But the Greens have won they've won a seat. So they can't have lost. Managed to lose where that is from exactly. But the Greens have made some gains, and in general, it appears to be even better for Labour and worse for Conservatives than it was when we were discussing this a couple of hours ago. If I can have a look, and you can bear with me, I'll try and find the Green gain, because it was an important one.
That Harlow result really stands out, doesn't it? As like the only bit of good Tory news all night.
Yeah, and no surprise maybe that it comes where Robert Halfon is.
Yeah.
Who will be one of the better MPs in Parliament, from what I understand, and definitely one of the best Tory MPs. I think he's had no considerable amount of influence on that result, as in, and not understated amount of influence. My apologies.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's one of those things. It's you can certainly see him holding his seat easily at the next election, but I mean, you know, around him,
I fancy you get 200 to 1 in being next leader or something. and it's not out of the question because there might not be many left.
Yeah,
I mean, this is of course this will be a huge betting heat moving forward, because if, like, okay, let's assume they're going to lose power, the Tories, we're going to lose a large number of seats. That it's wide open already, the betting for next leader, but a lot of them will lose their seats. So it's really a case of finding the people who will hang on. Do you know where's Kemi Badenoch's seat? Any idea?
Good question, and I'm going to search it. 1 second.
But she's the favourite, and I don't really think she's a very convincing favourite personally. I think that's just because of what happened in the leadership
Saffron
contest.
Walden.
That is pretty safe.
Well,
to be
that's
fair.
great.
Funky seat.
I was going to say, yeah, I always end up in Saffron Walden.
Also,
Yeah.
just this is. I feel like this is worth noting. Johnny Mercer has told the BBC that it's been a really terrible night for the Conservatives there in Plymouth, and the reason why I'm saying that is not just because, like, to repeat an essential truth. It's just, it feels like it's worth noting big acknowledgement this early, because as a general election, right, when it's 3 or 4 a.m., we've had a huge amount happen, right? You got loads of seats in. I hate saying this, and I hope it won't deter you all from being on the general election night, should I do one? My apologies again, sorry. But
Okay, well,
Soldier on.
by 4 a.m. at a general election, you know what's happened to a really big extent. That is the opposite here. Mercer telling the BBC just openly and candidly, and I know he's more honest than others, and the Plymouth Herald story and whatever, or like not, but that feels like a big moment. It feels significant that he is just openly willing to acknowledge how bad it's been.
is he a minister? He is, isn't he?
Yeah, veteran.
Is he? I thought he resigned.
Sorry, he's not an official minister, but no, he's not.
Oh,
He's
did he?
a minister. Sorry, he's not a minister. He says, desperately checking that he isn't wrong himself.
Did he not resign? Or has he got a job back? I'm sure he definitely did resign at some point, but I think that was when Boris was
I'll say, yeah,
probably came back.
because I remember, I think it was his wife was on.
Sorry, he is the Minister of State for Veterans Affairs. My God.
Because usually when he speaks candidly, sort of speaks
Yeah.
candidly when he's not a minister. Interesting he's doing so as a minister, the collective responsibility element of that does tend to weigh in a lot of, that's very interesting as a way to do that.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, the change, by the way, just looking at Plymouth,
Even with expectations.
seven councillors lost for the Tories there, 4 gains for Labour, 3 for Independents and others. So, yeah, that would be key. By the way, Tory councillor Chris Mitchell lost the seat of Worcester Council to Greens. I think that's what I was looking for. And in Tamworth, the Conservatives have also lost their seats or their overall council control. Salford stayed red. Chris Mason, this is an hour ago. So far, it's a miserable night for the Conservatives. And he says the word he's obsessed about tonight is extent. The extent to which Labour is winning and the extent to which Conservatives are losing. So, long story short, since we've gotten into that deep dive, things have continued in that same vein, but we've had some notable moves and shakers and some pretty notable scalps, I would say.
So can I just what are our plans from here? Sleep wise, tomorrow wise.
Right. having a look, because we've got a few brave souls who have managed to make it with us.
Well done, guys. Well done.
And all credit to you. If you can, do you know what, actually?
I can't see this. You see, I thought it was just us for the last few hours.
Now, if I'll tell you what, if you've managed to prove, if you can prove that you've been watching us live, or whatever, and you're not me, I will arrange a free bet for you. If you can prove.
Would you follow me on my Twitter account to prove that to prove you're watching this at the moment? Right, Will?
That's the next. That's a good idea.
You know, the bit where Will is asleep, he has to take a second take of that sentence.
I like it.
No, Will, no, I want something. Will, what are you saying? Go on.
No, okay, this is good. Follow Pushkin, and then send him and me proof that you've been watching us, let us say past one or whatever, and I'll arrange a free bet for you.
Pushkin to fire. This will only apply for the next half an hour, just to let you know. Limited offer.
In all seriousness, it looks as if we may possibly have taken only the very hardest of souls with us, in which case tomorrow, when we've got more results, might be a more opportune time to go and chat about the movers and shakers, etc., and what has happened. What Pushkin, Torin, Yasni, well, obviously, I don't know, Yasni's
I was going to say, Jasnik might not be as answerable because she's fallen asleep on the settee. So
that's the wise choice. But would you guys be around tomorrow afternoon to the evening to discuss this in a fuller picture?
Well, I have a date between 12 and 2, so it really depends on the time.
We would be thinking past that, to be honest. Because if you think past that, actually, you've got more results than anyway.
Yeah.
Those accounts only start.
Yeah, I mean, really,
it's
your
more
ideal time, I guess. Your ideal time. I mean, I can do that. I can certainly do like that sort of time too. But I would have said the ideal sort of time was probably 5 to 6, because we'll have everything then, pretty much.
That's, the majority of results will be in by 2-3. They were saying.
Right.
It's 2-3 p.m.
Sure. I mean.
So then, when that's done.
I could do either, but the later possibly the better. Maybe we do it live again. Maybe we do it as a pre-record. I don't really mind, but probably around that time, so that we're giving our reactions, having seen what by then very much a fuller picture.
Yeah.
So does that sound good?
Good. Yeah. I mean, I'm around all day, really. I'm pretty much free tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ideal. Okie doke. And I will see who we can get to come back with us. To the 3 people who are with us, by the way, you are complete rock stars. If you send that proof to Pushkin and to me, then I'll hook you up to the free breakfast Star Sports, because my God, you absolutely do deserve it for staying with us that long. Thanks very much to everybody for following through with this.
Pleasure. Good night. This was a good night.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I really love getting in the weeds on this stuff. Huge thanks, in no particular order, but to John Brackenridge and Kit Gilmore and Dave Jolly and Ed Dark for helping put odds up that we had. Of course, Paul, yourself, Emma Burnell, not just that also, but Torin, Pushkin and Yasneet. My apologies that we couldn't get Anthony from Tides of Labour on the stream to join, but hopefully we'll see if we can get him maybe tomorrow, possibly. And to Joe Citroni, for doing the drafters page, and to David Stewart for putting it up. And tomorrow we will definitely be back. I don't know exactly what format, so you might see if enough people are around to go live. If not, you'll get something from us tomorrow looking at the fuller picture. But at 4 a.m, as I say good night to you all, the picture is a very rosy one for a particular KC. And that man is Keir Starmer. TV.
Not that's the not the road.
Thank you so much. Sorry. I thought I had to do that. The other weird thing about doing that is that was entirely pointless because I still have to go and end this physically anyway. So it doesn't even look good. I just wanted to feel cool. But yeah, no, cheers you guys for making it this long, and yeah, we'll do something tomorrow. I'll let you know in the morning through my election-induced headache what the plan is. Actually, I don't even need to let you know in the morning. We can probably let you know early in the afternoon, but yeah, I should imagine we'll do something, whether it be live or pre-recorded. It's probably wiser to do a live for the fall.
I think it is really.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends what time we start, but I mean, I'm guessing, if we do 3, half 2, 3 onwards, I mean, there's still going to be live stuff coming in.
This is true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'll have a chat tomorrow about it. But to be fair, everybody at Star's been like great with the support. So, okay.
Okay, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good night. Sleep well. Good night.
Cheers.
Thanks. See ya.
Have a good night. Hope you will.